Liquid only losing one player, have a clean round. Twist gets himself a 3K, and Liquid put themselves up to 2.
And that's the difference between Liquid's full buys against half buys compared to Virtus.pro, right? They keep 4 players up, they keep a bunch of utility, they barely have to reinvest. I mean, Allegia's spending 1,100, there's 1,200 for Stewie. Nitro has only spent $200 to get his buy into this round, and then across the board for Virtus.pro, they're spending every penny they've got, and Adren still has to drop down on the MAC-10 to give his team the utility. And for the first time on the map, we do see Jame picking up the T-sided AWP, as it's going to be an early fast play in towards the staircase.
Oh, this nade wasn't successful last time, and not successful this time, unfortunately. Or did it come in a little bit later right there? Buster down to 51, so it looks like the nade did connect. Maybe I jumped the gun there. But some early damage, I mean, just like picking the way. I mean, Buster now not feeling as confident to peek any of these angles. Utility, it's going to be hurting yet again for Virtus.pro, as you can see. Just the one smoke and, sorry, the 2 smokes and the 2 flashbangs. To get on towards any of these sites and then looking to hold after plant, like I find that so difficult to do, especially towards the A side, but Stewie gets the first on the key curt. Twist will fall though, as Buster's been able to make his way in towards the B side. The problem is the bomb's not really in the vicinity to back this one up, so Nap can just stall for a little bit of time as the smokes go down, hoping for the rotations to come through.
Jame actually going to find another pick as well onto Stewie, who was looking for a flank down through towards spawn, and this has given an opportunity to Virtus.pro. They've managed to rotate the bomb in. Nitro at least going to pick up one, and this boost from Naf up on top of the wood could be huge. He's going to get the timing for the first and the second on the spray down. Jame needing a 1 versus 3 with the AWP in hand, and he's just got to try and find any kind of a peak time, at least on his side for now. The bomb dropped in the middle of the site, and he knows Naf is towards those second generators. He knows he has to clear him out initially, so the AWP going to be trying to sneak his way in, but Nap on the shoulder peak will be taken out to start things off. Trade immediate from Nitro, and that's going to be an AWP picked up. And honestly, I would have liked to see Virtus.pro just looping back towards A there, right? You catch Stewie going for that fast flank. There's no presence on that A bomb site. Just take the bomb back. It's on James' back. Go fast, get the plant, and play for the after plant situation.
Yeah, it's obviously it's kind of hindsight 2020 for them, and we have the luxury of seeing the entire mini-map, but yeah, I definitely agree, and it's kind of unfortunate for Virtus.pro because without the bomb being planted, without them getting, I guess, a couple more kills, they can't really have the money to invest into this round. I mean, they're luckily able to get quite a few in that last round alone onto Liquid, but because Liquid barely invested any money into the round prior, like you pointed out, Nitro only spending $200, they're able to fully reforce back into this one. And now happens Stewie getting some early kills as well, leaves Virtus.pro with 2 men down.
Now finding the tag onto Sanji on the collateral as well. It's just putting more and more pressure on this T side. And when you've only got these half buys and you've only got pistols, you really want to be barreling into a site as a unit, not going for these isolated 1v1s, as Twist finds his 3rd frag, and that is a beautiful flash from Nitro to get it to him as well. Sanji and Jame, I mean, if they find even a frag or 2 at this point, it's going to be a success, right? If they can save a rifle, if they can just take something away from Liquid. But as Twist finds another onto Sanji, it's Jame with just a P250 to his name to try and find something. He spotted out the head of Twist, but not quite connecting with the headshots. And again, Liquid, they come out of these near enough flawless across the board, and they're saving tons of utility. So their buy is going to be really, really strong, and they're just going to be able to keep building that CT economy.
And Twist is doing, honestly, like so much damage at the B side. Even if he does fall, like the nades have been coming through, just a kill or 2 every single time. He's really punishing Virtus.pro every time they head towards this B side, and he's not allowing them to get in cleanly. So then you look at Virtus.pro, like what can they potentially do here to change things up, to maybe execute into a side or maybe rush into a side, and I'm not necessarily 100% sure. The A side's gonna be difficult to do with Jame with the op unless he supports, or if you get the after plant situation. But you can just see how invested Liquid are putting early smokes down to stop any sort of rush or any sort of aggression to come out of Virtus.pro right off the bat.
Yeah, if they want to get anywhere near that bomb site, they're going to need to find some more utility to work with. As Kicker this time is going to be able to find the early pick onto Nitro. That's going to put some pressure back on Liquid. A lead caught as Sanji goes straight through the smoke, and he wasn't expecting that. So 5 on 3 now, and this is where Virtus.pro need to make sure they convert. Buster looking for the aggression, but not quite able to spot out Twist. And for VP, this round now becomes crucial. They have to find the conversion here with Stewie and Naf alone towards this A bomb site. A 2-man hold going to be near enough impossible, but the bomb actually going to make the long rotation around and try and put that pressure back onto Twist, who has completely abandoned the B bomb site at this point, looking like it could be a near enough free take for Virtus.pro and a near enough free 4th round.
I think with the position Stewie's in, he's going to know they're not coming towards the safe site, so the rotate either going to come in or the safe potentially going to come in for Liquid, though I would imagine they're going to look to make this expensive for Virtus.pro. Bomb going to go down now. Feels like it's been a long time since we've seen actually the bomb planted. What was it, the pistol round, if I'm not mistaken?
I think
and
so.
And the 2nd round as well, but that was it. And it looks like, yeah, I'm just going to be looking to save. So they have the 1 Krieg, the AWP, and the M4. and have a lot of money behind this as well, but there's no need to like throw anything away. There's no need to give Virtus Pro a little bit of extra money anyways, and then just go for the economy break yet again in the round coming up.
Yeah, I would have liked to see maybe one player getting aggressive, maybe Twist, because that economy is so fragile for Virtus Pro, but I can understand the save as well. Taking that B-bomb site with a 3-man hold isn't going to be easy at all, so rather just keep the Krieg, the AWP, keep that firepower heading into the next round, because it's Vertigo, right? Anything can happen in any given round, so VP going to be able to keep 5 players alive, and that's important for them as well, start to build up that T-sided economy. They're only going to have to reinvest into the utility, and as they finally get around from the bomb going off, and Buster, that's a performance and a half, but look at Twist and Nitro.
Yeah, amazing. Like 242 ADR between the two. I mean, Buster, he has been able to open up a couple of entry frags for his team so far. So has Keekert and even Sanji a couple of times here or there. But they need to do it again, right? They need to be able to win this round again, do it relatively cleanly. Then they can start to really build some momentum, try to break the economy out of Liquid. They're picking up the pace, catching out Twist right off the bat. Adren setting up Buster, and he knocks him down. Virtus Pro with the man advantage now, but can they maintain this? Can they make this the clean round they need?
That's exactly what they needed to start things off. Buster with excellent utility usage to put out Twist's early Molotov. The flash comes over the top from Adren, and Twist completely out in no man's land, no support at all, and it's going to split the CT defense as well. It's going to cause some early rotations, and currently Nitro is actually completely alone on this A-bomb site as Stewie looks to rotate in towards mid. And this is your problem for the CT side. On a map like Vertigo, you can't re-aggress, you can't take map control back. You're basically just hemmed further and further back into the site until an execute comes through. And as Virtus Pro start to make their way in, Kicker and Sanji actually going to take a lot of nade damage to open things up, and that's going to allow a rotation to start to come through from Stewie, but completely smoked out of the bomb site. And the bomb, is it going to commit? It's starting to make its way up the ramp. Yeah, there we go.
One thing I'm concerned with is that Virtus Pro only have 1 smoke now. They have a hell of a lot of flashbangs, don't get me wrong, but there's still 3 Molotovs left for Liquid. And playing the afterplant with 1 smoke is going to be a little bit difficult. You can see now Adren trying to be spammed out. He's tied down to 52 HP, and again, some decent damage. No kill! Well, I thought that was going to actually connect onto Jane because he was just slightly off the angle. But Virtus Pro have taken a lot of chip damage before we've seen any kills come through.
How do you get back into this bomb site on a 5v4 retake? That bomb ticking down as well. Liquid looking to up the pace, but it's Sanji who finds first blood. Nitro at least able to trade onto Jane, but there's so many more frags to be found, and as time starts to run out, Sanji on the off angle going to find more and more. Naf finally comes in with a frag, but this round is all but done. The AWPer desperately trying to escape all the way back into spawn. As Virtus Pro, they'll have their lead again, and the problem for Liquid, they're just losing too many players in the early picks, right? They lose Twist early, and then that causes this massive rotation. 2 players have to make their way towards the B bomb site, and then you just haven't got the presence on A to hold off when it's a 5-man hit from VP.
I would imagine Twist isn't going to fall that early anytime soon again. I mean, not expecting the smoke with the flashbang to follow up with. I mean, would you really expect it in that kind of position for them to counter you so perfectly? But now he's got the op in hand, so we're seeing the double op setup come in for Team Liquid. Him and Stewie together. Twist, I mean, I wonder if they're just going to kind of leave him to himself over at the B site once they get him set up and tucked away nice and neat. Jame going to be on the op still. He's able to maintain it from the round prior. And we're seeing the 2 Creeks come in with the 2 AKs as well. And one thing Virtus Pro have been able to do, I think, relatively well in the rounds they've won is something I was talking about with Cloud9 yesterday, is that they're setting each other up really well with flashbangs, as you saw in that last round alone. Adren setting up Buster perfectly for that first kill.
Yeah, and it goes back to what they said. They tried to mess with their setups when they went past that major and, of course, had that massive run, but it's going to be straight out in no man's land again with that AWP taken out immediately by Sanji, and that's just putting the pressure straight back onto Liquid, losing the early pick yet again. Nitro completely isolated on this bomb site, smokes and flashes all around, can't look the right way, still manages to pivot for the first before the trade comes through from Kicker, but again, the bomb site is given up. The smokes and the utility for Virtus Pro make it so difficult for Liquid to even think about a retake. They get a little bit of chip damage through that smoke, but 4 on 3, more Molotovs coming through from VP, and that's just buying more time for the T side.
This looks like it almost has to be a save. You really have the money to buy up in the round. Maybe look for a kill or 2. They're actually going to push straight through this here. Now tries to get around the smoke, trying to push out Jane, which they do force him out of the position. The problem is there's still so many other players left alive here on the side of Virtus Pro. Now going to charge potentially straight into Keekert, looking for the bomb, trying to pull off a defuse here as he's by himself now. But immediately going to look to run away, and Keekert's going to close him out. And Virtus Pro going to be up 2 rounds now at 6-4.
Definitely looks like they boot camped Vertigo, to say the least. They are looking very, very proficient on it. The utility's good across the board. They got that really nice read onto Twist's aggression, so that's not working out anymore. And that's where most of Liquid's rounds have stemmed from so far, right? They've got Twist aggressive. He's found an opening pick. Then when they've got the man advantage, they just need to trade and convert. When they're going into the 5-on-4 with a man down, Liquid are not finding consistency, and it's going to put them back onto the eco now. Just picking up some upgraded pistols. The Deagles, of course, never write Liquid off, but James going to help himself to a freebie as Elite looks to get aggressive into mid.
Yeah, and credit to Virtus Pro here. Like, they've been able to consistently do damage against Liquid, obviously winning the last couple of rounds. They've been able to punish them. I don't know. I don't know if it's Virtus Pro punishing them or Liquid making some like slight errors or slight overconfidence as they were getting aggressive when maybe their money wasn't in the good position for it. Like in the last round alone, they had 3 players left alive. They didn't have the money. They could have potentially have saved those. They decided to go in for it and get aggressive. I'm not sure exactly why.
Almost feels like it's the frustration coming out from Liquid, right? They're constantly getting locked out of that A-bomb site by the smokes, the mollies, the flashes. They want to be able to pull off the retake, so they give it a crack all the same, and then it goes so badly wrong. They barely find a frag, and it's just so nicely cleaned up by VP that it puts them in a really awkward situation coming into this one. And with the money as it is now for Virtus Pro, they are really starting to build up a head of steam. The plow has been engaged, and Stewie with a huge job to do here down towards the A ramp. Pop Flash going to force him off his early angle, but he can't find the shot. Kicker able to take him out, and again the pistol's just being thinned down by Virtus Pro. 3 players remaining for Liquid, and the push again is going to come relatively freely into this A-bomb site. Naf looking for a cheeky angle, but it's not going to happen. And Nitro and Twist, they've got a Deagle and a P250. This retake is not happening.
Not at all. I mean, maybe get a kill, maybe save a weapon, but look at Virtus Pro's economy. I mean, you got 6K on Kicker, 8K on Buster. Be nice to recover like a Krieg or something like that, but you have to hit some crazy shots, and Sanj is already able to take down Nitro. So Twist by himself. Virtus Pro going to go up to 7 now on the T side of Vertigo. And then there's a lot of questions surrounding like what kind of Virtus Pro would show. I mean, to be fair, there's questions about Fnatic as well, considering they haven't really played in a long time. Team Liquid, you mentioned before, the previous performance at Blast. It seems like Virtus Pro have been kind of able to show us now what performance they're bringing to Katowice.
And show us why they picked Vertigo as well. I was perplexed by that pick, but they are looking very, very good on it indeed. And Liquid going to be using their first time out here to try and work out what they want to do. The economy not in the greatest of positions for them, so they're going to be able to buy into this one, but it really is starting to feel like do or die time in this first half for Liquid. Their CT side starting to stumble after a 4-round string, but after that they've just found absolutely nothing. Nitro and Twist still over 100 ADR, just propping up the stats for Liquid, but I mean, you look at Elite, Stewie and Nafra, they're players you don't expect to be performing that badly. Stewie 3 and 8, Elite 2 and 7. Those aren't numbers you expect to be associated with these players.
And if we look at like the change up in strategy for Virtus Pro, it seems to be, all right, let's stop going B and just go A. like to be honest, like Twist, he was like 10 and 2, he was like 131 ADR, and now he's been kind of controlled a little bit because they're just not engaging him. They're not actually going towards his direction. They were obviously able to punish him in a round prior with the smoke and the flashbang combo through his Molotov, but it's just go A, punish Stewie, punish anyone that's there, maybe look for an early kill, and then just work off of that.
It's the Zywoo solution, right? Just don't go where he is,
Yeah,
and then you might win the round. Exactly. So Liquid again going to go for the double AWP setup. Makes the retakes very difficult, but they're going to be looking for the opening pick. Stewie on a slightly off angle. Naf on towards the B-bomb site, but Twist going to get punished again, trying to get aggressive down those stairwell, but Buster just reading him like a book to find the opening pick. And again, Liquid put in a very awkward situation. Naf alone on this B-bomb site, aware that mid is completely open for the CT side. He's going to have to bail out, and Virtus Pro have got every angle they could ever wish for at this point, right? They've got mid control, they've got players heading up the staircase towards B, and Naf has got a huge job to do here on the AWP towards the generators, trying to get aggressive, will be able to pick up the first pick, but he needs to stay alive. He's allowing the rotations to come in as you see a lead starting to join him, and perhaps Liquid can finally get back on the board. Naf catches Sanji in mid-air. Buster only able to trade for 1 before he's taken out, and with the bomb dropped on generators in a 3v2, Liquid finally looking like they might find their 5th.
There was no smoke to block him off. There was nothing to actually like take away these sightlines they can use with this AWP. They had one flashbang which they threw in, and that didn't work out for them. And now Virtus Pro are just running into a brick wall of Liquid, which I guess technically is like a body of water. Which is, I mean, it's painful at high velocities, all right? And Ali's able to take down Keeker. Now James alone against 3, and he's going to fall as well. And even with the early kill on a twist, like that set them up perfectly to get into the site, but with Naf just holding on with the op, hitting those shots, delaying them, and with no smoke to actually like cross into sight, Virtus.pro just fell apart.
Yeah, and we saw exactly why Liquid are opting to go for this double AWP setup in that round. Naf is just able to find frag after frag. There's no utility usage coming out from Virtus.pro to stop him looking at that angle and stop him just peeking into them. But they're going to go for a fully scoped buy here. 4 Kriegs and the AWP out onto James, so perhaps looking to play Liquid at their own game and go for some early picks here and just try and play the passive angles as Stewie. He's going to opt to go aggressive again. Naf gets one, but it's an immediate trade by Adren, so one of those AWPs lost in the opening engagement, and the pressure's going to be back onto Twist.
I thought we were playing Counter-Strike, not Call of Duty, with everyone ADSing here. With the 1-for-1 trades you mentioned before, they at least take down Naf, which was such a key component to that last round for Liquid to win. But still, Twist is alive, and if Twist can kind of find his former form within the series, it's still going to be a very difficult site to penetrate. And Dren goes in. He gets the kill as well. He's starting to build in some confidence here. Only 4 kills, but still, that was a massive one to get, leaving the B side open, forcing the rotations to come through. And the rest of Virtus.pro looking to push into Stewie, and Stewie gets the first, backs away as well. Someone's going to need to take this man down and have a chance to get in towards the safe site, and they're just not going to have it. Jay now trying to jump up over the sandbags, looking for his own shot, and now he's alone against 3, and Liquid again have held strong.
Stewie's pick was crucial there as Elise just finishes things off because the rotations were starting to come through towards B. Stewie gets that pick. That's bomb down on the A ramp. You can see Liquid just panic mode engages right there, all rotating around towards A. The support is there for the AWP. If Stewie doesn't find that pick, that round is all but done. Liquid able to get their 6th on the board, keep that double AWP setup going as well, which has been working out well for them now as they're starting to reel Virtus.pro in.
Well, we're seeing almost the full scope buy for Virtus.pro this time, just the AK for Buster. And you're 100% right, Stewie really becoming the king there in that round to keep it alive for them after Twist falling. So he's going to continue to get aggressive, and the aggression hasn't really worked out for him if we think back to prior rounds, right? He's fallen a couple of times to people pushing up close against him when he wasn't expecting it, but now it seems to have found his footing as he takes down Keeker, backs away, and it's an early 2-man advantage for Liquid.
Nitro's second pick there, just making life a little bit easier, and it's actually allowing a Liege to get super aggressive down the ramp, putting the pressure back onto Virtus.pro, and seems like giving Stewie free reign with that AWP is really starting to work out. He's just roaming the map at the moment as a Liege grabs another, and Buster and Adren, with the economy as it is for Virtus.pro, could be forgiven for going for the save with 1 minute and 5 left on the clock, but really seeing some of the advantages of Liquid's, I don't like the phrase, but role-less play. They allow anybody to pick up anything and sort of play how the map dictates. And Stewie, he's picked up the AWP and he's coming off huge. Naf, of course, a consistent AWPer, and he's got the angle on lock as Buster looks to make his way in. So the AWP's really doing all the work. Stewie grabs himself another. Naf finds the tag and looks to finish things off onto Buster, and Liquid looking to go absolutely flawless in round number 14, getting the 7th on the board, and the pressure is really starting to mount on Virtus.pro.
Well, now they go into the last round of the half with about 2K apiece across the board for them. So not the best of buys for them. Not a bad start considering the Virtus.pro we've seen as of recent times. Definitely not the start you want to see coming into Katowice. You're 2 best of 3s away from being knocked out. You're also, I think, 2 best of 3s away from being put straight into the semifinals. So a lot on the line here for these teams. This is their first match of the tournament. We'll be getting into some winners and some loser matches later on today. Or I guess I should say elimination matches. There you go, Virtus.pro picking up the pace. Adren getting full control of middle right off the bat. I actually kind of like this because they haven't really gone mid too much as Liquid is able to put the foot down. Not they're going to get overrun here, looking to back away with a nice use of the incendiary to hold them off.
He's bought his teammates some time as well. The rotation's coming in for Liege, and Nitro into CT. Traded 1-for-1 by Jane, but Nitro going to be able to come in with that recovered Krieg. A quick double kill, bomb all the way down in CT spawn. And Kicker and Buster, the plan looked good. They were going to try and go quickly, overwhelm the AWPs, and they so nearly did. Naf just with the utility usage to get away from that early situation. And then Liquid stabilized really nicely. A couple of quick frags come through. Nitro with a really well-controlled spray down on the Krieg. Leaves Kicker and Buster just trying to recover. I mean, they've got to go for it because it's a 4-on-2 in the last round of the first half, but they've only got a CZ and a Deagle, right? Naf is absolutely locking that B-bomb site down. The bomb is all the way down in spawn. It's certainly looking like Liquid will get the lead as they go into the end of this first half.
Well, one glimpse of hope for Virtus.pro is the fact that Nitro and Naf are both really low on HP, so it could quickly turn into a 2-on-2 if they can just hit their shots, but Speaking of hitting shots, Naf's going to do just that. Keekert now alone against 4. And it looks like this will be Team Liquid taking the first half victory going into the T side with an 8-7. 25 seconds left for Keekert. Hoping someone's going to push him, hoping Liquid are going to give him an advantage somehow. And unfortunately, not able to connect the shot. So there we go. Liquid end the half at 8-7 after a rocky start for Virtus.pro. Let's see how the second half breaks down after this short break.
When you're chasing greatness, just remember, it's not about what you say, it's about what you do.
This sport is a real thing.
What is all of this?
We're being hunted. They're not human beings.
Everybody get down! Jesus!
This country belongs to us.
I'm in.
In.
What is happening?
It hasn't even started yet.
What's the plan?
You better start running.
Hurry up!
You're not getting away with this.
Rated R.
No, I saw you move in and I wanted to welcome you to the neighborhood with some homemade biscuits.
Oh, that's so nice.
And a little tip, Geico could help you save on homeowners insurance.
Cookies.
Biscuits.
Is there a little nutmeg in there?
Oh, it's my mum's secret recipe.
You can tell me.
It's a secret.
Is it cinnamon?
It's my mum's secret recipe.
Call Geico and see how easy saving on homeowners and condo insurance can be.
I'll come back for the plate.
I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted to. I want to conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots and the man with the plot, and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stopped till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I'm savage, you've been distracted, your best, my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stopped till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots on the man with the plot, and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting the blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stopped till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
I fell apart.
saw you look at me that way, it broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. Look at me that way, it broke my heart to see.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020 Master Championship. It's day 2 here of the event, and this is the B stream, or I like to call it the side stream. I don't think there's anything B about us. We're just as important as everyone else out there, despite what some people might say on Reddit. But anyways, we're into our Team Liquid versus Virtus Pro match. I don't know where I was going with that one. Currently, Team Liquid do have the lead at 8-7. Not the lead I was necessarily expecting, though Virtus Pro did show some good signs of life. But again, some individual plays out of Team Liquid, thinking of Naf in particular, Stewie as well, hitting some really good op shots on the CT side, did net them that first half victory.
Yeah, it looked like Liquid was slow to start again, right? They have been at these events. They've said that when they come into their first match of every event, they tend to be a little bit slow to kick off, and they were. But then as soon as it felt like the ball started to roll, things just went right. Stewie was hitting shots, Naf was hitting shots, Elige was there, and the rotations felt really good as well from Liquid. Vertigo's one of those maps where it can be so difficult to get that working, and once they did, it just looked so smooth.
Yep. And of course, we do have Mirage to come up as our second map when we get to it, and potentially Dust 2 if we need that third and final map for the series. We're actually about to hop right back into the game. We had some technical issues, I think one of the players' PCs, but we are back into it with Team Liquid now on the T side and Virtus Pro on the CT.
And Liquid, I mean, they've got to get off to a good start again. That first pistol round, just not quite good enough for my liking from Liquid, so I want to see them going early on, breaking the skylights to fake that there's going to be some utility coming through them, but instead going to be going straight up towards that A ramp, no messing about from this T side whatsoever, and a Vanguard, Virtus Pro, I'm going to get that right once on this broadcast. Virtus Pro actually going really aggressive towards that B bomb site, already thinking about the flanks, and a really passive play coming in towards A, so a little bit of a mix-up here on the CT side, trying to something a little bit innovative, as it's going to be Saji first through, but look at Naf. He is absolutely trained on this, and this is going to be all about the timing. Naf actually just starting to back off, and the ranged engagement coming through. Saji not quite able to connect as the early dinks go the way of Liquid, and Naf on the hold, on the corner. It's going to be a free bomb plant as he's traded 1-for-1 by James, so bomb at least able to go down, and it's going to be a 4-on-4 hold for Liquid as the fast push still trying to come in, and Jane gets another. He's been huge on these pistol rounds. Elige spotted as he rounds the corner, but does he know there's someone behind him as Stewie finds another, and finally Liquid start to stabilize.
That looked a little bit awkward. I was surprised to see Liquid not watch their flanks a little bit more once Naf did fall, considering he spotted out 3-4 players. Hickert, though, able to chime back in. He's alone against 2. No kit in hand at the moment. And, well, no HP left either, as Liquid do take the pistol round in a very risky affair, surviving with 2 players.
That's an innovative way to play a pistol on the CT side. One man towards the A bomb side.
We don't want to play retake. We want to play the T side of it. We're just pushing from ramp.
We'll just push them as they're pushing us. And honestly, if they'd been able to buy like a couple more seconds from that passive A-hold, that round could have gone completely differently. They just needed to hold on for a little bit longer, but unfortunately not quite able to do so. And with the CT economy as it is in the current meta, going to be looking at a very slim buy. 0 investment, default pistols across the board, and I'm sure Naf and Twist are going to be happy to try and farm some economy here.
They got to be able to find it first, though. Virtus Pro, I think they're taking some time to talk things over, going for a big save. And I kind of like this. I like, you know, I like how teams like use this like second round where they don't buy up, just to use as like a temporary pause, talk some things over, feel some things out. Really trying to understand the way Liquid want to play this T side. And again, I mean, thinking back to the way Virtus Pro are playing T side themselves, like once they I guess they realized what the real threat was, which was Twist at the moment, over towards the B side, they just started avoiding him, and it started to work out for them time and time again. It took some individual play out of Stewie to really halt them at the A site. And now Liquid need to kind of find the same route here. Once Liquid are able to buy up, where do they want to avoid? or do they want to hit? But again, if you guys are just joining us, this is the B stream. We still have the main stream as well, where Mad Lions are up against Evil Geniuses. They are playing on Vertigo as well, with Dust2 to follow up with. And the last time I checked, it was 11-4 in favor of Evil Geniuses. So not necessarily the scoreline I expected, to be fair, considering the recent rise of Mad Lions.
I can see it though, especially with Hunden's playstyle on a map like Vertigo. I can see it going very wrong.
You mean
very quickly.
God Hunden?
God Hunden, yeah, Hunden. I can see it going wrong very quickly as Liquid. They're just going to clean things up here, make sure they farm that economy. Naf's going to be first one through on the Mac 10, finding a few frags before Nitro finishes things off. And interesting thing there was when Elige was facing off against the USPS, he looked like he had no idea that angle even existed. He was just getting dinked and nothing was coming through in response. Like, not quite sure what happened, but Liquid, they get their double digits on the board nonetheless, and Jame immediately going to be going onto that AWP to try and form some kind of a resistance for Virtus.pro.
Going for the glass cannon for him. He's going to need to hit some shots. He's going to have an impact here, I think, for the round, because the utility is massively lacking for Virtus.pro to delay any sort of push to come in out of Liquid. You have a hell of a lot of smokes, but again, time is going to play such a key factor here. Jame not able to quite hit that first shot, though, unfortunately. Connects onto Elige, I believe that was as well, though, through the wall. Some damage done, though. He's a little bit of an upside for him. So far, Virtus.pro have been able to maintain all 5 of these smokes, so they're able to drag them later into the round to potentially hold off or potentially play for a retake towards the safe side if that's the route they decide to play.
Yeah, that little jump from Jame really put him off, I think, and the scroll wheel jump bind coming out to haunt him as Liquid, they get that ramp control. All 5 players still alive, although Leech has taken a chunk of damage as well on that Galil, and this is looking alright for a Virtus.pro so far. They've got the map control to work with. The utility really hasn't been a problem so far. They've still got 3 smokes if they need to plan a retake onto one of these bomb sites, and Liquid happy just to sit back and wait at the moment, and really lacking in the information as now the execute starts to come through, but it's Kicker to draw first blood onto Stewie, and he's still alive in towards short. Finding another dink onto Nitro before he's taken down is going to make it so much easier for his teammates as Adren capitalizes. And 4-on-3, make that 3-on-3. The Liquid, the trades are just too good for Virtus.pro. And Naf, he's got the Krieg, but he's going to need a 1v3 here as he's slowly sneaking his way towards this bomb site.
Looks like he's just going to chill in the smoke for now. Sanji actually repositioning, backing in towards CT spawn a little bit more. Trying to hold some angles. We expect Naf to be that close, and well, it doesn't seem to matter as he gets the kill nonetheless. 3 kills for him in the round, and Virtus.pro will take their first gun round here on the CT side. I was a little bit worried though for Virtus.pro because utility was a little bit lacking, but they had no kit. So if they were going to play retake, they had to do it fast, but they didn't have any flashbangs left to like actually force the issue, to force out a fight. So I guess if they were going to hold on to that site, they had to defend it and not actually let the bomb go down and play for the after plan. But it works out for them. Jame also keeps us up into the next round more importantly. And Liquid, well, they're going to be on the save.
Starts to put a little bit of pressure back on Liquid on the T side of things. They're going to go for a few upgraded pistols, but again, nothing significant. P250 for Elige, couple of Deagles for Stewie and Twist, and to be fair, you wouldn't want them in the hands of anybody else, would you? As they start to take that same ramp control. Again, a 5-man commit, and that's Virtus.pro getting aggressive over towards the B bomb site. You can see it on the minimap. Jame and Kicker, they're just completely clearing their way down there, so they know this is an A hit at this point. They know that there's no presence towards the B bomb site, so Adren going to swing and grab a bit more information. Lovely nade comes in over the top as he finds the opening pick, and the spray down is going to be good. Finds himself a quick triple. Twist at least able to get 1 back, but the trades are just too good for Virtus.pro at this point, and they are just cleaning up house. Sanji not even bothering to scope in on the Krieg as he finds 1 more and leaves a Leech on this ramp with a P250, spotting out the flank from behind at the very least, but time is running out for him. He's being pincered from absolutely everywhere. Buster not even going to go blind as he finds the frag, and it's a nice cleanup again, just the 1-man loss for Virtus.pro, and that's going to be important as these rounds pan out.
Yeah, very important indeed. Like, they need to make sure to have this op for Jame. We saw how important it was to have an op on the CT side for Liquid before. I wonder if they're actually going to go for a double op setup potentially down the line if they do stabilize their economy a little bit more. But now we're seeing Liquid buy up yet again. Naf going to be relegated to the Mac 10. Nitro on the Galil. 2 Kriegs. I'm happy you say Krieg, by the way. Because that means you're a 1.6 player in my eyes.
Never played it.
What? Okay, well now I'm disappointed.
I'm too young for 1.6, man.
How old are you?
21.
10 years older than you. Ugh. Anyways. But did you play Source at least?
A little.
Okay, a little bit of respect back. I played Source too. Well, Jame gonna be forced out of middle with the Molotov. Looking to potentially pull off like a close proximity fight if he can against Jame if he misses the shot, though Jame doesn't miss too often, to be fair. It seems like most of the movement out of Liquid are going to be over towards the safe site yet again. They've really not gone towards B, to be fair, like pretty much at all, I feel like.
They really haven't put any pressure there either. There's been no presence. There's been nobody there to even sell the fake. It's just been, we are going to keep going up this A ramp until it works. And thus far, they've been having a lot of trouble. The Virtus Pro holds have been good so far, and the nades have been good as well, as Elise just takes a little bit of chip damage, makes him a little more vulnerable to those M4s. And Virtus Pro, they look like they've got this absolutely set. 3 players in towards this A bomb site as the push starts to come in from Liquid, and with no picks at all to work with, they know they have to find something soon if they want to get into this bomb site.
I think they know Keekert's here as well as he ran by. The smoke actually not covering off. Gets a nice little angle to use from this one, and he escapes as well with 81 HP left. The problem is they've lost a player in sight, but he's able to get around the corner and stop the bomb from being planted. Sanji, I don't think he's going to go over the top to stop this one. They're going to play for the after plant. They're all coming from the same angle here. Two smokes to use for them. Not to mention a man advantage, a 2-man advantage. As Buster just pretty much comes in and swings away with his gun. And Jame closes it out to tie things up now at 10 apiece.
That's such a nice retake again from VP. 3 quick frags just taking players down on the site as Liquid honestly looked a little bit confused about what the plan was there, peeking out of angles, giving their lives up a little bit too easily. That A-bomb site is traditionally very hard to retake for the CT side, but Virtus Pro making it look incredibly simple, keeping themselves a couple of Kriegs for good measure as well, as Liquid again down on that half by 3 smokes, 2 flashes, and finally is it time for them to pressure the B-bomb site.
I do want to say though, at least in that last round, like Virtus Pro didn't have to work for that retake.
Yeah.
Like they just got angles and shot. They didn't have to smoke flash for each other. They didn't have to push in. It was just Liquid just facing them in a lot of aspects. But yeah, the B site, maybe that's a possibility for Liquid to penetrate and potentially get a bomb down, but James already able to shut things down onto Naf. Again, it's just pistols. Still some confidence built up for him is definitely going to make the Virtus Plow come back.
It's looking real. I'm getting flashbacks to 2014 as Stewie pushed down the A ramp, trying to get something with that Deagle, but Virtus Pro are giving him absolutely nothing. Jame finally going to wander into the peak, but the crossfires are so well established for VP. The utility comes through, and Sanji should just have a field day at this point. Stewie at least going to be able to find one onto a Dren, but Buster looking to correct the situation. Jame even picking up a P250 frag, and it's really nicely cleaned up again by Virtus Pro. They find themselves round number 11. They keep those 2 Kriegs up. This is all looking good for the CT side, and Liquid again going to have to be calling that tactical timeout, looking their economy and trying to work out how do we buy into this round and how do we disassemble what is looking like an incredible CT side for Virtus Pro.
I mean, I think it's reasonable for them to take the time out to think some things over. It's not like anyone's not really pulling their weight within Liquid's side. It's just they're not really able to make the plays happen. Like, yeah, they've been able to get the bomb down. They haven't been able to defend after plant, but I think sometimes it's like random aggressions catching them off. Like Jane going for a peek somewhere. You saw Keekert push up before, using the smoke to his advantage to just peek around the side. But Virtus Pro have been so good, I feel like, at getting a kill and then like backing away, like not losing a player in return. Team Liquid have been able to refrag too well, I'd say, on the T side. So Virtus Pro has been able to get these man advantages and use them to their advantage.
Yeah, and on a map like Vertigo, those trade frags are so important because it doesn't play like a normal CS map. You're not going to see that back and forth of map control. It's just who frags better, who finds the shots. And at the moment, it's Virtus Pro, quite frankly, as again, Adren aggressive and finding a ton of damage onto Stewie, down to 12 HP. Kicker out in no man's land, still manages to find the frag before he's traded, and with a Liege brought down low in the process, Sanji's going to find Virtus Pro another man advantage early on. 4 on 3, no pressure towards that B-bomb site once again for Liquid, and they're trying to head up short, but Sanji has got it on lock.
That's just what I was saying, right? They get a man advantage. I mean, I did back away Keekert, unfortunately. I don't actually know what was going on within his play there because it seemed a little bit awkward, like he had vision, but he didn't actually go for the shot. Maybe hoping they wouldn't check him out. And here we go. Smoke's coming down for Liquid. Should be able to get the bomb up towards the site now. But can they defend it? Nice nade comes through. Actually takes Jame down to 50 HP. And Twist is looking for an angle. You can see how cautious they are to go for the plant. They do have 2 Molotovs on the side of Virtus Pro. First one goes down. Nitro's able to get away from it, however.
Let's see if Liquid can hold this one down. They've got Twist making his way down towards short. Naf covering the flank, and they've got one player on the site in the form of Nitro. Buster spotted out, but Jame able to find the opening pick in response as he takes down Nitro. 2-on-2 now. Make that 2-on-1 as Twist with the spray down finds a Dren, and it is all onto Jame. The AWPer taps the bomb once. He's trying to bait a peek out from somewhere, but at the moment looking completely the wrong way as he is going to be cleaned up, and Liquid will finally get something going on their T side. But again, not without problems, not without trouble. They are really struggling to get any kind of consistency on the T side since winning that pistol.
I mean, to be fair, it also, I don't think they should have been able to really have a decent chance if like a Dren got the initial kill finally. That he was, I mean, pushed up ramp, right? He got the spray down. I think it was onto a Liege, got him very low, and then Keykurt was kind of in an odd angle and could have went for the first shot and then backed off and then have the man advantage. Can't knock it too much though, because they still had a man advantage either way when it came to time for Liquid to actually push in through to the site. But again, A site seems to be exactly where Liquid want to go. They've gone for, well, B pretty much every time except I think once. And why not when it's working?
Yeah, it's a little awkward to watch, isn't it? No presence towards the B bombs. Like, again, Buster aggressive. They've got one.
You have to ask, like, when does Virtus Pro just say, okay, we're just going to push B?
Yeah. And I mean, they are starting to do it. Like, Buster, here you go, all the way down the stairs. He's got that map control there. Jame aggressive in mid, holding the angle. So that's allowing 3 players to play however they want in A. They know this is an A hit at this point. So Elige's going to take a ton of nade damage on the ramp. Nitro takes a couple of tags as well. And Liquid, they're absolutely stuck in this A ramp at the moment. There is nowhere they can go. They're starting to think about a loop back around at this point as Elige makes more and more noise towards the ramp, and they might actually get the timing here. Buster still aggressive on the ramp, but he spots out the gun of Twist, and now he's got to win the opening duel. Not able to do it as Liquid finally asserts some pressure down towards this B bomb site, and is actually going to catch Virtus Pro off guard. Adren able to take down the flank in the form of Elige, but the B bomb site has been given up in the meanwhile, and Bomb set to go down. It's going to have to be a 4-on-4 for Virtus Pro, but they've got presence here early on.
They're definitely going to need an early frag here. Stewie's low at HP, so's Nitro, and James going to get the first shot onto Nas. So man advantage back to Virtus Pro. They have the health advantage as well. The utility, it's going to be enough to help push back in, but can they hit the shots when they need? It's going to be the question. Like a Keykurt, he's ready to come in towards stairs as well, directly behind them when the push comes in from the upper. They smoke it off as well. Nitro gets dropped by Adren as he pushes in towards the site. Twist is trying to spray through the smoke. When are they actually going to have the push coming from behind? Keykurt, he's there. He has opportunity to pick up some kills. He spots it the first, takes down Stewie, but there's going to be a second man there. It's Twist, and he'll eventually fall to Sanji, and Virtus Pro will pull off the defuse. They'll pull off the retake. But that was still a little bit too close for comfort.
A little bit too close for comfort, but again, Virtus Pro just unlocking Liquid one piece at a time, right? If that flank comes in a second earlier, the round is over, it's done. He was a little bit slow with it, perhaps some little nerves coming in as he goes for the backstab, but it still works out perfectly. They still keep 3 players alive, and they still keep that pressure on Liquid, right? Their economy not looking good at all as Elige looks to buy. Stewie going to pick himself up an AK as well. But it's going to be pistols around those 2 Deagles and a P250 as Virtus Pro. I mean, this is a performance and a half on Vertigo.
I actually really like the smoke, by the way, they used to cut off like the entrance to B, because you would think on the T side, all right, well, there's no one behind us, then why else would they smoke that? Unfortunately, Keykurt was only able to get 1, and they did trade in the end. But it doesn't matter. Virtus Pro take the round, and a performance and a half so far out of them on Vertigo. Still have Mirage to come up second, but they haven't closed out this map just yet. And they're going to do a little bit of damage onto Na from Sanji. Double AKs and the pistols out of Liquid, they're really looking to break the bank out of Virtus Pro, which they definitely have the opportunity to do so here if they can just close out this round. And we're seeing some presence out of middle, like Liquid are starting to lean towards the B site, and maybe they realize after getting the bomb down that that's something they can do. Twist gets a kill on a Buster, and that's going to be potentially a gun picked up for them unless it fell off the map.
Have they finally worked out that there's 2 bomb sites on Vertigo? Kickert and Sanji out towards B, looking to hold it down, but the pressure is going to come on. Smokes, nades, everything Liquid have got is flowing in towards this B bomb site. Twist out in no man's land, and it's a quick double for Kickert, finally taken out by Elige, but the trades are still there. And it's still a 2-on-3 with Nitro and Nav taking so much damage. Make that a 1v3 for Nitro. And he's got a recovered M4, but nothing else. 35 seconds left on the clock, and he's taking more and more damage. The nade through mid brings him down to 7 HP. And it would be a miracle at this point if he can find the 1 versus 3 onto the B-bomb site. Virtus Pro still dumping utility into B to make absolutely sure nothing can go wrong. They're thinking about the flank at this point, so Nitro is going to be able to pick up a first onto Sanji. The stationary turret of his M4 able to find at least 1, but That allows the push to start to come back in with 10 seconds left on the clock. Nitro somehow makes his way onto the bomb site. The plant has been heard. He switches out to the Deagle, looking for the 1-Deags, but the pressure's coming on. Can't quite land the first shot, and Jame will clean things up. Again, messy for Virtus.pro, but they get their 13th. They're 3 rounds away from stealing map 1 from Liquid and really justifying their map pick in my eyes.
That was still way too close for comfort for me. Like, being able to see Nitro just push in, gets the first kill on Sanji, well, he didn't push for that one, and get the bomb down, and then have that potential to pull off those Deagles for the kill in the round. Virtus.pro's economy would have been bust after that too, and that could have been Liquid on 13 just as quick as Virtus.pro did get it. But luckily, Adren and James survived. They had a lot of money across the two, able to drop down for the other teammates, but still, Liquid easily have a chance to get back into this. They just need that one crucial round to break the bank out of Virtus.pro, and then to start to climb through further and further into this map. But yeah, honestly, going into today, I didn't expect map 1. I didn't expect the series to be as close as it is so far, but I think that's a true testament to what Virtus.pro has been able to do in their downtime and really able to put on a performance and really prepare for this event.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the boot camp working out, can't you? Everybody's clicking really nicely. The utility usage is good from Virtus.pro, and the individuals just seem to be trusting themselves as well, and that was something they spoke about a lot. It's just having belief in the system, and it really looks like Virtus.pro have that now. As Liquid, again, they've got to try and find a way to break this defense, which has been resolute so far. They're going to get some early damage onto Buster in the initial trades down towards that B bomb site, as again, B looking perhaps like it's a slight weakness for Virtus.pro. Liquid have had more success towards there than they have the A bomb site, to say the least, but not putting too much pressure. Again, sitting back relatively passively and instead looking like they want to try and form some kind of a mid-A split.
I think they've almost unlocked the lock that's been able to maintain these rounds for Virtus.pro. They've definitely changed things up considering they were hitting A almost every single round. How do they dislodge Jame? Sitting here ready with AWP. They do have some presence over towards A, though. They've gone towards, like, it looks like almost a default, you know, a little bit of presence towards mid, a little bit towards A. Can easily transition in towards B if they need to, but we can see how far back Virtus.pro are actually playing at the A site. Considering we saw a Dren before get really aggressive with Keykert to look for picks down towards the bottom of the ramp, they've actually given up a lot of ground to Liquid this time.
Keykert looking to correct that as he's getting aggressive behind that smoke on short, and Nitro is aware, of course, that that smoke gives him the opportunity to do so. So going to be watching the angle. Second CT smoke comes in, and Keykert going to aggress even more, just posting up behind this smoke, and he's hoping for a timing. Two players staring at each other through the smoke, but it will be Nitro to come off better as the aggression comes through. Do they expect the second man? Nitro, no idea at all. Almost catches the spin, but not quite able to do so, and the frags start to come through. 2 on 2 again. Somehow Virtus.pro are finding this consistency. Buster with another, and it's on to Twist. He's only got 16 HP to work with as he looks to get this bomb down. Time means he has to, and he's at least going to be able to get the plant, needing an absolutely vintage 1v2 from him as he starts to push up, and he's got to find an early headshot. He's got to correct this into a 1v1 if he's going to have any chance at all.
Look how far away Buster is. If he can pull off this 1v1 against Sanji, there's a good chance for it, but Sanji gets the kill, and Virtus.pro going to go up to 14 now, getting so close to pulling off this first map victory and going on to Mirage up 1-0. But Liquid, they get the bomb down. They've got the loss bonus. They're still going to have the money to buy up into the next round. Some decent damage done to the side of Virtus.pro, but I think they can feel it. You can see they still have a decent amount of money left to buy up. The aggression finally came through. I was getting really scared for Adren there, though, when he got pushed to the smoke and he didn't take that first shot. If he got turned on and killed, that would have been so unfortunate, and that could have been Liquid taking the round themselves. But either way, Virtus.pro get it. They get themselves to 14. Get themselves one step closer to that coveted 16 here at map 1.
And they get themselves a little bit of bonus cash as well, just something built up in that bank, so they're not constantly at breaking point anymore. They've got a slight bit of room to breathe as Jame looks to get aggressive towards the scaffolding initially. Pot flash to allow him to peek down on that AWP to try and find the early opening for his team. And Stewie thinking about the peek straight in. You cannot peek an AWP like that, no utility. And it's just all too easy for Jame to open things up and find Virtus.pro yet again that early man advantage. And they just look to play off it. And every time they find these initial picks, they seem to be able to convert the rounds no matter what. The trades have been good. And with a 3-man A hold, and again, Liquid just putting the pressure onto the A bomb site early on, all 4 players over towards A. This is looking like another excellent read from Virtus.pro.
Okay. There's a wall there. You did see Shane, by the way, after the first shot hit onto Stewie. You saw him almost want to go back for like the second peek. Want to go for another shot, but he kept his composure. Oh, man. Twist has potential to do so much damage through there. and Buster. We talked about when we see some aggression towards B, considering they haven't really gone towards the B site too often, and he's going to be doing just that. He's on stairs a couple of rounds before. Now he's actually pushing down that one. A Trend being dropped down to 30 health as well. Virtus.pro, even though they have the man advantage, it's not looking like they had it at all in this round, as they're the ones actually worse for wear.
Starting to struggle a little bit. Jame on a really aggressive angle with this AWP, looking to get his team back into it as Naf finally finds Liquid the advantage, and finally Buster strikes on the flank. Jame gets another, and the trades start to come through. 2-on-1 now for Jame on the AWP. He's got the first as he heads towards short, and Elige trying to make his way onto the bomb site will be able to recover the bomb, and it's all on the timing. Up on top of the boxes, over the top of his own smoke. It will be Elige to find round number 12, and this is where that extra little bit of economy becomes crucial for Virtus.pro. They are not in a great position, but at least they can buy something coming into this round.
My question is, will they buy something? Maybe just some pistols? We got 3 players on around 2K. It's going to be a risky buy-up, I'd say, if they went for it. But I mean, they have that possibility. They still have rounds to play with. It looks like they're actually just going to go play it safe. So just like a Deagle or 2 bought up in there. But Liquid, I mean, we've been talking about this for the last like 3-4 rounds, right? Like, even though they're losing rounds, they're still doing a lot of damage to Virtus.pro and not allowing these rounds to be too clean. And then when they finally win that one round, that's when they can start to snowball this game against Virtus.pro. And you can see how aggressive VP are getting here, looking for an early shot with the Deagle.
Love the stack. Triple stack to try and get the peek onto Kicker, and he's got control of the scaffolding. Unfortunately, not going to be any early pressure coming through from Liquid just yet, as Stewie does manage to clean up Sanji. And will they expect this Liquid? They're looking the wrong way at the moment, but they haven't exposed their heads yet, being very cautious, making their way up this A ramp. And Kicker, every second he's here is another second where they can't be finding frags from Adren, who is currently underneath him. So it's just a question of timing. Elige's head spotted out, and he will come through with the double dink. Kicker able to get one off of that boost, but now the pressure starts to pile on towards this A bomb site. And Liquid, they're in a great position to clean this one up. 4-on-4, just got to be consistent, hit your shots, and make your way in. Twist going to find the first headshot to take down Buster. Stewie with a quick second, and this is more like it from Liquid. Twist cleaning up house as Adren with a 1v4, just the default pistol to work with. It's going to make his way straight through the smoke, but can't quite find the headshot he was looking for. So Liquid, they'll have 13, but the buy should be able to come in from Virtus.pro now.
Yeah, definitely. And James going to go for the op yet again, just with the Kevlar to back it up with. I almost want to imagine he's going to go for an aggressive peek yet again towards ramp, because it worked out so well for them last time. I mean, the round didn't work out for them, but the kills did. But we've even seen him on the B site in this just round prior, so they were looking to get aggressive towards B and actually look to push up. Maybe they're going to continue to do so with Buster, but with the 3 FAMASs, I don't know what you want to call it. Tom and I had this discussion yesterday. We hadn't decided. James actually go for a mid peek and not able to quite connect, but you can see Naf was just ready for it.
Yeah, he just wanted to go for the pre-fire, aware, of course, that there was probably some presence there from Liquid as well, so didn't want to give his life up too early on, and actually is going to fast rotate that AWP in towards the A bomb site, throw a little bit of utility, and look to set himself up aggressively, as again, Liquid putting that early pressure on, trying to get some presence, but nothing coming early in the early engagements. Virtus.pro happy to sit back on the bomb site this time, not sending the aggression, as Adren with a straight wallbang takes down Stewie 2K, and that is the perfect start for VP. Again, it's a man advantage out of absolutely nothing. They've not taken any contact, and as Kicker gets the second from short, it is looking like it is Virtus.pro's day. 5-on-3 now, and who's going to show up for Liquid? That's the question. Naf, Nitro, and Twist remaining on the server, and it's going to need something huge from one of them if they want any chance in this round.
And we had Twist waiting for a push towards B for the majority of this round, actually the entire round, expecting Virtus.pro to get aggressive in some direction, but VP don't actually go for that route. They don't go for that play. They leave Buster there just with the smoke to delay them, which he's going to need to throw down once he spots a pixel or two of Liquid, as they're going to be barreling into the site. And the rotation is just going to be Sanji there, so it's going to be a little bit rough. We do see Jame actually trying to come and help out in towards middle. Virtus.pro will have a defense on towards the B side, but Nitro's actually been able to sneak through. If he can hit this first shot, it could be good. Jame just missing the pixel of the shoulder of Nitro. And now the bomb's going to be planted.
Nice nade damage as well onto Nitro, down to 49 HP, and there's so many angles for Liquid to try and hold here. 5-on-3, Nitro manages to set himself up on the first generators, trying to be aggressive, as Sanji rips his head off and finds the second as well onto Naf. It's just Twist remaining. With only the Galil, he'll only find the first headshot. Virtus.pro get themselves map point on their pick. Oh man, this is a series and a half from them.
I'm just thinking ahead to the future right now. I always seem to do that after, well, towards the later ends of the first map. So just imagine a world where Virtus.pro beat Liquid 2-0, or just beat Liquid, period. Evil Genius has already won on Vertigo very heavily up against Mad Lions. It was, I don't want to ruin the score. I had 16-7, I already ruined the score. And they're going to Dust 2. So we could see Mad Lions up against Liquid in the lower side of the Group B bracket. That would be ridiculous, and that could potentially be a short end for Mad Lions if they can't match up to the level of Liquid.
I think
or vice versa. It could be Liquid getting knocked out early again.
I think you've got a very vivid imagination is what I'm going to say.
I just like to think of the possibilities.
13-15. Liquid take the timeout, and the Virtus Plow, it really is being dusted off here. This is an incredible performance from so many players, and you can really see them starting to just believe in their own capabilities, which is something they spoke about a lot coming out of sort of that drop-off in performance, was just resetting, going back to what worked, and it's working perfectly at the moment. They're on match point. They've got 2 opportunities to shut it down, although Stewie will, for the first time, I believe, pick up a T-sided AWP.
He's looking to match up against James, or just maybe to prevent them from losing the players so early on, where Virtus Pro have been so successful in getting these initial entry frags, or these entry duels. Looks like he will go over towards ramp. Some early flashes coming in as well, trying to force Buster back. I think James in that direction as well. So still, he won't have the matchup maybe he's looking for. It's still going to be taking their time. They've gone, you know, semi-default too. Look how passive they're playing towards B, even towards A. They're not taking ramp control off the bat anymore. Just really looking for that early man advantage for themselves, or maybe more importantly, prevent Virtus Pro from getting that early man advantage.
Yeah, arguably that's the more important thing at this point. Just don't lose a man early if you're Liquid. Just stacking up towards the B bomb site, Twist hoping that somebody gets aggressive over on the catwalk, but not going to happen. And now they're starting to group up, starting to think about where they want to play this push. And Liquid, they're already very low on utility. 3 flashbangs, a Molotov, and a smoke, all that remain for them to get into this bomb site. So it is just going to have to be fragging potential, and it's going to be up to James and Buster to hold this one down as the push starts to come in. Nitro aggressive on the angle, just making sure he doesn't give the information up, but that Molotov is so well timed as the smoke goes over the top, and Liquid, they haven't got a smoke to put the molly out. They're running out of utility. They've got to go for this surely. Smoke straight off the map from James, but we'll ignore that one for a split second as he looks to set himself up, gets the first on the AWP, but the trade immediately there from Nitro, and Buster just stuck behind second generators as Sanji actually joins him and finds another pick. That's bombed down. Stewie at least able to refrag, but there's so much aggressive presence here. Stewie with another onto a Dren, and Buster and Kicker with the 3-on-2. They've got tags onto several players, and they catch Stewie in the transfer, but Naft's read it perfectly, and Liquid will have 14. We are not done with map number 1 just yet as Virtus Pro. Oh, look at that economy. Surely this is going to be OT.
It has to be at this trade, unless somehow Virtus Pro hits some ridiculous shots with these Deagles, or maybe the FAMAStas that they're picking up. But you have to wonder, like, with the utility Virtus Pro had, that should have been theirs to defend. The smoke that did go off the building, we ignored it then, but it would have taken away an angle that Stewie was using with the AWP, would have prevented at least 1 kill potentially from coming through. Obviously, it's really hard to figure out how it would have worked if things played out a little bit differently, but either way, Liquid do take the round in crunch time and put themselves on 14 and 1 away from that overtime. See Jane with the Mag 7.
Not his weapon of choice, is it?
Yeah, it's gonna be. Well, at least he's got the best shotgun in the game, despite what Tom says.
Oh, I might be with Tom on this one.
Of course, you Brits stick together. Where's my American casters over here? Though I'm practically German now since I've been living here 7 years.
I was about to say you're pushing it a little bit with American there, aren't you? But Virtus Pro, they finally take themselves a timeout to try and work out how they finish the job now, and they are really going to start to feel that pressure ramp up as well, because it feels like Liquid have made as many mistakes as they are going to on a map like Vertigo. This is their time to finish this one, Virtus Pro, to put the scalp of Liquid on their mantelpiece and give themselves something to shout about coming into map number 2. Deagles, 2 FAMASes, and a Mag 7 coming out for James. It's not the buy Virtus Pro would have been hoping for, but perhaps they can make something of it. Again, actually fully scoped loadout coming out from Liquid this time. 4 Kriegs, 1 AK-47, 1 AK, 1 AWP, there we go. As they are looking to make no mistake, a Legion Nitro crouch walking up the A ramp. They do not want to give anything away to Virtus Pro here.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, Buster, he really wants this first kill. He really wants to open things up, maybe get a gun for them as well that they're desperately going to need coming into this final round of regulation time. No kit to be seen either for Virtus Pro, so if they're going to hold on to this, retakes have to be extremely quick or to prevent the bomb from going down altogether. I will say that Liquid have done, I think, a fairly good job of like preventing Kika from getting too many early kills in the later rounds that they've been winning. Buster, that's the shot they needed. Needs it onto Twist as well, but at least a 1-for-1 trade nonetheless.
It's a nice shot with the Deagle to find something, but unfortunately that gun going to be behind the smoke for the time being, and Virtus.pro know they can't get too aggressive on it. If they lose an extra man here, they're going to be in a lot of trouble as Liquid start to group up, start to plan their execute. Kicker, again, aggressive towards short, hoping for the timing here. And with so many players with nades out, there's potential here. Naf going to be looking at every angle at once and just about manages to clear it. Takes the dink for his trouble, but that won't be of concern for Liquid as the push starts to come in. Smokes all over the place, just completely locking out this bomb site with 15 seconds left. And Sanji was looking for the denial, but the Molotov's going to force him back. It's going to have to be the 4-on-2 retake as James, desperate to get something perhaps, goes through the smoke to his demise, and Alij starts to clean things up. Adren needing a 1v4 with the FAMAS at this point, trying to get any information he can. Spots out Alij, but nothing doing, and we will need overtime to separate these two teams on map 1.
Well, Liquid able to pull it back on the brink of going down the first map in the series. Well done to them. Also, to be fair, well done to Virtus.pro considering recent form to be able to take a team like Liquid this far in. Just a shame they weren't able to cross that final step into the finish line to bring on map 2 with their own advantage. But we're going into the overtime, as you mentioned. 16K, first to 19. Nice. I like how we have that updated on the UI because it sometimes gets really confusing when you get into those double and triple overtimes. So let's see. Now, every weapon bought here for both sides. Everything they could possibly want. Utility as well. And will we see Virtus.pro go back to this aggressive play in the beginning to look for the early man advantage?
Setting Kicker up on the scaffolding again, but he is just starting to back off of it as Liquid back on Route 1, Twist being left alone towards that B-bomb site to find what he can. Buster trying to counter it with some aggression of his own. And again, you wonder, Liquid, do they just put a little more presence towards the B-bomb site? Twist is completely alone out here. He's not going to find any early information. Buster isn't stupid enough to wander through into his awaiting crosshair, so he's just going to sit back and wait. And Liquid are burning a lot of utility in these early rounds, getting that map control, starting to make their way up the A ramp now, finally with Stewie, but can they make their way in? It's, again, a heavy hold towards that A-bomb site from the CT side. 3 players here because they know Liquid are heading here so consistently that they can do it. Twist finally gets the opening pick onto Buster, and that's going to force some aggression out. Kicker with the jump has given his position away, but not quite punished. Alij was looking for the wall bang, but it's not going to come through. 5-on-4. Can Liquid find the conversion?
They got 45 seconds left to play with here. Looks like they actually might back off in towards this B site. Would actually be perfect for them considering there's only Jane there in middle to actually help defend it. The other 3 players going to be stacked up on the A site. Stewie trying to go for the little bit of a fake. Trying to keep these players here as he now backs off, and this is perfect. This is Liquid playing so smart here too, considering they got the kill on the Buster before. As long as they can deal with James. I think Naf gets a little bit cut off by the dead body there, but it doesn't seem to matter. James gets baited in, Nitro takes his head off, and Liquid should have this B site. Oh,
that could have gone so much worse. He starts shooting the dead body, he gives the information away, he gives the play away, but they managed to recover it well, taking out the Orpa and James and getting that B bomb site for free. And Virtus.pro, they are not interested whatsoever. 3 players happy to sit back towards that A-bomb site, happy to keep those rifles up. And, I mean, on 16K OT, there's no harm in going for it at times, but if you want to be bringing out those double AWP setups later on, if you want to be investing into that, you need to make sure your cash is solid, and I think that's the call from VP at this point, right? James down, he's going to need to buy an AWP. Perhaps you pick up the secondary, now you've lost a second man, and just look to mix the play up a little bit on the CT side coming into the next round, because Liquid, they're going to have the lead at 16-15, needing 3 more rounds to finish it on map 1.
I think Virtus.pro as well are going to really need these CT rounds. I mean, it was 8-7 in favor of Liquid at the end of the first half, when Virtus.pro were playing out their T side. And they really struggle with Twist on the B side. If we think back to the first half, Virtus.pro liked to go towards the A side quite consistently once they realized Twist was playing towards B and was hitting the shots that he was hitting. But maybe, both teams have been able to warm up. Maybe Virtus.pro are feeling a little bit more confident. Maybe that's the direction they do want to go when they head over towards that side. But they really need to start picking up some rounds here. Don't let Liquid take 3 straight in their first half of overtime.
Whatever you do, don't let Liquid go flawless on the T side. They've had their troubles, but they've dragged themselves back into their first map of IEM Katowice. Kicker again, and this time it's a lot more aggressive. Adren going to swing around the angle with the smokes to back him up. Kicker going down into the scaffolding as well, not bothering to keep his angle up towards short, and he's going to go straight through. Kicker knows they need to get aggressive here, and he's going to just look to post himself up on this A ramp and hold it for as long as possible. Molotov gives away his position though, still able to win the opening fight, and on 13 HP, Kicker able to back off. The Molotov not going to trap him in, but Stewie will find first blood for Liquid, manages to eventually scramble that trade together. Buster. And where do Liquid look to go from here? They're sending Twist up to get the information. He spots the head of Buster, but James going to swing the corner, and that's a beautiful crossfire setup from Virtus.pro to once again find themselves the man advantage. 4 on 3. And Liquid, they've got no map control. They're all passive deep in towards the lower level of this map, and they really look a little bit confused about where they want to go, finally putting some presence towards B.
Thing is, I can understand the passive play out of them because Virtus.pro, most of their success comes from getting aggressive and getting an early kill, which they tried yet again. You saw, I think Liquid counter this for the most part of the second half by playing extra passive, but now the problem is they're down an extra player. It's currently 3 on 4. They're going to have to regroup to head in towards one of these sites. Sanji even looking for potential flank here to get the information. He's now going to know they're not heading towards the A site, can quickly rotate back towards B, and I don't see a world where Liquid can win this round. I know they can, but with Sanji on the quick flank, if he goes for it, if James can just continue to hit these shots, if, I guess more importantly, if Stewie can't connect, which he's not going to have an opportunity anymore with the nade coming through, then it looks like Virtus.pro will be able to take their first round in overtime.
Nitro got to get the bomb down in a 1v4, nothing doing at all. Virtus.pro hold firm on the CT side to find their first, and it was a really nice hold as well. They managed to scramble together a couple of Kriegs at the end of things, Buster and Sanji combining well, and it all stems from that early engagement where Kicker managed to win. With 13 HP, Elige knows exactly where he is, and Liquid still can't clear him out. He gets that opening pick, and you could see the disarray from Liquid then. 2 players try and swing to find that refrag. That doesn't come through immediately, and it just sort of all snowballed from there. So Liquid, they've got to start hitting those shots. They've got to start clearing things out early on if they want to be successful in OT.
Also, maybe expect the unexpected a little bit. As you do see Buster push up, he's just going to trade 1 for 1, however. Not sure with the great refrag coming through, but Elige gets tagged down, about 60 HP. I mean, thinking back to the wide swing that Jane went with here in this position before, able to kill off, I think that was Twist in a round prior. So he was trying to get aggressive towards the B site. But I do like this. We've seen Jane play in middle quite a bit. He's actually rotated towards the B site in the last few rounds. And now Liquid can use that. Elige, almost gets caught and actually punishes Keekert from that one too. Gets the headshot, gives them the man advantage in the last round of the first half of overtime.
And that's so much more like it from Liquid as well, punishing the mistakes that are made by Virtus.pro. Elige finds his team the man advantage, and now it's just about this execution. Where do they look to go? Nitro not quite going to catch the timing as James thought about going for the aggressive peek down in towards the ramp, but now happy just to fall back. The footsteps will give the information away, but again, with 45 seconds left, Liquid, their map control somewhat limited. They have got middle, but that's about all they got at the moment. And Sanji actually going to be able to pick off Naf as Stewie not there to cover his teammate. 3 on 3. And Nitro wandering straight into the crosshair. Jane, though, not quite able to hit the shot, and that's going to start to open up some avenues for Liquid. The Molotov comes through to force him back into the second generators, but he won't miss twice in a row. 3v2 now for Liquid, as again, they've got to get this bomb down, and the nades are doing so much damage. Elige and Stewie just desperate to hold on to this B bomb site. Stewie pre-firing every angle he can think of as Elige comes in with 1. There's a team kill as well to bring it into the 1-on-1, and it's Elige versus Adren trying to find this round. Elige gets the timing, and he'll have the headshot. 17-16 as we head into the halftime break. Liquid bailing themselves out of that round, and it could not have been closer.
I'm not going to say Liquid bailing themselves out. I think that was a Dren bailing Liquid out right there. The TK coming through. They had the 2-on-1. Turns into a 1v1 situation. Liquid able to take that round. We're obviously not going to know how that's really going to impact the grand scheme of things until we do finish off this second half of overtime, but that's got to hurt, knowing that you could have had the 17-16 lead at the end of the first half. Unfortunate times here for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, we said you can't give Liquid anything, right? And they've just given them the ultimate let-off. That should have been a 2 versus 1. It should have been an easy conversion. Instead, Elige able to just tap away at the head of Adren and finish the job. So Liquid going to be heading onto the CT side, knowing they only need 2 rounds. And VP, they have to be flawless if they want to win at this point. At least 2 required to take us to double overtime. So pressure really starting to mount on them. And we'll see if they can really make it work. They spoke a lot about the pressures of getting that magical run, so that pressure's back on now. Can you handle it?
It looks like they're going to be heading back towards this B site with 2 players to feel things out. Again, Twist can be left to himself to defend. Keekert, he actually punishes Elige the exact same way it happened to him in the round prior. And Virtus.pro get the early advantage. Stewie, though, he was a saving grace before in some rounds on the CT side with Zeta. He's got Nitro to back him up, and Nitro gets himself quick too, as Stewie does escape to the sandbag. So at least putting things a little bit closer together, as Virtus.pro do have the 1-man advantage. But Liquid, what do they do here? They're so spread from each other as well.
Problem is they've only got the double AWPs remaining as well, so it's really up to these AWPers just to hit their shots. Naf trying to play around the first generators, but Buster has managed to sneak up on his angle. Naf at least able to get one, swings the angle, can't find the second, but Stewie's there to bail him out, and Kicker needing the 1v2, nothing doing. Liquid have 18, and they are 1 round away. And I'm going to say it, from stealing Vertigo from VP, because they have looked so good, and you do worry for them. If this one goes wrong, you don't see them taking Mirage.
Yeah, not really. Then again, I didn't expect Vertigo to get so close, so Virtus Pro did prove me wrong there. But again, just a couple of mistakes, a couple of things happening. I guess technically you can say for both teams, but it's more apparent for Virtus Pro with the Adren, TK. There's some other rounds that were a little bit interesting in terms of the pushing they've been doing. I don't want to call any players in particular, but anyways, it's just rough times. Like one little mistake, one little misstep, one little misfire can cost you a map like this, and Buster's going to get caught by a Liege who pushes super aggressive towards B. Stewie's looking for a shot to maybe equalize things. He's not been able to be gifted the angle just yet.
And Buster has to be winning that as well. He was holding the smoke. He was waiting for the aggression, but Elise just straight up wins the duel and finds his team the man advantage. Liquid looking to finish the job on map 1 here and now, needing just one more round to find their victory. Happy to get aggressive. Naf actually going to be rotating his AWP around towards the B bomb site, and James jumping straight into the crosshair. That's a gift of a frag. Now a Liege looking for the backstab, playing the trigger discipline, at least able to get one. Sanji spins and trades it, but it's a 4 versus 2 for Sanji and Adren to try and recover. And look at this twist, aggressive, doesn't quite have the angle, so at least going to be a B bomb site that might be given up. Adren not quite caught as he went through the boost, and it should be a B bomb site plant for VP if they can get away with it.
And there's a chance here if Adren can stay alive, if Naf can hit the shot. It's 3-on-2, but the bomb should be planted momentarily. And there we go, Sanji's able to get a big kill that they needed for this one. Stewie's gonna push through the fire and the flames, and he takes down Adren as well. Sanji now alone against 2 to keep Virtus Pro's hopes alive in map 1, but it's not gonna matter. Liquid will finally close it out at 19 rounds to 16 and go into Mirage up 1-0.
What a game to start day 2. Overtime on Vertigo needed to separate these two teams, and a monumental performance from so many players on the server. James, 27 frags. It's just so many players stepped up. Nitro, the only player to match him, but VP not quite able to get over the line and not quite able to finish this one.
Not quite indeed, and that means we'll be heading to a short break. And when we come back, it's going to be Team Liquid up 1-0 and heading over to Mirage.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best, my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that
On Intel Extreme Master Certified PCs, you'll find a gold badge. It means you'll find brilliance inside, that you'll get high-grade components like Intel Core i7 and i9 processors that'll deliver the uncompromised performance you need to game like a pro. Not to mention, every purchase supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
For them, to simply exist is not enough. They must strive for more. They risk everything to build a legacy, just to have it torn down. Many have tried to reach the unobtainable, but only a few achieve greatness. They have many names. We call them stars. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
I know that your grandma was killed. I also know you went looking for the person who killed your grandma. And I think you didn't do it alone. There is a right way.
How to not to get into the States.
I'm gonna find out. And a wrong way.
We get back to work.
To get justice. You can still choose to do the right thing.
Hey there, I'm Lonnie from Lonnie's Lumber. If you need lumber wood, Lonnie's is better than good. We got oak, cherry, walnut, and more. And we also have the best selection of plywood in the state. Hey! Dang woodchucks, stop chucking that wood!
With Geico, the savings keep on going. Just like this sequel. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020 Masters Championship. This is the B stream live from Cologne, Germany. We have the main stream over in Katowice, Poland. If you're interested in checking out the match going on over there, I believe it's still Mad Lions versus Evil Geniuses. But for me, the real match I want to see is map 2 with Liquid up against Virtus Pro. Liquid, I almost want to say, just stealing away Vertigo with considering how Virtus Pro was playing out that first and second half. But they come out with the lead and they go on to Mirage.
That was a completely different Virtus Pro to anything we've seen since their major run. That was major run level Virtus Pro, and I was incredibly impressed. Like, everybody showed up. The stats were so close. You look at their top 2 players, Jame and Sanji, had exactly the same rating. Both dropped 27 frags and were just popping off. And it felt like if 1 or 2 things goes differently there, Virtus Pro take the map.
Now, I want to ask you, this is like a really hard-hitting question. And I feel like if you're a big fan of Virtus Pro, I might get some hate from this. But do you feel like maybe their CT side was a little bit one-dimensional? I look at it as if they pushed and got aggressive and got a kill, they were good. But like that seems to be their go-to plan, at least on Vertigo, I will say that. At least on Vertigo, that was their plan, it seemed to me. And I'm not sure how I feel about that. Maybe they have a little bit of a different thing planned in store coming into Mirage, but do you have any thoughts on that?
No, yeah, I completely agree. It felt like that was exactly the plan, right? Somebody needs to get an opening pick somewhere, whether it be Jane with the AWP towards A or Buster getting aggressive down the staircase on B. Somebody had to be that player for them, and otherwise it just didn't work. And honestly, that's a thing you sometimes get with teams when they're readjusting, when they're changing things. You just end up with not so much depth in their strategy. And they did say that they're going back to their old CT plans rather than the ones they were trying to work on when everything was going wrong. So maybe that is just a case of they haven't had as much time to prac Vertigo because it's not a map which, let's face it, everybody's going to be picking all the time.
Yeah.
And therefore, they've only really got that one CT idea there because it's not too difficult to add another CT play to your arsenal on Vertigo.
I will say this though, even with just like them doing this almost time and time again, they almost won the map against Liquid. Yeah. So I can't knock them too hard, to be honest. But now going on to Mirage. This is the second map. We saw Liquid start to wake up as the series did progress on as well throughout map number 1. Give me your blunt, honest opinion of how you think Mirage is going to go here for these two teams.
Blunt, honest, Liquid and VP are only going to get single digits. It's Liquid's map. It just is their map. And Vertigo, sure, it's a little bit different. VP had only played it like once in official, so there's not any VODs there for them to work on. There's nothing they can really look at to practice. Mirage, it's a map everybody knows. It's a map Liquid love to be pushed onto. And I think with the confidence coming out of that victory, right, they scrambled, they fought, and they just messed about until they found that victory. Now they're going into a map they're comfortable in, a map they know themselves in. And I think it's just going to go, Liquid are just going to go like that, and VP are just going to go like that.
That's some great graphs right there and analysis. We're talking about Liquid. Let's actually hear from them and what they thought about coming into this tournament today.
The year started off super well with us with the win at iBuyPower Masters. Beating Astralis in the finals there was like, hey, like this roster is going to be insane. Last year at Katowice, we didn't get as deep as we wanted to, but after that, we really ramped up and just started taking everything by storm. I think it's harder to stay number 1 than it is to just get it for a little bit, just because everyone's gunning for you, everyone's watching you, and just to keep that high level of CS for so long is really hard. Once you lose one event, you might start like thinking about your strategies differently and not have that confidence that you previously had when you were winning. It's definitely super hard. I don't think the team ever lost confidence in the team's ability to win events. I mean, yeah, we weren't winning every single event back to back, but you really can't expect that. I think it comes down to the team's expectations and like, hey guys, we're still playing really great. We have the 5 that was previously winning the rest of the year, so like we have the formula, we know what we need to do. We just need to play some good CS. Just the level of competition in CS right now is so high that like any given Sunday, like a team can beat us. So I think it came down to just other teams playing good CS and us just not playing like incredibly well. Astralis definitely had our number in the second half of the year. They planned very well versus us. You know, they don't have respect for you in the server. They're gonna do whatever they need to win, and they're not scared to do it. They're pretty good at reading us, but next time, here.
just needing to play some good CS, as you heard there from Adren. But hey, I mean, they played some damn good CS on Vertigo there. Going to Mirage, I would expect something similar as well. And they already have their eyes set forward. I mean, you heard there by Adren, like Astralis, like, yeah, we want to meet you and we're going to beat you this time. Like, they have their eyes set so far forward within the tournament, but there's still so many humps they have to get through to even get to that point. I mean, you have Evil Genius's Mad Lions. Who else we got on their side of the bracket? Let me just flip my magic notebook back. You got G2, who's looking on point. You got Mouse Sports as well. Like, there's a lot of teams, a lot of good teams you're going to have to get through that are on form right now before you can even get to the semifinals or the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think that map is going to be a shock to them. You said they're looking so far forward, and then in the first map of Katowice, they're nearly taken down by a team that everybody had written off, right? So hopefully that's a nice jarring experience for them. They go, okay, we can't look that far ahead. We can't be looking at Astralis in the quarterfinals or the semifinals. We need to be looking at VP map 2 today.
Well, they did warm up into that series at least. They put on a pretty good performance. Stewie as well had some really good individual performances. We can think back to a couple of like A-ramp holds he was able to do on the CT side with the AWP. Naf was looking good as well. Twist was a formidable force on the CT side where, to the point, Virtus.pro stopped pretty much going towards B because of it. But on Mirage, I mean, you've already said it before, like we find it hard to find a route that Virtus.pro can take here that will lead them to a victory. I don't want to count them out just yet because they, like we said before, they looked so much better in that first map alone than they've looked for quite a long time, but they need a little bit more. They need a little bit more oomph. And I wonder if they did take Vertigo going on to the third map of Dust 2, if that would have been like the oomph they needed, that safety net they needed to take them to a third map.
Yeah, you feel like that would have given them some momentum as well, right? And now they've got to look at bouncing back. They've just got all that disappointment of managing to have those opportunities to finish the game and those little mistakes creeping in, which is a sign that a team isn't necessarily so comfortable in themselves and so comfortable in their play. And now they've got to go onto Liquid's home turf and find a victory there. So it's going to be difficult. It's going to be incredibly complicated if they want to try and make it happen. But there's a world where VP win this, right? There's a world where we see the Liquid who came out in those first 5 or 6 rounds, who were making mistakes, who were giving up free frags. And if you do that, VP are comfortably going to take them, and they are going to punish you for it. It's not like they're going to let you off.
I want to see Jame, come back into play as well. I mean, we saw Kicker hitting some great shots, Buster as well, when he was like getting aggressive towards B or aggressive from B, if you want to look at it that way. Sanj as well, like if we think back to like how their round started, like he was able to really punish Liquid quite a few times and pushing up towards that A ramp. Like they are hitting their shots, they are landing what they need to, and they're kind of generally playing the strategies correctly. It's just like a couple of slight mistakes here or there. Again, not to call them out, but thinking back to the Adren TK in the 2v1 situation, that would have been enough, potentially to put them through. I like how people tried to like walk by and they realize they're on camera and they immediately stop. Because we're here actually in the ESL offices, if you haven't noticed, hence the ESL logo right there. But yeah, like there's these small little things that could have changed up. Maybe if they didn't get so aggressive here, maybe if they didn't go for a repeat there, they potentially were able to secure it. Timing as well, thinking about Keykurt in that little side alley, turning around from a Molotov and running away, and then I think it was like Nitro just pops up. He's like, hey, what's up? Quick kill, and then he backs off and they get the man advantage. But time will tell. We're about to head into Mirage, and I want to see Virtus.pro do well here. I want to see them take Liquid to a third map as well, because it's already been a crazy series from both these two teams. But let's see how things break down.
Straight into the action with the pistol round, and Nitro and Twist picking up plenty of utility. Again, Liquid going very one-minded. All 5 players setting up for the A-site take, and VP looking to play the immediate A-site retake. No control there whatsoever. Just Jame in towards the mid window on a fast rotation into the jungle to try and catch somebody off guard. Can't quite find the initial shot though. And it's going to be a free A-bomb site. It's going to be a free bomb plant for Liquid as well. The 5-on-5 retake required as the pop flashes start to come in and the pressure is applied.
No kit in the hands of Virtus.pro, too, so they have to be very careful about how they go for this retake. They have to be very, very fast, and Stewie's in a good position to potentially flank around, but look at this, the big push in from CT spawn. They do have a Dren pushing from short to help up with a little bit of a crossfire, but Nitro's able to get the first already. And they're trying to come out through apartments, or trying to come back in towards the site. Sanji gets a quick little nice double. The thing is, Liquid are still fighting back. It's still equal footing, 2-on-2. Adren, he's actually just touching noses with Stewie here. He's not able to get the kill, but eventually through the smoke, he gets it, but it doesn't matter. Twist is there. Twist gets a triple. And Liquid do take the round.
Again, it's so close though for Liquid though. This isn't how they're going to be envisioning these rounds going in their mind. They're making the small mistakes, giving Sanji that quick double kill. No trade there for him immediately. And VP, they're going to take some confidence from that. They found themselves 4 frags and now picking up 4 Deagles. Jame on the scout. and it's about how much damage you can get. There's going to be 3 rifles bought up by Liquid, so pretty heavy economic investment as Stewie really looks to farm himself some cash on that MAC-10.
And get that stable economy built up off the bat. They can really prevent, like you said before, James from getting much damage done with the Scout. Will be a very strong start for Liquid indeed. That was still a very close round considering how easy Liquid was able to get in towards the site, but the moments of brilliance out of Sanji get the double. Give him that solid chance, and here we go. A little bit of a push coming in towards B. Buster, though, gets the first kill. Twist knows Sanji's going to be here. Gets him a nice little frag as well, and Buster actually repositions, looking for a follow-up shot. But Twist now, that's 5 kills for him in a round and a half so far.
That was so close. The headshot nearly landed by Buster, but he can't quite find it. Jame going to make up for lost time, finding it onto Twist, and 3-on-2 again. Make that 3-on-1. Jame, a one-man army with that Scout, leaving Naf all alone. He's going to find the tag as well. Kickup will be able to capitalize, and VP, they managed to get into that B-bomb site completely freely. Liquid just not able to hold on whatsoever. A couple of quick frags from Jame, and it's all over. The rifle's going to be scavenged by Virtus Pro, and I mean, that's exactly what you want, right? You lose the pistol round, immediate response, just put that economic pressure back on Liquid.
Well, you did say Jade needs to get some damage done with the Scout, and I think we can both agree he did. The double headshots coming through, able to really give him that chance. Now he upgrades straight to the AWP here. Wait for him to buy armor. Come on, man. Help me out here. Okay, there we go. I was actually a little bit worried if he didn't do that. We're going to see Liquid go on the full save, though, with just the Glocks. We're going to have actually 1 Deagle picked up for Twist. But that's got to hurt. That's going to be a real, like, punch in the gut here for Liquid to have such an easy entry in towards the B site, albeit Buster did get 1 kill. But then just to have those Scout shots come through to completely demolish them and lose that control.
It's just mistakes, again, from Liquid, taking 1v1s against the Scout, giving him the headshot angle. He's going to hit those shots. James is going to punish you, and Liquid, they've learnt that one the hard way. Sanji playing with fire here. The new ledge on there makes it very simple if Twist wants to try and connect. Not quite able to do so, however, and not able to add to his tally. Currently 5-1, but with just the pistols on this occasion, it should be a relatively easy cleanup. Buster going to get some early damage, although Stewie with the Glock at range will be able to find an opening for Liquid. The trade's starting to come through, however, and the damage is being done. Naf on 2 HP, Stewie on 28, and Nitro on 18. VP, they just need to keep this one clean. Just clean things up. Make sure you don't give away a bomb plant. Don't give that extra cash to Liquid coming into round number 4.
I mean, Adren's low. He's going to be the one playing the B site with the quick rotate out of Sanji, but he only has the SMG from long range. Kicker as well coming back in towards CT spawn. There definitely is a world where they could get this bomb down as well and get a lot of extra stability within their economy here. And Twist in the meantime trying to push up towards short, so he's going to actually have some pressure onto Sanji, who's going to actually expect him to take him off. They get him towards the bomb site, but the problem is the bomb has been dropped, and now it's just all on Naf with 2 health. And Virtus Pro will clean up the second round for them with just 1 death.
Sanji tapping away with the MP9 at range, really starting to build himself up a bit of a highest bank account on the Virtus Pro side of things at this point. And Liquid, they will finally be able to get their buy, and they're going to be looking to put some demons to bed here, I imagine, trying to get through this round cleanly if they can. Krieg's picked up by Stewie and Naf to take the ranged engagement. Nitro again having to drop down onto that Galil. There just isn't enough cash in the bank to get the AK-47 he would have been hoping for. So it's all about what Liquid can do here. James still has the AWP, so a marginal firepower advantage for the CT side as Liquid, with fast control of mid, look to put that pressure back on.
Yeah, he's playing from connectors, so he's not going to be too effective here unless they do decide to push up with some good control out of Liquid in towards window. It's going to be Buster there, boosted up. James actually going to rotate back towards the B site. So Liquid taking the time. They still have the bomb back down towards T-spawn. Again, kind of playing the similar style to what we did see on Vertigo of just kind of play slow. Don't let Virtus Pro get an early pick. Punish them if they do try to go for it. And then use that man advantage to your own devices if you can.
Oh, so close. Nitro playing with fire, but he manages to get away with it on this occasion. Buster, though, with a quick double, is able to find Twist and Stewie pouncing with the perfect timing from window. And that's exactly the opening Virtus Pro would have wanted on Liquid's first rifle buy. 2 quick frags coming in, and you can see they're absolutely hamstrung at this point, trying to work out where to go. Elige at least able to finally take Buster down, but the man advantage still there for Virtus Pro. And they've got absolutely everything they could wish for. An aggressive play into the apartments from Sanji as Naf looks to bring the bomb that way. And can Liquid crack open what has been a fantastic defense from VP so far? Sanji, aggressive, looking for the fight, is going to spot out Naf, and he may have spotted the bomb as well, but his support's starting to go down. James, with a huge job to do, finds the first as the pressure starts to pour on. Nitro still trying to get aggressive. Naf manages to win the fight, and Nitro in a perfect position to cut this one out, but the cross is still going to come through. James will find it. Immediate trade. 1v1. Kicker with a recovered Galil trying to make his way onto the B bomb site as Nitro knows he's got to get that bomb back. Time not on his side. 7 seconds left on the clock, and Kicker is playing this to perfection. He will find round number 3 for VP. It's so close, but it's played brilliantly by the CT side.
It was well done by them to close it out, as well as James hitting some crucial shots. But Buster, yeah, think about from window, as you mentioned, pouncing at the perfect time to take 2 kills and to get away. Virtus Pro, they take a lot of economical damage, however, but they still have the money to buy it back into this. And Liquid just on the pistols as well. Sort of struggle on this T side, but obviously we're in early days here on map number 2. Don't want to count them out at all just yet. And I do like the way Liquid have been playing, though, like the slow, calm kind of style. Looking for Virtus Pro to get aggressive and to punish it, but it didn't really seem to work out for them there, because you saw Buster, like, to be able to drop down, get 2 kills like that, you have to be so happy to have him on your team as Virtus Pro to get up the early 3-1 advantage.
Liquid just investing into whatever pistols they can afford at this point.
Did Leech just push the smoke?
Oh no. Oh no. Leech, don't do this to me.
Where does he want to wrap, though? He could wrap CT, he could wrap Kitchen.
Oh.
That's unfortunate.
That's such a nice read from Kicker as well, just there to bail his teammates out. James grabs himself a second. He's going to deal with Naf nice and easily. Nitro's there for his next, and James just farming himself some eco frags. Twist at least able to get 1 at the very death of things, but that's not going to take the AWP away from VP, and opportunity squandered perhaps by Liquid. You did wonder if Elise just starts to keep sneaking into that A-bomb site, how many players are going to be looking completely the wrong way?
That's the unfortunate part. Like, even when we're watching it, it's just like the timing of that, of Kiefer just having the information or the presence of mind to be like, all right, well, window's open. They can easily get in there now, but he actually pushed through jungle, funny enough, so it's not even like he got boosted into window to get there. Let's see now, Liquid back on the buy-up, no op in the hands of them. Really clean round that Virtus Pro did need. Again, boosting Buster back up here to get towards short. Sanji by himself over towards the B site for now. Haven't really seen much presence out of Liquid towards A, however, just in the pistol round where they did get the bomb down.
Nitro gonna eat himself a nade up towards Delpan, and still a 5-on-5 in the opening engagements, but VP definitely getting the better of them and really starting to build into this game now. You can see that confidence, that belief that they can take down a team like Liquid, as Adren at least able to find an opening. Elige immediately there to trade him out, but a 4-on-4, Buster in that position in the window. He's done so much damage for there, and he's looking for more as Liquid now start to think about this A-site hit with Elige. Aggressive in connector. Palace and Ramp, a 3-pronged attack on towards this A-bomb site, and the Kicker, the only player really in a position to stop it if the smokes come through. And the push starts to make its way. Kicker with a Molotov in hand as Naf takes some early damage, and that's actually going to just draw his attention away from a split second, and that will allow Liquid out. They are going to get onto this bomb site, but can they find the frags to match? Buster taken down by Elige. Nitro gets a quick second onto Kicker, and James, desperate to do something about the plant, will find Twist, but not the planter. 3-on-2 with Naf and Nitro both tagged up heavily. The after plant coming through. Elige gets another onto Sanji, and it is all onto James. A 3v1 required for the AWP as he tries to make his way in towards the murder hole.
Yeah, you know he's going to save this one. At least try to. Elige just waiting perfectly for it. And he's able to get the kill as well. Team Liquid, well done by them. Consider they had no smoke to block off James as well towards jungle. They had really no utility except like a Molotov and a couple flashbangs. Just some individual performances of hitting shots, able to crack open the A site and able to take a round for themselves. And now we look at Virtus Pro. The money, it's just really not there. However, for James, he's feeling it. Invest straight into the op.
I mean, why not, right?
I mean, it's James, yeah. Like, if anyone can do it for your team, it's going to be him.
And if anyone can save it afterwards, it's him as well. So he's going to pick up the AWP, give it a crack.
A man of many talents.
A P250 for Kicker to work with. It's not the buy Virtus Pro would have been hoping to have, and it's going to allow Liquid to get aggressive early on. Stewie picking up the AWPing duties as he plays around the edge of that smoke, trying to get whatever information he can for his team. And Buster with the timing rips the head off of Elige to open things up, and this is where that AWP becomes a surprise factor. James not quite able to hit the shot though, so still a 4-on-4. It's 4-on-5, excuse me. That was a lovely headshot from Buster as well to make life difficult as the A execute looks to come in. Liquid got to recover the bomb from all the way back in spawn before this hit can really materialize.
And you just saw the investment over towards the B side and middle of resources out of Virtus.pro. I mean, they had to rotate 3 players back in towards C2 spawn because the A site was completely left open. Kikurt's immediately going to see that, well, Liquid haven't been able to get out towards Tetris. Dren's not able to connect the shot onto Twist, and neither is Jame with ADVP. And it looks like Liquid's going to have a relatively clean round, only losing a leash so far. Looking to clean up at least Buster when they know exactly where he's going to be. He's going to be the last player alive here as well. And that should be Liquid now, getting up to 3. Even with Buster's amazing deeg, he was able to get in towards window. It wasn't enough to give Virtus.pro the chance. And Liquid now get 1 step closer to tying it up at 4 apiece.
That's unfortunate. It felt like if Jame could have just connected with 1 shot there, just got something going for his team, then the pistols could have swarmed and things could have very rapidly snowballed out of control for Liquid. But instead, they managed to clean things up smoothly, and the buy will come in. Although Jame on $100, not sure what's going to come out there. He's been dropped an AWP. He keeps getting them, and we'll have to see if he can make the most of them. Sanji dropping down to the CZ as the boost comes in, and Nitro going to be taken down by Jame. He read that beautifully, wasn't looking for the aggressive peak, just holding for the angle, and he'll find his team the man advantage once again.
Oh, look at going back to the middle control. Buster's going to be tucked away in towards short now. He's actually going to look to swing around the corner, it seems. We expect Buster to be there, and it seems like he's not. He's actually able to get himself a double, and Buster has just really been a rock for his team, I want to say, when it's come to the CT side of Mirage so far. Only 6 kills, but he's had massive impact kills. A couple of doubles now for him. They got the bomb down, and they have a lot of good control here in this round.
They've got everything they could want as well. The Dren going to wander into the crosshairs of Twist and give at least something back to Liquid. The movement good as well, but Buster still aggressive and waiting. Will find the frag onto Twist, leaving just a lead. Nothing he can do. Sanji winning the duel at range with a CZ. And VP, that's a response and a half after the disappointment, I'm going to say, of the previous round. They managed to find their feet again. They find their 5th, and the pressure's really on for Liquid now.
It just seems to be like there's these individual performances out of Virtus.pro. Like Buster gets himself a double, Jame gets a triple to really like net them these rounds for some stability as well. Their economy's not looking too good, but neither is Liquid's as they're forcing back into this round. But if they can keep this grind going, if they can keep wearing Liquid down, if they can continue just get round, even if they're just trading back and forth, not gonna be looking too bad going into this T side. Else on the MAC-10, and Elige is looking to push up through the smoke, but again, Buster, this is his position, this is his area. He doesn't want to let anyone have it.
He's been a rock, as you said, for VP, and he's looking to continue that form. The buy, not the greatest for Liquid. They've got Nav taking the sacrifice to pick up a little bit of extra utility, to pick up an extra something, but it's just a question of can Liquid find their way into a bomb site. The defense has been so good for VP, and even with Kickert being stuck on that FAMAS, they can probably make it work here. The Molotov in the hands of Kickert to stop the fast play coming out of the A ramp as again Liquid going back to Route 1. The split play towards the A bomb site looking to come in. Sanji could be crucial here if he looks to get the backstab, but Stewie thinking about going straight through that smoke. Gonna catch the timing, and Adren is gonna have a huge job to do here from under dark as the push starts to come in. Stewie looking the wrong way, immediately found, and Elige at least able to get the trade. The Molotov of Naf will be the one to credit the frag, and Kickert somehow all alone on this bomb site as players have been spotted out left, right, and center. The Molotov's gonna force him to rethink that aggressive peak as Nitro looks to get the bomb down. Sanji at least able to get one back onto Elige, but the frag's still coming through, and Sanji and Jame have got to make the rotation. They're thinking about pushing through the connector smoke, but punished by Nitro, and once again Jame with the 1v3 misses the first shot onto Nitro with his knife out, and now he's got to think about saving that AWP again. He's got to give Liquid round number 4. And Liquid, they just seem to pull rounds out of impossible situations.
Honestly, I thought the push out of Elige and Stewie was like super cheeky. Like both going through the smoke in different directions and appearing out of the smoke at the same time. So they having a chance to like at least get the return frag, right? But unfortunately, not expecting a Dren to be in towards dark, or at least the kill at enough coming in a little bit too late there. They both did fall, but still, I actually really like that play out of them. And like I said, pulling something out of nothing. Liquid do get their 4th round. 4-5 currently in favor though. Still a Virtus.pro, and again, the money, it's not really there out of VP. It's so on the wire for both these two teams. Just like one round can make or break them in terms of economy. You can see Liquid still, I mean, what, 3,200 for Naf, and he's the healthiest one on the team so far. For Virtus.pro, at least saving the op. If Jame can go back to his true form here, we could see them turn this round around. But even then, their money's still going to be hurting.
The back and forth of the early engagements always puts you in the situation where the economy's not established for either team. Nobody's got the cash they were hoping to have at this point in proceedings, as Jame playing around that Molotov, missing the initial shot, an opportunity squandered perhaps, as he's going to have to back off into the mid window. And again, Vanguard reusing the pistol strat at this point, looking to hold. I've done it again, boys. Looking to hold passively for the retake into the A bomb site as the push comes through. And Jame, he's going to wander straight through the smoke, hoping for a timing, but he's not going to find it. Stewie takes him down, and that's the A bomb site overwhelmed. The one AWP, nothing it can do. And with just pistols remaining at this point, it's a damage limitation exercise for Liquid.
Yeah, they had the gamble towards the B site for Virtus Pro, and that didn't seem to work out. Elige not pushing up. He's got to be a little bit careful. If somebody can recover one of these Kriegs, that'd be definitely nice to go into the next round. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you feel necessarily about Jame pushing that smoke, looking for an early kill. It would have been nice to get one, but I would imagine in that world, you're going to be in a one-and-done position once you push through that smoke.
Yeah, I feel like it would have been better for him to hold passively, especially because that AWP is now completely unrecoverable, right? It's lost almost bang in the middle of the A-bomb site. There's no way someone's going to be able to sneak in and steal that one away. If he's holding a passive CT angle and he gets taken down, maybe someone can nip in, grab the AWP, there's a save available, and you've got that extra firepower coming into the next round.
Yeah.
Instead, they lose it. Kick at the only player left alive. He at least saves himself some armor and a smoke, but Liquid are going to draw level. And again, you look at that economy, right? Jame has had to buy the AWP and armor, no head armor, and he's got absolutely no utility.
I've never seen someone buy an AWP so quick when the round started. He just knew exactly what he wanted, and he wanted it now. So back into the AWP, no glass cannon this time as he does have the Kevlar, but 9 kills. I mean, he's technically leading his team in kills, but I think 3 of those came when they're up against an Eco out of Liquid. And he was long range from like toll booth into connectors. So only, I guess, 6 if you look at the grand scheme of things and how that's worked out for him. Hasn't been as effective as I would like. And again, maybe I'm being a little bit too harsh on him, but I mean, it's Jame. We know what he can do. We know how good he can be as a player. Let's see now. Liquid looking for that stability as they do have a good amount of money here, only losing, I think, only 1 player in the last round, if even that.
I like this aggression again from VP, just looking to take map control away from Liquid, and it's worked out quite well initially. The bomb has looped all the way back around towards the B bomb site. The problem is they've committed 2 players to that aggressive hold, right? So they've got limited information. Elige is going to catch a Dren through the edge of the smoke, and next into the crosshairs is Buster. That's a quick double kill, and now those rotations really start to become an issue. Sanji all alone on this B bomb site. The flash is good. He's not going to find anything at all. Elige takes him out. 3 for Elige in the round, and the save has to be immediately called, right? Kickert and Jame, they were aggressive towards the A ramp. There's no way they're going to be rotating in time to help.
Well, they at least saved the AWP and the M4 into the next round. But to be honest, like thinking about how it's worked out for them so far, it just hasn't. Like even if they just have the solo AWP saved, like it hasn't really netted them any real impact into these rounds. The M4 as well on top of it. I'm not sure if it's going to be able to be too effective. I mean, I do like how like they've gone for some gambles, you know, they've stacked the B site with the pistols and let Jame, you know, go somewhere else to look for some picks. But right now, Liquid just seem to have them read. It kind of reminds me of Vertigo. Like Virtus Pro started off really strong, and then Liquid kind of adapted their style when it came to the T side and figured things out a little bit differently. Same here, Virtus Pro had a strong start, but Liquid seemed to have read into it well and just adapted the strategies they need to use here to start picking up rounds and pick up the lead.
Yeah, it really feels like Liquid are starting to get VP's number at this point. Of course, Liquid took the pistol. They lost the anti-force buy after that. Lost a few in a row, but now they're really starting to get the consistency going. Yep. They've got 5 for 1 in terms of rounds at this point. And VP, they are going to call the timeout. They are going to try and work out what's going wrong and perhaps how they can fix it. But there you go, a Legion Twist leading the way. The only players on double digits in the server at the moment, and they are just tearing VP apart.
I mean, Stewie only on 3 kills, but to be honest, he hasn't really needed or been in positions to pick up these frags. There's just been Elige charging up short, getting a 3K. Twist as well, able to do some serious work. And right now, Virtus Pro, they need to have some sort of answer. And we've seen Liquid, like their default is just, let's just work around middle. And at first, it wasn't working too well because of, you know, Buster peeking in from window and stuff like that. We got a couple of double kills, 1 from short. But it's just not happened ever since then. Liquid have been a little bit more prepared for it every single time. And honestly, I mean, maybe not in this round, but I still would love to see, and I always say this every time I cast Mirage, a little bit, you know, mid-presence out of the CT side. Maybe go for a little aggressive push there. Then if you get kills or not, you fall back from there and just keep like a man advantage if possible. But either way, going into round number 12, we do have the M4 and AWP safe from the round prior. Virtus Pro looking to be effective with it. They're leaving Jame to his own devices over towards A ramp.
Just let him get aggressive, let him play his own game, and he's getting the information for his team at the very least. If he's not finding the frags, he's getting that call. There's nobody towards the A ramp, so some information gathered as Buster thinks about getting aggressive in towards the window. That nade is huge. Buster and Sanji taking a ton of damage each, and you wanted to see the CT side contest mid. They've got plenty of presence here to do so, but Stewie, the smoke criminal, straight through it, able to find the opening, and the Molotov will burn Sanji down. Adren at least able to get one in response, but that's all the information Liquid needed. They're going fast towards that B bomb site, which is completely open, and they're going fast towards round number 7.
The second they see Buster and Sanji both dead, it's like, all right, well, B's open unless James just going to be holding that angle as well. But it looks like James will be saving the op yet again to the next round. We do have Stewie looking to flank it from behind. If he could take this M4 away, maybe the SG out of Adren would be nice, but Kikurt's got his number. At least making it a little bit expensive for Liquid, but honestly, with the amount of money they have, they can afford to buy up all they want into this next rounds.
Yeah, the timing for Stewie on that drop was awkward there. He just couldn't quite get the accuracy back in time to take down Kickert, but it's a 3-man save for both sides, right? The Krieg's been picked up by Adren. That's a great pickup for the CT side. Liquid will be happy to have a 7th round on the T side of Mirage. Don't put unnecessary pressure on Adren. He's been struggling, bless him. Twist is trying to go up on the boxes to take him. And he is going to find the frag as well. Adren, you can't do that. There were so many angles he could have escaped into, and he just it's taken down at the very end of things in towards mid. And
he's taking a nap on the bench.
Don't take a nap on the bench. They're going to go for the double AWP setup. And honestly, I think if they had the Krieg, they wouldn't need to invest into the second AWP, right? You've got that scoped option there and available. Instead, they're going to have to pick up the AWP because, let's face it, the AUG's not viable anymore. So Buster, he's going to pick up secondary AWPing duties. James, of course, picking up his AWP and sacrificing pretty much everything. Just the one flashbang to pick up behind that. And again, Liquid looking to go quickly in these initial takes towards middle, trying to put that pressure on and forcing James back in towards B.
I mean, you're seeing, though, like the smoke and utility usage out of Liquid's really preventing James from being effective, at least in towards middle, using the smoke to jump out with. He's not really been able to get a lot of entry kills. I think he's still on 9, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's been quite a few rounds since he's been able to pick up a frag. And again, it's kind of hard to, it kind of sucks to be so like harsh on him and to point him out so often, but like, he needs to be that player for his team to get this fire going, to get them started. Having the op in so many rounds is such a big investment of money and a big investment of like your positions that you need to be effective with it. And now we're seeing Liquid head back towards this B site where there's only one person waiting. It's going to be Buster. He does have the AWP, but Adren's now falling in towards window, and Liquid have the man advantage yet again.
And they could put the pressure on with utility as well. Buster missing the shot, trying to fall back into the site, using the Molotov to prevent the quick drop, but he misses a second, and that's game over. Nitro going to take advantage and take the bomb site. Naf burning in his own Molotov, goes down to 11 HP, but Liquid will not care. That's a free bomb site. That's another save called by VP. And it feels like Liquid have just turned the dial up a notch here. They are really starting to exert that pressure on a VP side who just look like they're starting to fall apart a little.
Yeah. I mean, again, when your big performers like Buster isn't able to get anything going for him as well, when he was so successful in the rounds they were able to get, kind of go back to the drawing board. And again, I want to see, like, what's the switch up going to be? Like Liquid, it's just middle almost every single round. We've seen Virtus.pro be confident to get aggressive towards ramp with 2 players to go for that early hold, even with the lack of information they're able to get from it. They've gone for stacks in towards middle, but whatever they've been doing, it's just not working. Liquid have been able to have their number on every single turn.
And a 5-man save for Liquid is really going to build up their cash as well when Virtus.pro are starting to struggle. The double AWP investment is always incredibly expensive. They will be able to buy into this one, but if it goes wrong, their last round of the half is not going to look pretty whatsoever. Liquid with everything they could ever want for Christmas, full buy across the board as they look to really put the pressure on. They'll be happy with double digits, I would say, as they go into the halftime, because they have really just gone from strength to strength.
I almost want to see Virtus.pro maybe get aggressive towards B. You know, go towards apartments, push up aggressive with like 2 players, and then use that as like an underground rotation, or maybe flank around behind them in towards middle. Because when Liquid seem to go towards mid as their default, they don't really watch their backs. I don't know. I mean, again, I have the opportunity of seeing the minimap the entire time, so it's hard to say that if you're Virtus.pro to make that call mid-game.
Yeah, it definitely something has to change, right? The CT hold as it stands is not working. They're getting pulled apart and it's just looking too easy for Liquid. So something has to be adjusted and it's going to be a heavy hold towards the A bomb site. Liquid posturing very heavily towards that site as well. So potentially this is what Virtus Pro need. Plenty of presence to repel this hit, plenty of utility to drop onto Liquid as well as they look to come in. And the smokes will go over the top. Liquid, they only have one mind and it is the A bomb site. Smoke goes in under dark and that's going to give Adren some room to maneuver. Stewie and Nitro eat the early HE as the push starts to come through. Double Molotovs as well. Liquid using every bit of utility they've got, but Jane with a quick flick finds the first. Adren with a second onto Stewie, and this push has not worked out whatsoever. Jane free to relocate deep into CT. Sanji finds another onto a Legion. For Twist and Naf, it's just damage at this point. How many rifles can you take away?
Well, a good stack comes in for Virtus Pro, and JM able to hit some shots to open things up with, and they've shut Liquid completely in their tracks. With 2 players left alive, I'm not sure what they really can do here except maybe take away a couple of guns of Virtus Pro. And there we go, VP with the cleanest round they've had in such a long time. All 5 players surviving, and now going to the last round of the half.
They really needed that as well, VP. They needed something just to give them a kickstart in this second map, and they found it in that round, perfectly clean. Of course, Liquid, with the cash behind them, will be investing fully into this round and buying absolutely everything they can. But it's interesting, a Legion Twist, they're fragging out. The rest of Liquid side of things starting to struggle a little bit, not really hitting the kind of numbers we expect from the likes of Naf, Stewie, and Nitro. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get into it on the CT side.
Again, Jane looking aggressive to look for a pick here. I mean, that's technically what's been working for Virtus Pro, bar that last round, is just aggression. But Liquid have done such a good job of adapting and playing even more passive to kind of counter that style. I think Virtus Pro could desperately need this round here. Just momentum-wise going into the next half. And again, Buster has just not been as effective ever since Elige has been prepared for him for a majority of the time.
That's a shot and a half from Elige as well. James still trying to lurk in towards the window, hoping that perhaps he can catch a timing, but the scope will give his position away. Stewie aware of it. Adren at least able to get one back. That recovered. Krieg able to take down Twist, and he's one of the high-flying fraggers for Liquid at the moment, so they're starting to struggle somewhat. They've got that mid-control to work with. They've got players towards the ramp and Palace, but again, Virtus Pro, they've got so much map control and they've gone aggressive towards B as well. Finally, they've done what you suggested, and Sanji is going to get so much information here, but is it going to be quick enough? Stewie's been able to take down James as the push looks to come in. Kickert trades 1-for-1, and that's buying time. The flank actually going to go all the way back through T-spawn now, and as Sanji starts to creep his way around, Nitro needs to get out of the way now. Elige finds the first, Naf finds the second, and that will allow the bomb to go towards the site. Sanji just not quite quick enough for VP, and now he needs the 3v1 as Nitro gets the bomb down, looking completely the wrong way. There's the first, but he's got to clear out Naf and Elige, and they have got the perfect crossfire. Sanji, his position known, everything known about him. He's got 2 flashes and a smoke. Smoke goes onto the bomb. He's trying to clear every possible angle, but he can't do it. Elige will find round number 9 for Liquid as they head on to the CT side of things and look to shut VP out.
Well, we'll find out how that one's going to break down in the second half after a short what, Wolfie?
Right.
Too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say.
I know that your grandma was killed. I also know you went looking for the person who killed your grandma. And I think you didn't do it alone. There is a right way.
How to not to get into the States.
I'm gonna find out. And a wrong way.
We get back to work.
To get justice. You can still choose to do the right thing.
He's a systems quarterback.
Where's the truck?
What? Parked it right there.
What did I tell you, boys? Tonight we eat like kings! You're a genius, Gordon! Brake! Hit the brake!
Which one's the brake?
What's happening? What? There's a half a cheesesteak back there!
With Geico, the savings keep on going. Just like this sequel. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
I got the cheesesteak!
Slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, and staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go pack your bag now, keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight
Welcome back, everyone, to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020 Masters Championship Day 2 here on the B stream. It's currently map 2 between Team Liquid and Virtus Pro, and Team Liquid did have the 9-6, as you can see on your screen, first half lead when they started on the T side. Now swapping over to the CT side, you can see the breakdown here currently of kills across the board for both these two teams, and Elise and Twist, I mean, they're just kind of carrying over from the first map, aren't they?
Yeah, they're not letting up the pace, to say the least, and Virtus Pro haven't quite found somebody to match them yet. It's a question of, can they find that extra gear on their T side, or are they going to go quietly into the night as we wait for the second half to get underway? Liquid in a fantastic position, and a far better one than they found themselves in on Vertigo.
Yeah, 100%, and I think we're seeing like the confidence out of them. And again, I mean, if you were joining us before, talking about just the reads and the way Virtus Pro are playing, not giving those early picks, not giving the opportunity to get an early man advantage like we saw on Vertigo, round in and round out. But now on the CT side, I'm really curious to see how they're going to be able to lock some things down. More importantly, how Virtus Pro is looking to penetrate these sites and looking to get the early frags on the T side.
Yeah, they've picked up a lot of utility, 2 smokes, 4 flashbangs, so they've got the opportunity for an execute, and it looks like it's the fast B execute coming in. Actually, Liquid committing 3 players to this B-sided hold initially, looking to go for the retake down towards A. That's an understandable call, and as the smokes come over the top, Nitro will fall off, and now the fast push starts to come in. The crossfire's established, the smoke's out, and that's actually going to force Elise clean out of this site. Nitro all alone in no man's land, up close and personal, can't quite find the shot. Adren takes him out, and that's a free bomb plant. 5 on 4 now, and Naf not getting any information in his opening peek.
They do have the kit, though, to play for the retake. They do have a smoke as well, and 2 decoys maybe to use as a fake flash. Stewie with the smoke dissipating is going to spot out Sanji, and that's an easy kill for him to equalize things, but he gets gooshed up. Buster's able to take him down, but the rest of his teammates are going to come in strong and get 2 kills, but James still alive with Keykurt. Oh, well, it's just Keykurt now, as James gets completely blown away. And Twist again with Kit, with a smoke, with the information where Keykurt's going to be. Oh, tries going for the knife.
Both players with knives out. Oh man, it's gonna be Kiko who gets the knife and gets the pistol round for Virtus Pro inside the smoke. Oh, it was so close, but Twist not quite able to pull himself off the clutch, and that's gonna give Kiko tons of cash as well. Full bank of utility, Krieg comes out immediately, and that's exactly the start Virtus Pro would have wanted.
I imagine in the comms, James like, oh great, you got a knife, you can buy me an op. That's how I was imagining the comms being for them as he goes straight for the SG's like, sorry man, I already bought the Krieg, I can't drop you. Either way, yeah, well done by them to actually clutch someone out too. Elise though with the scout looking to repeat what James was able to do with the scout in the second round of the first half here in Mirage. Not being gifted the same kind of opportunity, unfortunately. But that's, again, them able to take the pistol round more importantly for Virtus Pro and able to hopefully have a strong start here into the second half.
Yeah, you can never write Liquid off, however, especially when you've got Deagles in the hands of Naf, Stewie, and Twist. That is a firepower trio you do not want to be messing with. Virtus Pro going to go for the A execute here, throw all of their utility over the top, but there is 3 players here to try and stop it for Liquid. including a Liege on that scout. If he can find even a couple of tags that these pistols can take advantage of, this round could change complexion very quickly as VP setting up for the full execute.
With 3 players here in a Liege to offer the scout support. Still isn't going to be an easy take here for Virtus.pro. There we go, smoke's being thrown in. Liege losing sight. Stewie gets the first one. James going to be extra squishy as well here for Stewie. Twist is going to be low on 8 HP, and Stewie's just looking for the follow-up shot, but unfortunately he can't pull it off, and Twist just needs to land a bullet here, but unfortunately gets nothing out of that one. But still, there's 3 players low HP. Naf still has a scout. It's 100% doable for them here.
It's doable if Naf can turn that scout into an AWP. Everybody low on HP for Virtus.pro, so one shot will kill every single player for that scout, and they look like they're going to commit still. They haven't got enough time to rotate all the way around, so perhaps an opportunity here as the bomb looks to make its transfer. Naf can't hit the shot on the Deagle. Quicker takes him out, and it's all on Nitro with the CZ. He's got to find so many frags. He can't find any at all. VP recover beautifully, and loads of small mistakes from Liquid just add up to losing that round.
And look how low they were. I mean, that was an easy opportunity. Not easy, but that was an opportunity for Liquid to win it. But more importantly, Virtus.pro with that many players low in HP, they still keep 4 alive.
I mean, if Twist just hits that Deagle shot straight up, there's no frag from Palace, and then there's more players on the site, then that round goes completely differently, and it's just unfortunate that he can't quite land the shot he was looking for, and he can't quite find his team that little sort of advantage to spur them into the victory, and now they're going to be in a very awkward position. 3 P250s, 1 flashbang for Stewie as they go aggressive down towards the A ramp. No information gathered, and Nitro already down to 22 HP. The flash is good, though, as he finds the 1-for-1 trade, and Adren starts to farm himself some cash on that Mac 10.
Not too bad of a round, actually. Twist gets himself another. That's 2 in the round for him. It's quickly turned into a 2-on-2. James on HP on 12, and he's going to fall, and just like that, Liquid, they do my plan. They push middle. It's what I want to see the entire time in the first half, and they have the man advantage. They're going to have weaponry as well, but Keekert has the bomb. He's going to have the after plant situation, and Liquid's going to need to find a very early kill here to have a chance to still save this round.
This is where the aim punch becomes significant as well. No armor on either Naf nor Twist, so all Kicker has to do is get a bullet into him, and their aim goes all over the place. He's not going to manage it, though. Twist straight up on the swing, removes his head, and Liquid, that is not a round they deserve to be winning. They can't win with a scout and 4 pistols, but with 2 P250s, well, why not?
Yeah, and you mentioned aim punch. I mean, it's only a thing if they can hit the first shot, you know? He comes around the corner, he hits him right in the dome, and he's like, all right, well, aim punch is never going to matter for me. He comes out with 100 HP, the 4K, and the SG on top of that. Well done here for Team Liquid to take that round, and Virtus.pro getting caught completely off guard in the money. I mean, it's still technically there. They still can invest into this, and they're going to be doing just that, but I worry if they lose this round, there's potentially another after that, and that's potentially Liquid getting to 12.
James dropped the AWP immediately for VP, and it's going to be Stewie picking it up on the Team Liquid side of things. And it really feels like Liquid just have another gear that they're sort of periodically reaching, right? They bring out the P250s and 3 USPs.
Yeah.
Everything is a headshot. The round almost looks too easy for Liquid. And then when they're on the full rifles, Twist misses a couple of shots. It all falls apart at the seams. So Liquid looking to perhaps find a little bit more consistency here in round number 19, as they're happy to give mid control up again. Virtus.pro getting it relatively freely through Jame and the AWP. So Liquid looking like they've got some kind of a plan in mind as Stewie now starts to think about retaking mid.
Still going to be tough to 2 with James there already. As Liege with a little bit of support, and it seems like Virtus.pro want to do something a little bit similar to the way Liquid were playing, kind of go for the early mid control and play off of that, though you can see the hesitation, I think, out of Virtus.pro to push further along.
Don't want to wander into a crosshair, do you? A Liege with connector control, Naf holding for the short push as well. There's so many angles covered by Liquid, and Virtus.pro with a minute left on the clock really have no map control to show for their utility. They've got a passive player towards top of middle. They've got one player exploring the ramp in the form of Kicker, and one over towards B in Sanji, but he's taken out by Stewie 2K, aggressive with the AWP, trusting himself to hit that initial shot. And that's going to force VP into a one-man push towards this A-bomb site. It's going to be Kicker trying to make his way out of the ramp to form the second prong of the attack. But the Molotov is going to buy some time. Adren straight through it, but the last ticks bring him down to 28 HP. He's absolutely stuck in connector as well. The crossfires are good for Liquid, and it's all about can VP get through them.
But as Twist noticed, and actually pushing him towards ramp, the flashbang comes to James, and it's perfect, but now he's going to be able to pick up the reins and only able to get one. And Twist is still alive. He gets himself a quick triple, carrying over from the round prior. And Liquid will get themselves up to 11 now. And look at the money for Virtus Pro. It's just not going to be there here for them.
Again, it looked like they needed a little more utility, right? A couple of extra smokes, players watching all the correct angles, because they gave so many frags to Twist up on top of Ticket Booth there. You cannot be giving him that many opportunities, because he is going to tap your heads eventually. Yes, he missed with the Deagle a few rounds ago, but he's not going to make the same mistakes again and again. And as VP's economy is absolutely busted, they're going to be down onto 2 P250s and hoping perhaps that they can recreate some of Liquid's antics, but it's not going to happen. Elige with a quick double, Stewie with one more, and the bomb's lost towards top of mid as Stewie finds his second.
That was a very sick transfer out of Elige, I'll give him that. And the final nail in the coffin is in the form of a grenade. Rest in peace, Kobe Bryant. Gets the kill, 12-8. And now Virtus Pro are able to force back into this one, but I mean, bar the pistol round, things haven't looked too confident for them. I mean, they got a little bit lucky, as you mentioned before, with like Twist missing the Deagle shots as they entered on towards A. But I want to see a little bit more out of them. I want to see a little bit more control. And I mean, now Liquid are kind of doing something similar to what Virtus Pro did on Vertigo. Like, they're pushing, like you saw Stewie get aggressive towards B apartments. He gets a kill, backs away, keeps a man advantage. Virtus Pro need to play a little bit more aware of potentially pushes coming through. And that nade, oof.
Stewie with the pick as well. Jane was run boosted towards top mid, and he's picked him out of the sky to find the opening. He's looking for more. The flashbang not actually coming through, so he's going to be in trouble. Still able to find a second before he's taken out by Buster, and Naf is there to bail him out when he is. So a 4-on-2, near enough immediately for Team Liquid. And VP, after winning the pistol round and the anti-force buy, they haven't found a single T-sided round yet. They really haven't looked like they've sort of clicked with the rifles as of yet. And in a 4-on-2, it's even more unlikely it will happen in this round. Kicker and Sanji with the impossible to try and achieve to break down Liquid in a 4-on-2 situation. Utility still available for the CT side on both Naf and Elige, so every opportunity for Liquid to get 13 here.
The thing is, Virtus Pro haven't really had a clean round at all. You think to the pistol round, it came down to 1v1 on the B-bomb site. The second round, the anti-eco or force-up, it came down to 3 players being really low on HP, technically all of them to be picked off by a scout. So they haven't really had that clean round that they're looking for. That dominating round, I guess, is the best way to talk about it here. And Liquid have always been dealing damage when they needed to. And Twists, I mean, this is a scary sight. The SG, back of sight. They don't have really much utility to clear him. They do have the one smoke, but then what smoke are you going to throw it? Towards CT, where then you're susceptible towards Connector and Jungle. And now Elige is here to back him up. He spots at the first, the smoke goes down, and Sanji's just trying to push to get the plant. It's not going to work out for them, and Liquid put themselves now up to 13.
And they put themselves in a great position to get 14 as well. The economy just not there again for Virtus Pro, and they've never really set themselves, as you said, on the T side of things, struggling to really get any momentum, and you can see it paying off in spades for Liquid. They have got everything they need. Buy is full to the extreme. Stewie with the AWP in hand. 5 smokes, 5 Molotovs, 6 flashes. They really have every single bit of utility they could possibly buy. And for Virtus Pro, it's 4 Deagles, a CZ, and 1 flashbang that's already been used as they try and go quickly towards the B-bomb site.
Oh, that Molotov and the grenade combo just stops them right in their tracks. And Sanji, well, he's just going to go back to spawn, collect his money for the loss bonus, and look into the next round. And yeah, it just seems like Liquid just seem to have them read at every step of the page. Though I don't think pages have steps. Anyways, but looking at Virtus Pro, like, I'm trying to think, like, what can they maybe do a little bit differently, and I'm not really sure. Like, maybe a set execute towards A, then play for after plant, because it seems like Liquid want to give them the A site, not want to, but would give them the A site with how passive they've been holding with like Twist super far back towards Ticket. They're actually holding a little bit more aggressively here, and I mean, they know against pistols, so why not?
Yeah, it feels like Liquid have just found that extra gear, right? And this always was going to be Liquid's game to lose. It got very, very close in Vertigo, and now they're fed up. They want it to be over, so they are just finding that extra level. I say that as Kickert finds a quick 1 Deeg to take out Twists, and that's actually the Krieg lost as well for the CT side. So 4-on-4, there's perhaps an opportunity for Virtus Pro to claw their way back into this one, but it is going to be the 4-on-2 take. Stewie up on top of the Ticket and Elige under dark.
Comes down to Stewie pretty much, right? Elige is going to be left to his own island unless he has support from his teammates. You do have Naf going to be holding towards CT, looking in towards Motorhole to potentially rotate to help out, but they've gotten control of Jungle here. Elige is finally going to spot them out. He needs to hit his shots. He's able to get the first and able to get the second as well, and Stewie's there to back him up, at least with some presence. Buster jumps down from Palace and actually gets the 1 kill, but eventually they'll all be cleaned up, and Liquid now up to 14, only losing 2 players in that round.
And the pressure really on for Virtus Pro. There can be no more mistakes. 2 more rounds are all that stand between Liquid and a 2-0 in their opening game of IEM Katowice. Virtus.pro will know that. They'll know the pressure is on, and they'll know what that lower bracket is starting to look like as well. So they are going to be aware that any mistakes are going to put them in a lot of trouble for this event. By looking good across the board, 3 Kriegs and a couple of AK-47s, but they've not been able to untangle this Liquid defense so far, and you wonder if they're going to be able to do it in this one. Jame, without his favored AWP, trying to play passive in towards mid, but Elige is just taking liberties so aggressive. Although he does have to back off as the fast play towards A comes in. Twist able to find the opening pick onto Adren, and Stewie, he's found himself half a gap in that smoke. He's thinking about exploiting it. Nobody going to pressure so far as the push starts to come through. The backstab from Jame, good for 1 before the smoke blooms. Still a 4-on-4, and Nitro looking to stop him in his tracks. Can't quite do so. Jame gets the second, and the trade's finally starting to favor Virtus.pro on this A-bomb site.
Well, they go for the execute towards A, even with Adren rushing things a little bit too early there before the smokes do plume, and they do get control of the site, but they've actually backed off here. Even though it's a 3-on-2, they're hoping for Jane to potentially flank around towards the B star. Maybe they're going to rotate back in this direction. Or they're just waiting for him to maybe get in towards Kitchen, because they have so much time to work with. 55 seconds left to go. There's no need to rush this through, and as every second ticks by, the worry in Liquid's mind has to start to mount up of where are they actually going.
You can see the doubt starting to creep in, can't you? Naf very passive in towards CT. Elige has got to go and get the information clearing towards that B bomb site as James starts to think about this flank, and this is going to be all about the timing as well. James, does he expect Naf to be so passive? Naf clears the left-hand side, but can't quite hit the shot. Jane goes down to 13 HP, but Elige is going to be left requiring a 1v3. At least there is no smoke to keep him out of the initial peaks, and he's got a Krieg in his hands to try and make it happen. Jane very low on HP. There are opportunities here for Elige, but as that Molotov gives away his position and the flashes start to fly in, it's going to be all but impossible, surely. Elige slowly creeping his way out, trying to clear the angles. First up, it's Sanji in towards Tetris. Oh, he's not quite going to find the shot. Sanji will clear him out. It will be 14-9. And VP, they're not quite done with this game yet.
Well, what worries me is the fact that Liquid have so much money to spend that Virtus.pro, it took them how many rounds to finally win a gun round? And they have to do it now consistently for almost the rest of the entire match here to be able to even pull it into a potential victory or even potentially an overtime. And again, it came down to the execute towards A. I really wonder how much more one-sided that could have been if Adren didn't push a little bit too early. But I actually respect the play out of him, because you see the smokes being thrown over, right? You're not going to expect someone to just rush you down. So he actually went for a very smart play. It just didn't really work out in his favor, unfortunately. And now we're seeing Virtus.pro start to cause a distraction towards B. They do have a bomb there as well. And Stewie and Jame going to trade. Muster gets another. So man advantage back to Virtus.pro, and this is something we saw them have so much success with when it came to Vertigo, was these early man advantages and converting them into rounds.
They managed to wipe out the mid presence in the process as well, so information very limited for Liquid, who have actually fully bailed out of that B bomb site. They've got 2 players in towards A, 1 in the window in the form of Nitro, so they are gamble stacking, to say the least, at this point. And at the moment, Virtus.pro are walking right into it. Naf holding from CT, Scope trained on towards that A ramp, and he is going to be tested now. 3 players going to make their way out of Palace as well. They have the Molotovs to clear Twist out of this angle if they choose to deploy them, so it's going to be very difficult for Liquid to get anything going. And this is all about the timing now. Naf actually just backs off the angle at the worst possible time, leaving Twist all on his own. Naf finds the first, though, up onto Palace, and that's buying time. Twist not cleared yet, grabs himself the second. That's the bomb down, up on the ladder, can only find damage. And there's only 50 HP between the 2 remaining players for Virtus.pro as Nitro and Naf look to hold strong. Nitro finds another headshot onto Jame, and it's all onto Kicker. He wants to get aggressive, he wants to be proactive. He's found the first, and on 6 HP, Naf not quite able to find the trade. Smoke goes down, and he's looking to get this bomb planted.
I think he spotted him as well. You can see he's trained on his angle. Naf trying to come through the smoke, trying to get in towards Sandwich, looking for this final kill. Keeker's not going to expect this one. He's going to go for the plant now, and Naf's going to get around the corner in time, and Naf hits the shot as well. Keeker not expecting to push those smokes, and Naf, with the great play, pulls off a 15th round here for Team Liquid.
They needed something special to get them there, but now Liquid have 6 opportunities to finish the job. The buy not going to be great for them. They really don't have a whole bunch of cash, but they should be able to string something together as Virtus.pro sacrificing rifles across the board. Buster down to a Galil, a UMP for Sanji to try and get Jame onto his fabled AWP. And let's see what he could do with it coming into this round. Virtus.pro, they've found themselves picks consistently, but they haven't been converting them into rounds. They need to start doing so now. There can be no more mistakes.
Here we go, Jame going back with the AWP. Does have some support out of Keeker, but he's looking to push in dry here onto the site without being spotted out. Nade comes in, he gets the tag onto Twist. trying to get the follow-up, and Twist does escape just barely. So some decent damage done for Virtus Pro. They haven't been able to convert any of this into frags, and you can look at, you know, Naf and Nitro over towards the B side. They have the potential to potentially push out to get the early information of where this is going to be going.
The angle's good for Nitro as well. He's going to have a decent amount of knowledge about where Virtus Pro are looking to go with this round as they actually completely back off of this B bomb site hold. That's going to give so much information to Liquid as soon as they smoke fades and Naf and Nitro can get the call. Elige in towards the sandwich as the push starts to make its way towards this A-bomb site. Relatively little presence for Liquid at the moment, although Stewie is starting to rotate in on that AWP to lock things out. And can they hold firm one more time? The push starts to come through. Kicker straight out. Traded 1-for-1 by Stewie. Elige's position not cleared at all. He's got the first. Trade is still available, but Stewie still up and kicking, still trying to cause havoc from CT, taking the wallbang shots and staying alive somehow, some way. 3-on-3 now. And Naf, he could be key here. Sanji with the bomb on his back really can't afford to get too aggressive on the clearance of Jame. Oh, he has no idea. The flank's good. Naf finds the second, and it's all onto Adren. The IGL needing a 1v3. He's had a rough series, and it's not going to happen. Liquid take the win, 16-9, and they win their first matchup of IEM Katowice 2-0.
Now they're going to move on further into the tournament to play against the winner of Mad Lions and Evil Geniuses. But we'll be back after a short break to break down that match and get you ready for match number 2.
Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s.
This is your chance to rise, a chance to prove yourself to the world. Because when passion leads the dream, this is not just a game anymore. This is the ESL One Rio Major Championship.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
We both know there are Nazis here in America.
We would bring God's justice to them.
How did Nazis get into the States?
They were brought here.
This is the greatest mass conspiracy in our nation's history.
This is bigger than anyone realizes.
Hi. Hello. I'm Dave. You might know me as Lil Dicky, but there's a lot more to me. Don't you want to know who I am? Not really. Do you want to meet the guy behind the guy? Do you want to know what the industry is like? I got a strange life. Yes, I know that I'm a rapper at the end of the day, but I think it's time you knew me by my government name. Hi, I'm Dave. I'm Lil Dicky. Hi, I'm Dave. Who's Dave? Hi, I'm Dave. Please watch. Please, I'm Lil Dicky. No, shut up. I am Dave.
No one knows where it comes from. It's the fighting spirit. Ready to fight whatever shape the battle takes. As long as there are battles, there will always be Marines.
I come every year to see the communities.
New light shining a light on moderators for Twitch is just amazing to me.
We can't do what we do without the countless number of mods.
They're unsung heroes.
Being able to meet Zach for the first time, that's gonna be dope.
It's really important to me to give the LGBTQ community a place they can be safe.
I used to be terrified to be myself.
Cheers.
Been there for each other, man.
No doubt.
I'm getting like choked up.
Thank you, Miller Lite, for supporting the gaming community at Twitch.
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning. Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020 Masters Championship. Jason Kaplan joined by Wolfie here as we're going to break down some final thoughts into that last map and the match in general we just saw with Team Liquid up against Virtus Pro, with, of course, Team Liquid taking the 2-0 in the end. But it was not so easy. It wasn't a 2-0 you maybe expected coming into the series. There was definitely some struggle on Vertigo. But let's talk about Virtus Pro really quickly a little bit, because this was definitely a team that we did see some signs of life. Vertigo, that was a map clearly they prepared for. They were looking good. They had a chance to take that map a couple of different times, but in the end it fell through.
Yeah, I think if they had managed to take that map, we could have seen a very different series, right? Because they looked confident, and that's something we've not seen from VP in a while. They looked like they genuinely believed they could do it, and they were hitting their shots. They were putting the pressure on Liquid, which is not something you can say many teams manage to achieve. But then after Vertigo slips through their hands, perhaps, then Mirage just becomes worse and worse and worse, right? You could see those old mistakes creeping in, those missed shots from Buster on the AWP, just as an example. And it just looked like they believed less and less and less, and then it came back to ruin them as Liquid took the 2-0.
Yeah, there didn't seem to be much structure. I mean, not to be like too negative or anything like that, but too much structure necessarily on the VPT side. I mean, we did see like one round where they actually went for like a solid execute towards A, and it actually won them the round. So there was like some potential there, but at least on Vertigo, they seem to really rely on just being super aggressive on that CT side, get those early picks towards A ramp, and hopefully flourish after that. But for Team Liquid, you know, a team that typically doesn't do well within their first series of the tournament or the first map of the series, they definitely warmed up into it, and everyone seemed to be pretty damn confident, especially Twist you saw there. He finished off around like 21 kills at the end of Mirage. He was looking phenomenal.
Yeah, the players really started to step up. Legion Twist ending the series with a 1.2-ish overall, which is not a bad stat line to be carrying in your first best of 3 of the tournament, right? They've come in, they've settled in. This is their sort of starting up the engine game, and they've managed to get through it, relatively easily. We'll discount Vertigo because Vertigo is always going to be a little bit of an anomaly. They take them to the actual CS maps, I want to say, in the form of Mirage, and it's a lot smoother sailing for Liquid. So I think they can take a lot of confidence, but so can VP. If they can do that to Liquid on Vertigo, then give them a little more time, give them a little more practice. Perhaps some of these maps can start to become easier for them.
Yeah, and obviously the tournament, I mean, it can become easier for them, but the tournament's not going to be easier at all because they would play against the winner of Mad Lions versus Evil Geniuses, which currently is going to a third map. I'm going to tell you exactly what it is in a second, of Nuke. So we had 16-7 in favor of EG on Vertigo, 16-14 on Dust 2 for Mad Lions. They've had a fight for it on that one. And then going on to Nuke as their last map of the series. I mean, Mad Lions, it's a team that everyone wants to see do well now, considering how things have revolved around the team. Evil Geniuses, I want to see them perform well after seeing ESO1 New York able to take a big victory, but they've been going a little bit downhill since then. But this is a perfect opportunity for them to bounce back, as you can see. And then there's the bracket for Group B currently of what we do have. So 100 Thieves up against Tyloo will be an elimination match. And then we have Virtus Pro up against the losers of Mad Lions versus Evil Geniuses as well.
It's a stacked lower bracket, isn't it? And the best of threes leave nowhere to hide for these teams. And you saw that with VP. Best of one, perhaps they take Vertigo, but instead it comes back to punish them and Liquid find the Swift 2-0. And whoever they're facing in that lower bracket, be it Mad Lions or Evil Geniuses, that is going to be an incredibly difficult game for them to win.
Yeah, and looking at 100 Thieves as well, just a team I wanted to focus on really quickly is like they've not really hit the ground running, like a 16-3, 16-2 yesterday against G2. I mean, you can't really ask for a worse start than that, unfortunate tournament, but I have some hopes for him. Mr. Savage himself can hopefully carry the team back through some victories. And Group A as well. We want to show you, obviously, this group and how it's panned out. You can see Astralis going up against Vitality as a winner's match. We have Navi versus Fnatic. But the match we're going to next, though, is going to be in the lower bracket. It's going to be Ninjas in Pajamas up against Cloud9. It's set to start at about 14:50 here over in Europe. So in about 10 to 12 minutes time, if you guys are watching around the world, I don't want to convert the times for you because you know what? I'm damn lazy and numbers are really hard to do on air. And you can also see Renegades up against FaZe Clan, which will be our final match here on the stream for the B stream.
Yeah, there's some pretty incredible elimination games coming up, isn't there? And these are teams who could make a run. There's nobody in that lower bracket who I go, okay, there's no chance, right? Yeah. Renegades FaZe is going to be rough and it's going to be tough, but FaZe, after going out against Na'Vi, maybe the mental side starts to creep in, and we've seen FaZe consistently be that team that underperforms. So does that happen to be their curse again here? And then NiP, Cloud9, they're both teams where the expectation is perhaps a little less. Cloud9 recently picking up the ATK roster. Nork recently coming in for NiP, and the whole reshuffle of, because Nork is an AWPer at heart. I've casted him for about a year. He is an AWPer. That's all he does.
That's a subtle brag, but all right.
So yeah, I know. I'll take them when I get them, right? And so it's a massive rejig for the NiP in terms of their structure and how they want to play their CS. So both teams who really want to just come here to prove that they're here and they're new and a little bit exciting perhaps in places, and that's going to be one feisty elimination game.
Well, don't use all your nuggets of knowledge just yet, because you'll be casting that next match with Vince here. And that's about, again, just to reiterate, about 10 minutes of time, so make sure you guys stick around for that one. Go watch the main stream to watch the Mad Lions versus Evil Geniuses game in the meantime, but make sure you come back, because I have Vince, we're going to have Wolfie, and it's going to be a crazy game. We'll see you guys in a few.
So we both know there's Nazis living in America.
You know what the best revenge is? Revenge.
Let's do a little dance, make a little love, and get down tonight.
Showtime. It's about justice for 11 million people.
Samantha, you look more like a Heather. Do you ever get that? It's nice to finally meet you in person.
You're Pete Nokia?
Oh, the pic? That was actually a professional headshot? Oh.
I'm sure that's it. Yeah.
I think I lost a few pounds recently, too. I'm actually doing a juice cleanse. Wait, you don't...
With Geico, the savings keep on going. Just like this sequel. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Shadows, I've come to make a name, ready for battle, 'cause I got a throne to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you your mistake. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger, so meet the monster. Smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet. Forget all of my fears, 'cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legends spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment.
Welcome back to the B stream. Jason has shrunk. He's turned into an Englishman. Bit less hair, bit more beard. And Wolfie is still here, of course, as we're going to be jumping into our second game very shortly. A very fast turnaround. NiP versus Cloud9. Now, on paper, Wolfie, this may actually be quite a close game, though, because neither team's necessarily been lighting the world on fire.
Yeah, it feels like it's one of those games where you look at it and you go, neither team is exceptionally good, but neither is clearly better than the other, right? So you end up with these games where it can be very close and it can be an awesome game of CS to watch because the teams are roughly on par in terms of skill. They've had sort of the same amount of time to gel as a roster, and in Cloud9's case, new org, in NiP's case, Nork coming in. So I think it's a game that could really give us a banger.
I agree. I think it could go the distance as well. Obviously, we don't know what the picks and the bans are just yet, but in terms of the map pool, is there anything that's really sticking out to you about this?
It's fairly standard for everybody. The only thing that worries me is NiP's map pool is quite slim with the new boy. They haven't had too much practice on LAN with him. They haven't had too much practice with him full stop. So Dust 2 has always been there. We don't play that map. But they've also got very limited information on Inferno. Nuke, they've played 3 times and never won. And it's like, you look at that map pool and you just go, okay, they need 5, and you go, well, they've got 4. And so it just feels a little bit awkward. But then Cloud9, we saw them, they've always been known as this overpass team, even when they were with ATK, and then Astralis absolutely banged them out on it. So potentially, there's going to be a bit of a trade-off from both teams, and Cloud9 not going to be so comfortable on some of the maps that they would have previously considered home territory.
Yeah, Overpass is an interesting one as well for Cloud9 because at Leipzig earlier this year, they played against Renegades and Dexter manhandled them on the CT side. It was actually quite difficult to watch if you're a Cloud9 fan, I'm sure. They got played off the server. So if they do go to Overpass here, I'm very curious what it's going to match up and how it's going to fare against the NiP team that, as you say, it's a bit of a change around in terms of roster. The bulk of them, of course, going across the Dignitas. And now you're left with some very individually skilled players, but I want to see how they mesh together.
Yeah, and you're left with quite an awkward situation in terms of Twist and Nork both being AWPers as well, which causes its own conflicts within a team, right? But then you've got Mirage, insta-ban from Cloud9, understandable, they don't play it. So I'd expect to see the D2 ban coming out next from NiP. There we go. So both teams getting out their insta-bans immediately. So they're both going to get at least one map which they feel comfortable facing their opponent on, which is always good for these sort of games.
Absolutely. Always good to get things kicked off as strongly as possible. And there is the Overpass. You highlighted it. NiP have gone for it.
Yeah, well, at Cloud9, they've always felt like this is a map they can play on, and they've always felt like it's a map that they can take on the bigger teams on, but obviously at this tournament it's not been the case. As you said, in Leipzig they struggled immensely as the Vertigo pick comes in, so I'm sure Bastion's going to be over the moon with that one. Nip picking up Vertigo, and that's an interesting one. Both teams with a 50% win rate on that, so they're fairly evenly matched coming into the second map.
Yeah, I mean, you've already seen a bunch of Vertigo today as well. 1916 earlier, if you did miss it. Obviously, we do have 2 streams running simultaneously. Going to be interesting to see what our third and final map will be. And I think quite a few people will be expecting it to potentially go to that third map. Nuke banned, Train banned, which leaves Inferno. Inferno deciding map. You'd love to see that.
Yes, it's always a good map to have as your final one of the series, right? Interesting that Nip went there rather than Train. I would have perhaps naturally expected them, having picked up another AWPer, to look at Train and go, okay, that's a map where we can perhaps put players in more natural positions. But then Inferno can lend itself to the double AWP as well if you play it correctly. And it always is a fantastic map to finish a best of 3, so I'm never going to complain about Inferno.
We've had many bangers when it comes to Inferno, that's for sure. Obviously, on the CT side, double AWP's going to be pretty prevalent. T side, not so much. In fact, some teams don't even run with a single AWP. It can be a very difficult map to get into. But first and foremost, we are going to be stopping at Overpass, the choice of Cloud9. They're going to be starting, obviously, on the T side, with Nip opting for just the 1 smoke and a kit to their name.
Looking like they want to play some kind of a retake, and 3 players actually getting aggressive down connector on this initial play. Cloud9 fully queuing up towards the B bomb site. They are going to 1 site and 1 site only, but this aggression from Nip will allow them to get a very fast flank in towards short should they choose to. Plopsy's going to play it passively, and Cloud9, they'll get a relatively free bomb site, but now the flank starts to come in. Lekro looking to guard the cross, can't do so. MOTM and JT with a couple of quick headshots and really piling on the pressure now as Floppy finds a 3rd on the Glock, trying to run straight through Twist, at least able to get 2 in response, but he's all alone and he needs the ace if there's going to be any chance in this round. And he's got no armor either. The smoke grenade looking utterly useless at this point. MOTM going to get his head ripped off though, and a 2 versus 1 now for Twist as he looks to push on in.
This is where that smoke can start to become a bit of a nuisance, though. He could even go for the full defuse in the smoke if he feels up to it. He knows time is running scarce. He's going to tap onto the bomb. He's going for the full defusal. They're spamming up through the smoke, and Twist, he's going to pull it off. How in the hell have Cloud9 let that happen? He snuck the defuse under their noses.
Everything was right for Cloud9. They had played that perfectly. They'd got into the bomb site. They'd found their entry frags, but how can you get around the fact that Twist just sits behind his own smoke and sticks the defuse? Cloud9 not managing to connect the bullets, and that really is a huge disappointment. At least able to get the buyout on the back of that bomb plant, so they're going to have 4 rifles and JT dropping down onto the Deagle as the CT side pick themselves up a few FAMASs and an MP9 onto Lekro.
What a beautiful start for the Swedes. Not so much if you're on Cloud9. Not going to be happy about that. But bomb plant, Glils, SG, AK, such a strong purchase has been picked up by both teams. And they're going to be going head to head. It's more of a connector control start for Cloud9. There is a player down there in the form of Lekro with his MP9, but he's going to be deciding to back away instead and watch short.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? That T-sided economy allowing them to pick up 4 rifles despite losing the pistol, including the Krieg onto MOTM as well, which could be absolutely crucial. When you look at that CT buying power, they've only got 1 M4 onto Twist. Their utility is very limited. And as Cloud9 look to group up towards that A-bomb site, they can really start to pile the pressure on. 3 players here for the defense, though, and plenty of firepower to try and push back this hit.
Smoke's about to blot out the sun on Cloud9, and the push will be forthcoming. There's no flashbangs to afford them, and so much grenade damage picking shrapnel out of their teeth. Our Cloud9, the bomb goes in first and gets dropped in such an awkward position. I'm not sure if they're on the same page about that. It forces him to just rushing straight onto the site, and it allows Rez to open his account with 2. A 2-on-1, MOTM, 4 HP. Doesn't have control of the bomb either with 25 seconds to go. Surely he has no hope in this round.
Trying to clear whatever angles he can, but Nork already on the aggressive flank in towards the bathrooms. There is nowhere to hide for MOTM as Plopsy's going to spot him out. Does miss the initial shot and perhaps gives him some room to breathe, but it's allowing Nork to come out as well. The truck plant not going to come through. The Krieg even recovered by the CT side as they get their 2nd on the board. And considering the firepower difference between the T and the CT side there, Ninja Jim Pajamas have done an incredible job.
They really have. Again, that nade that was tossed onto around the flower bed of short banana absolutely rinses Cloud9. I think it did about 125 damage split between 3 players. But the head-scratching moment there, Wolfie, is they send the bomb in first with 45 seconds to go. Didn't need to. There was no smoke on the site. There's no real hope. They didn't check any of the angles. That's a very odd decision.
And if they hadn't gone first with the bomb, JT could have made the call that there's at least 2 players there and possibly even a third, and then they can rethink their plan, maybe go down connector and try and make something different happen. But instead, they went for it and it fell apart at the seams. 4 P250s this time as Cloud9 looking to go very quickly into this bomb site. Lecro will help himself to the first, and now the support comes in. Just the 1 frag, make it 2, as MOTM at least able to find Rez at the very death of things. But I'm sure Ninjas in Pajamas, they won't be worried about that too much. They've kept their 3 main rifles up, and they've managed to keep that Krieg on Plopsky as well, which is always a great bonus for a CT side.
It's a good point. They lost the expendable weapons, but they kept the important ones, as you say, using the SG. Any map in the current pool, it is an absolute nightmare for the terrorists to push. You can just tap through. It's going to be interesting to see where Plopsky takes it for his squad. It would appear that he is going to be opting towards the B side as a Molotov is going to get extinguished. OC can push through onto the playground. The second molly stops him from pushing short quickly, and Red's going to be tossing in an nade. This could do a little bit of chip. It does knock JT down significantly.
That's a lovely nade to open things up as well. And when you bring MOTM down to 91, that's within the 1-shot headshot range of the M4 as well. So the damage is very significant as Twist with this scout reading it perfectly, but can't quite find the initial shot. Plopsky gets the better of Sonic down towards the B bomb site to open things up, but that's all a fake for Cloud9 as they're looking to take the control towards Banana. The crossfire still here for Rez and Twist. They are not abandoning this just yet as Cloud9 look to push on in with 1 minute and 5 left.
Slowing things down somewhat, but there could be some re-engage coming into fruition from Rez, who is moving up close. He does have Twist watching his back with the scout. SG's in the meanwhile going to be wielding their way onto long. Smoke put down onto long itself. This is getting rid of some of the vision of Nip, maybe trying to draw a rotation out towards the B side or from the B side. But Cloud9 not really getting too much real estate, and time is starting to dwindle away. They've got to start pushing.
Rez still alive and kicking as well towards short, causing havoc. Finally taken down by Floppy as the push starts to come in. Twist with a lovely headshot to open things up onto Floppy, and he's looking for more as well. He'll find the second onto JT. He even finds the no-scope tag, which Plopsky will take gladly. A double for him, and Ninjas in Pajamas find their 4th round. Twist showing up in a big way on the scout, and you've just got to wonder if that's what he can do with the scout. What's going to happen when the AWP comes into play? And there you go.
This was the appetizer, and now the main course is coming to the table. And Cloud9, they're already fed up. They don't want any more. They have to drop down to Desert Eagles and P250s. It's looking rough for their choice of map. And Nip doing a very similar job to what Renegades did when it was Dexter, as I said, on the CT side. They're taking the fight to Cloud9. They're not allowing them to settle. They're forcing them into these very strange claustrophobic fights towards the end of the round. MOTM, though, gonna drop Rez. That's a free weapon that trades hands. Not an ideal start for Nip.
Feels like a little bit of an oversight from NIP, if we're honest, sending Rez alone down connector and straight into a stack, as Sonic does take a little bit of chip damage off of the Krieg, and it is going to be Cloud9 looking to group down towards this B bomb site as the push starts to take shape. MOTM, of course, on that recovered M4A4. Plenty of firepower for the T side to try and make this one work.
There certainly is, but a well-timed smoke is going to blockade the initial push. But they're going to decide to go in anyway, accompanied by a flashbang, realizing they have no map control. They have to just press forward. They're not sure about flanks. They're not sure as to where these CTs reside, but now they're going to find out that Nork is up close and personal as his M4 sings for a kill. He goes down to the hands of OC, and it is a bomb plant, so all things considered, if Cloud9 can do more damage, that would be wonderful, but they've pretty much accomplished the mission they set out for themselves. That's a few kills and a bomb plant, but they're still 5-0 behind.
Yeah, they've kept the CT economy honest, but how many times can that be considered a success before you have to just start looking at the scoreboard, plain and simple? Cloud9, they will be able to buy into this next round. The pace, frenetic, and Ninjas in Pajamas are taking advantage of it to the nth degree. The buy is still going to be very good on the CT side, and they're even going to bring out the double AWP setup this time for Nip to try and shut down Cloud9.
It's a very good point you raised, that it's all well and good getting close, time after time, but eventually you've got to start converting. getting an economy on the T side, not difficult, especially with full round loss bonus. Getting rounds and dethroning Nip's economy is going to be a much harder ask. Rez going aggressive. It's a solid flashbang, but he still pulls the trigger and takes the head off MOTM. Excellent start for Nip once again.
It's a little bit unfortunate for Cloud9. They play that one really nicely. 2 flashbangs to make absolutely sure, but Rez, he takes no prisoners. A quick headshot to open things up. And again, Cloud9, when they lose that opening map control towards A, they just funnel down into the B bomb site, and Nip's starting to get a bit of a read on that as well. 3 players now down into B, including Nork on the AWP. And a couple of rifles here to support him as well. The crossfire's perfectly established for Nip. You couldn't ask for a better hold as Cloud9 start to line up their nades.
This is where I think Cloud9 are starting to telegraph their plays a little bit too much. They're not drawing any players away. So many flashbangs, so many Molotovs have been exchanged, and the AWP round does go between the shoulder blades of JT and puts him down. Cloud9, they're really struggling. They're running into this blockade of CTs once more. I think we're reaching that kind of time here, Wolfie, where I'd like to see a timeout called. Just Cloud9 to regroup and figure out what's going wrong.
It feels like it's getting away from them far too quickly, doesn't it? 6-0 already, and honestly, there's been nothing that's made you go, okay, maybe that round was unfortunate and Cloud9 could pull something out. So they are going to go for the timeout at 6-0, and look at that. Twist 158 ADR so far in this match. And I think the worrying thing, especially for Cloud9, is Nork hasn't even turned on yet. He's always been a player who's been quite hot and cold. He had some great maps and some slightly worse ones, and they're lost to Vitality. So if he's not showing up and you're still 6-0 down, what do you do when Nork starts to turn up in the server?
It's a good question, and they may not have the answer for those questions. They've got 16 kills collectively, Cloud9, so even though they're 6-0 behind, they have been getting kills. They have been taking casualties with them. It's just about getting across the finish line. However, that being said, the last 2 rounds have been very one-sided indeed, so I'd like to see them maybe throw in a few more fakes. I think this is getting a little bit obvious now. They're pushing together on B. They don't have any map control. They feel like they can't afford to go for a fake at that point. Try and draw out these rotations. Try and get Nip to respect their prowess across the map, because right now it's been far too easy.
There definitely needs to be a change somewhere, as Rez going to take some slow control, has Twist on the AWP to back him up as well, and it is going to be Cloud9 getting a little bit of map control this time towards the fountain. They're going to be able to push through without getting their heads ripped off by an AWP, as MOTM does eat a nade for his troubles. But at least they're getting some map control towards A, right? They've not been picked off and then immediately funneled down towards B, and they're actually starting to put a little bit of pressure onto Nip as well. As you can see, Twist having to bail out on the AWP, still turns to hit the shot as Rez out in the open, able to get the better of MOTM, and once again, Cloud9 giving up a couple of early picks, and that's just a matter of the aim duels going the way of Nip.
Yeah, these Swedes have so much ability, and they're starting to show the world why maybe this team isn't dead just yet. A lot of people were worried when some of those veterans went across the Dignitas, but they're having a resurgence. Cloud9 have had their own issues lately. You can only beat what's ahead of you, and that's what Sonic is taking to heart. Bullet between the eyes of Nork does open up B for business again, but so many of these rounds have ended here. Floppy on the drive-by, though, does take down Plopsky, and if Lekro falls, that should be B going with him, but he stalled enough time for the rotations to come in, and he is a one-man wrecking crew. That Molotov is doing nothing for JT, but Lekro shows his head anyway, and he rips it clean off. 20 seconds to play with JT, about half his HP remaining. At least he does have the bomb under control, but there's the flank from Rez, and it's the flawless 7-0 sweep, and Wolfie, the timeout does nothing.
Cloud9 just, they found something that time. They got something going their way, but 2 quick frags towards the A bomb site very rapidly turned it on its head, and that was just a matter of players hitting their shots. Rez was out in the open, there was no utility to help him out, and he just straight won the aim duel. And when that happens, when Cloud9 aren't using their flashbangs, which they were so good at against Astralis, then it's just going to fall apart at the seams. Nip going from strength to strength, and the bank account's starting to build up on the CT side as well, as Cloud9, they will drop down onto the pistols once more and just try and get as much damage out as they can.
You highlighted it, double AWPs in play on the CT side, as if it wasn't bad enough for Cloud9 already. Now you have to deal with Twist and Nork with the sniper rifles. Do they maybe speed things up if they realize there's 2 AWPs? It is a direct counter to get up in the face of those AWP-wielding players. You can see that Rez currently on long, not by himself, because he does have Twist, but there is a smoke blockading his vision. He's going to hold the line anyway. Cloud9 stuck in the bathrooms. May have to start to worry about a potential flank, and Twist has his eyes on the prize of short, so if anyone peeks, they're going to be gone. It's not looking good here, Wolfie. It seems like it's going to be another massacre.
They're playing far too slowly, and as Twist gets the early tag, Lekro on the spray down, only able to get one, but the Molotov will finish the job for him. Rez swings from long to find one more, and Floppy, he's pulled off some insane clutches, but he's not finding his shots this time. Nork can't make it happen either. A little bit of a messy fight, but it will be the nade to finish things off. If you can't hit him with the bullets, use the ordnance instead, and Ninjas in Pajamas, they get round number 8 on the board. Cloud9 call a second timeout, and I mean, I could see what they were going for with that round, but it felt like they just needed to up the pace. They stopped, they waited, and Nip just tore them apart.
Well, there's two sides to this story. Cloud9 have looked pretty flat, but Nip have been on form. They've been on fire. Twist still up there in the ADR. 10 kills, but 4 assists, and so much impact in some of those rounds with the scout. Unbelievable plays, but I mean, just to add another little bit of woe and doubt towards this best of 3 for Cloud9, this is their choice of map, Wolfie. This should be their home turf, and they're getting completely decimated.
Yeah, it's got to start to put those doubts into the back of your mind, hasn't it? 8-0 down on your map pick, knowing you're going into Vertigo next, which is not a map that many teams are too comfortable on. They will be able to get the bye, Cloud9, and they will desperately hope that they can perhaps change their fortunes coming into this one. OC's got the AWP in his hands, and they're going to go for this connector control. They had a little bit of success with that when they had the pistol, so perhaps trying to replicate that as they slowly start to clear their way out and get some map control finally away from Nip.
That is the plan, but to be fair to Nip, they've been mixing it up. They were very aggressive in the early rounds. They're now slowing it down, starting to take some bathroom control late on for Rez. And Cloud9 hoping that Nip maybe overextend and give them a freebie to try and pivot off. Nip's economy as well is in such good shape that it's not going to be anytime soon when they break that down, but there's another spray that goes in favor of Nip through the smoke. Lekro pounces on Floppy, and Rez doubles up. Another timeout that's yielding nothing so far.
Rez as well, winning the duel against JT, and that's just a blind swing. There's no utility to support, but the frag still goes the way of the Ninjas, and Sonic desperate to make something happen, but the flashbang just a split second too late, and MOTM, he took the early damage from the spray down from Rez, and now he's in a 1 versus 5. The Krieg in his hands, the economy absolutely busted for Cloud9. Nip on the verge of getting double digits unopposed, and MOTM, he knows they're not going to let him save, so he's going to try and find some frags anyway. Takes the head off of Plopsky as he goes down to 6 points of health, and this round is all but done.
It would be a miracle if he could even get close to winning this round, never mind clutch it. Player on barrels, Lekro up close. 9-0, 2 consecutive timeouts that have yielded absolutely nothing whatsoever. Cloud9 back to the drawing board. It's hard to really see any weaknesses in this Nip roster right now. This is a very impressive performance.
They really look like they've turned on now. They've come into the lower bracket. They know it's do or die time now. They know that everything has to go their way, and they are performing to the next level. I will say, though, Cloud9, they're not really helping themselves at this point. They're not hitting their shots. They're struggling with their consistency, and something has to change, right? A mental switch has to flick, as once again, they're down onto the pistols. MOTM, the only player able to pick up a rifle, and the problem at this point is Nip are so confident. They've committed 4 players down towards the B bomb site. They know that if there's no early aggression towards A, Cloud9 are choreographed, and they're gonna hit the B bomb site, so they just rotate aggressively, put all of their presence here. And how do you get past so many rifles when you've only got pistols?
It's all about hitting those shots, winning the duels, which have been unable to do so thus far. They need a talisman. They need a bit of inspiration. They need that kind of play that's just going to really light a fire into their backsides, because if not, they're going to go out of their map with a whimper. As you say, elimination on the line from Katowice. So much to play for. Who is going to be that hero? Who can they lean on?
They've sent Floppy, who was the Clutchmeister Supreme against Astralis, up towards that A-bomb site just to try and put some pressure on Twist and try and force these rotations to be a little more honest from the Ninjas. And It is actually going to work. Nork under a little bit of pressure, but he'll take down MOTM early on. The 8K at least recoverable for Sonic, but as Twist gets the second, that's the A bomb site lurk down. And the 3 remaining players for Cloud9 to try and make this B hit work. Sonic at least able to get one, traded immediately by Plopsky as OC starts to swing, bomb on his back, but the Krieg at range is all too good. Lekro gets the next, and it's 10-0, double digits unopposed for the Ninjas. Cloud9, they will be able to buy into this round, but they are running out of opportunities to get on the scoreboard.
Absolutely the case. May even see another timeout round the corner, because if you don't use them, you're going to lose them. At the end of the day, you go out here, you get battered 15-0 on the first half. You're not really going to get a choice on the second half to have much of a say. I suppose the other side of things, though, is, well, they haven't really done anything with the timeout, so this is where you're looking towards your IGL, you're looking towards some of those more experienced players to maybe come up with some ideas.
Feels like they're lacking in inspiration as they just wander into the crosshairs, and Twist with 2 swift flicks removes 2 Cloud9 players from the server. OC very cautious about rounding the corner. Twist will finally be taken down, but there's a Krieg lying in wait, and Rez will grab 2 more. JT, all of his teammates gone before they even get any map control behind them. The nade brings him down to 64 HP, and once again, the Ninjas in Pajamas have utterly decimated Cloud9.
There's not much to add, really, Wolfie. I mean, this is the most brutal, one-sided game that we've seen at Katowice. We've had some pretty stompy games. We've had 16-4, 16-5s. This is taking it to a different level, especially considering Cloud9 are solid and overpass. I am absolutely baffled that they are getting this destroyed. They've basically had not even that many chances. I can't even remember that many 1v1, 2v2s. I mean, the very first round, of course, was that defuse in the smoke from Twist. That's the closest round we've really had.
That's all they've had. That's all the opportunities they've been given by NiP. As soon as they got those rifles out, it feels like it was game over. Cloud9 going to be calling their 3rd timeout. But even if this one works, best case scenario, you're going into the half 11-4 down. And honestly, it just looks like NiP are getting to C9. They're not hitting their shots. They're not playing with any real strategy in mind. Like, they just round the corner into Twist. The first player goes, the second player goes. It's 2 free kills for an AWP. They need to find some kind of an execute. There needs to be some utility that comes out just to force NiP back into the bomb site, because at the moment they're just taking free map control wherever they fancy, and that's catching Cloud9 off guard time and time again.
23 kills for Cloud9 in round 12. They're averaging just over 2 kills around, which simply is not good enough. That's why the economy is in such good shape for NiP, why they have been so brutal. And considering that a lot of the rounds have been just a case of a couple of early trades and then just pretty much being swept aside, NiP have consistently saved 3 or 4 weapons, and they've just been absolutely fine. As you say as well, they're just feeling so much confidence that they're allowing themselves to go for these stacks. They're playing Twist alone with the AWP with no help whatsoever. Over on the A side, they don't have anyone connector, and the rest of the team is stacked on B. And look at their positions as well. These aren't spots you can quickly rotate from. They have made this call. They have telegraphed this play. They know exactly what's coming up, and Cloud9 again are just running into the blender. It is an absolute shutdown. Another timeout. 0 rewards, 0 results for Cloud9 to speak of.
And it just feels like NiP know what's going to happen before it even does. They trust that one AWP on Twist. He's completely exposed to A long, but they just trust that the call is correct. And of course it is. Cloud9 wander into the stack. The utility comes over, but at that point it's a 4-on-5, and the shots are just hit better by NiP. And it looks all too easy, all too simple, as Cloud9 again, off the back of a pause, they lose the round. They go back down onto the eco. Sonic this time the player to pick up an AK-47, and what can they get this time around?
I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be pessimistic, but probably not much, Wolfie. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this probably will go to NiP. I'd love to be proven wrong. I'd love to get a close competitive map, but NiP have been just on their A game, and Cloud9, I don't even think this is like their D tier sort of performance. It's been so rough. Twist, though, is being tagged down for the first time in quite a while. Cloud9 actually have the player advantage. They actually have a chance.
They've actually got something to work with as they look to storm in, but Nork on the M4 shuts it down very quickly. Plopsky finds a second, and this again is where Cloud9 need to bail, but Letgro's taken down JT. The bomb is gone with him. And Floppy, he has the AWP at least to try and find this 3v1, but the bomb dropped in the middle of no man's land. Letgro will be the first to go down. We've seen Floppy pull these off before as he tries to make his presence known. Nade takes him down to 42 HP. He's trying to play every angle he can, but he's only got one smoke to work with. No flashes to force these CT players off the angles.
He's doing the smart thing, though. He knows one player at least is on A, and barring a double rotation, this could put it into 2 separate 1v1s. At the very least, he will have a post plant. He still has a smoke. He can cordon off one of these areas. He's played it perfectly thus far, and I think he just saw the shoulder of Nork round the corner peek. Good flick. Now it's down to Plopsky, and Floppy pulls off the clutch. They needed an inspirational play, and maybe that was the moment.
Something had to change, and finally Cloud9 show up. Floppy finds himself the 3v1 on a recovered AWP, and they open their account in round number 13 on Overpass. At least they will be able to buy, but the problem at this point is NIP have so much cash built up. They're on full buys till the end of the half regardless.
That is exactly the situation that Cloud9 find themselves in, and the round that they get is off some individual brilliance. So can they rinse and repeat through that? It does at least give them a lifeline if they can take a 12-3 half. I know it seems bleak, but you win the second pistol, there's options, there's hope, there is a dream at the end. But of course, NIP could just shut that dream down right now if they do close this out 14-1. So let's see if Cloud9 can strike twice.
How many times can you rely on individual brilliance to bring you rounds? A slow and measured approach from C9. They know there can be no more mistakes. Flashes over the top, but Twist is going to catch the timing to open up onto JT. And once again, NIP open things up with the entry frag. And Cloud9, they just look like they're starting to run out of options again. It's an absolutely huge 1v3 from Floppy, but that's it, right? That's all they've been able to achieve. And the setup is still good for NIP. Rez lurking in the bathrooms, just trusting himself to hit his shots. The flashbang going to cause some issues, but he will find damage before he's taken down by MOTM on the trade. And NIP, they've still got plenty of presence to work with here.
They certainly do. They still have some utility at their disposal. Time starting to dwindle. Just sub 40 seconds on the clock, and Twist a step ahead of OC. They tried the boost over Flowerbed, but his head is taken clean off. MOTM boosting over his teammate now has to just traipse with the bomb, but he's actually alone with the bomb. It's not as if they're pushing towards B with it. This is going to take quite some time on the rotation. Sonic, though, has found Plopsky. That gives them an inroad towards B.
And they're actually going to take the bomb all the way back around to A. Hope that they've caught NIP off guard at this point, but Letgro still lurking, still buying time, and time is running out for C9. 7 seconds. They can't get the bomb onto the site. Letgro just denying the plant, and Twist will finish the job. Ninjas in pajamas immediately reply with round number 13, and Cloud9 again just picked apart slowly but surely. And that frag from Twist really sums it up for me. He just reads what Cloud9 are trying to do.
Absolutely, but Cloud9 also were kind of their own worst enemies in that last 20-30 second period. You saw MOTM has the bomb on long. As soon as that boost doesn't work out for them, they have a good 5 or 10 seconds where they kind of freeze. They're not sure. Sonic gets a pick on B, and they do nothing with it. They still rotate. If there's one player on A, the chances are you lose the round because of time.
Yeah. It's those little moments of indecisiveness, and when you're in this situation as well, where every round is going against you, you can't afford to be indecisive. When you have those half breaks, those half opportunities, you have to be taking them, and instead it's NIP who take their 13th, and Cloud9 again fully commit to the B-bomb site. At least this time there's only 3 CT players here to defend, but the flashbang's good, and Nork will open up. Nork with a quick double, looking for more on the M4. Nork with the triple, and now Plopsky comes in to try and finish things. JT in a 1v4 with 44 HP, trying to maneuver, nothing doing. 14-1 the scoreline at the half.
It has been every bit as clinical and as brutal as the scoreline would suggest. We're going to have to see if Cloud9 can come back and make a ridiculous comeback after this break.
I know that your grandma was killed. I also know you went looking for the person who killed your grandma. And I think you didn't do it alone. There is a right way.
How to not to get into the States.
I'm gonna find out. And a wrong way.
We get back to work.
To get justice. You can still choose to do the right thing.
Hello. I saw you move in and I wanted to welcome you to the neighbourhood with some homemade biscuits.
Oh, that's so nice.
And a little tip, Geico could help you save on homeowners insurance.
Oh.
Cookies?
Biscuits.
Is there a little nutmeg in there?
Oh, it's my mum's secret recipe.
You can tell me.
It's a secret.
Is it cinnamon?
It's my mum's secret recipe.
Call Geico and see how easy saving on homeowners and condo insurance can be.
I'll come back for the plate.
If the Swedes can convert from here, this will be one of the fastest maps of Counter-Strike that you would have seen. And that includes 3 timeouts from Cloud9 already, who find themselves 14-1 behind. Yes, don't adjust your screens. That is real on their choice of overpass. And Wolfie, it was every bit as one-sided as the scoreline would suggest.
Everything Nip did worked, and everything Cloud9 tried didn't. But they need to start getting back on track, even just taking a few rounds to believe they can start putting up a fight into map 2 would be good at this point. As Rez let Crow pick up the P250, a little bit of utility, and the aggression coming in from the CT side. Floppy with Sonic on the boost backing him up will finally take some map control for Cloud9 towards short as the push starts to come in, and OC pressured off his angle early on.
Vitally important, especially for them with less utility. A lot of teams will go for MP9s, UMPs, these kinds of weapons, so that you can afford more HEs, you can afford more incendiaries. Just the one kit for Floppy. This could be a little bit of a worry. Plus, on top of that, you've got to say as well, Wolfie, there's no expendable weapons. If Nip do get a pick, they can transfer across to an M4 or FAMAS and just bolster up their arsenal of weaponry as well.
It's a very risky buy for C9, but you can understand why they've done it, right? There can be no more mistakes. Every round is a must-win, so buying up onto the rifles, onto the FAMASs, as much firepower as possible coming into this round makes sense. As Plopsky going to take the early contact, and MOTM actually going to find an opening pick before Plopsky manages to trade things out. And 4-on-4, the push still looking to come through from the Ninjas in Pajamas towards this A-bomb site. OC with a lovely flash out will take down Nork, but the trade near enough immediate again for Nip. They've kept it to a 3-on-3, and they've got map control to work with as they start to push in towards A.
Those SGs still firmly in the hands, still some utility to play off. Sonic finds himself on B alone. It's unlikely he will be tested. He's likely going to have to rotate towards A. The call will come through shortly. At least Cloud9 have both players over in this vicinity, but actually Floppy started to back away. This is going to be down to JT. The smoke's starting to plume at the back. Not quite shallow enough, though, to deter JT. This Molotov, though, is going to force him away as it just bounces up in the eyes. The effervescence of the Molotov is going to be extinguished from Plopsky's SG round delivered to the face. And now Sonic with his FAMAS. 10 seconds to try and stall this bomb plan, but it's forthcoming, and NIP are going to do it. Cloud9 cannot string anything together.
And the lack of utility really coming back to bite them. They just had to deny the bomb plant. Time was low. A Molotov, a smoke, anything to stall the advance of the Ninjas would have been useful, but instead they just get picked off one by one, and Cloud9 desperately trying to salvage something on their map pick. Will be buying up pistols on map point, Deagles, 5.7s, and a little bit of utility for them to work with, but Nip surely on for a storming victory here.
It is looking that way, isn't it, Wolfie? I mean, we thought this could be the closest game of the day, maybe. And yet, here we are, 15-2, Cloud9 in shambles on overpass. Flashbangs may be designated for some timing. Pop flashes into peak, see if they can try and just overwhelm NIP around short. They're taking a more centralized approach. It's only Lecro that's on the periphery of the bathroom. Everyone else either on short or connector, and Nork opens his account in what could be the last round of the map.
2 quick headshots, Plopsky with 2 more, and Twist just to take down the last man. OC able to get something done with the 5.7, and that will allow him to recover a Krieg, so a glimmer of hope for the Cloud9 fans in the chat, but a 1 versus 4, 29 HP and 1 Molotov to work with. Nip are just standing and waiting. The bomb will make its way towards B. They know exactly where OC is, so they're just going to wait for him to wander into their crosshairs when they will finish the job.
OC now has to also contend with a bomb plant. As if his woes weren't already stacked up, he has to add 1 more to the list of things to do. And he's fallen at the first hurdle. It is Nork who comes up at the end. 16-2 on Cloud9's choice of map. And Wolfie, I'm kind of at a loss for words here. I'm not entirely sure what to say about what I just witnessed.
I don't think there is anything you can say. Cloud9 made every mistake in the book, and Nip took advantage of every single one. It was a dominant performance for them, and they're going to feel incredibly confident going into map 2.
Well, it's time to collect ourselves. If you're a Cloud9 fan, I don't know what to tell you, but we're going to be going to a break. Hopefully you feel better in a few moments. We'll see if Cloud9 can pull it back.
Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top
And with the little guns, it's a big round!
On Intel Extreme Master Certified PCs, you'll find a gold badge. It means you'll find brilliance inside, that you'll get high-grade components like Intel Core i7 and i9 processors that'll deliver the uncompromised performance you need to game like a pro. Not to mention, every purchase supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
So we both know there's Nazis living in America.
You know what the best revenge is? Revenge.
Let's do a little dance, make a little love, and get down tonight.
Showtime. It's about justice for 11 million people.
It's how you play the game. 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 It's how you play it.
I come every year to see the communities.
Miller Lite shining a light on moderators for Twitch is just amazing to me.
We can't do what we do without the countless number of mods.
They're unsung heroes.
Being able to meet Zach for the first time, that's gonna be dope.
It's really important to me to give the LGBTQ community a place they can be safe.
I used to be terrified to be myself.
Cheers.
Been there for each other, man.
No doubt.
I'm feeling like choked up.
Thank you, Miller Lite, for supporting the gaming community at Twitch.
Hey there, I'm Lonnie from Lonnie's Lumber. If you need lumber wood, Lonnie's is better than good. We got oak, cherry, walnut, and more. And we also have the best selection of plywood in the state. Hey! Dang woodchucks, stop chucking that wood!
With Geico, the savings keep on going. Just like this sequel. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
He just went AFK for a few moments. You probably did. You didn't miss much for your Cloud9 fan. I'll spoil it for you. Floppy got a clutch, yay, and then everything else was pretty awful.
That is the summary of map 1, unfortunately, and Cloud9 just never showed up. There wasn't a single player who had a positive KD. There was no shining light other than that floppy 1v3, which honestly, it felt like Nip gave him a little bit. They took a lot of 1v1s with an AWPer. It was almost like a consolation round.
Yeah, it did feel like a bit of complacency. We do see this happen quite often where the surge in confidence and adrenaline just spikes and you start taking over peaks that you shouldn't. If it was a closer game, you think they just play more of a crossfire. But take nothing away from Floppy, he landed some sick flicks.
Oh, yeah.
But we were actually discussing this off camera. Which positives do we bring up here? Because we've got to be honest. I don't want to be negative. I don't want to be batting these guys over the head. They're still relatively young. They're still relatively inexperienced, especially as a roster. But that performance on their choice of map, it just simply wasn't good enough.
It almost feels like they're picking Overpass because everybody says they're good at Overpass now and not because they genuinely are. Like, they've lost to Astralis on it. They've been absolutely slaughtered by Nip on it. Is it time for them to just reset their map pool and go and have a look and genuinely have a look at which maps they think they're going to be good on? Because Overpass clearly isn't one of them anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's a conversation that I've had a few times with Natu, you know, obviously ex-professional, a legend, Finnish player. We're in a position where we were discussing, and he says, you learn way more from a loss, especially a heavy loss like that. But the question is, at what point do Cloud9 start to use that knowledge, take those lessons they've learned and start to implement them to turn it around? Because a lot of the issues they had today, I saw them have against Renegades in Leipzig, which was about a month ago. So you'd have thought there's been enough time now to develop that, to put it into their game, to change a few things around. Of course, we are focusing on the negatives here of Cloud9. We can't take any away from Nip. They were astounding. They were incredibly good, landing their shots. Twist was having a hell of a performance, especially with a scout early on of all weapons. He was dismantling Cloud9. They couldn't even get close. So I guess there's two sides to the story in that respect.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Nip fan, you look at that and go, fantastic. Everybody played incredibly well. For their first outing with Nork, I thought they really handled how they used the double AWPers really efficiently. They had Twist as the primary. Nork picked it up occasionally, but he's also very proficient on on the M4, which is something he's really added to his game because it wasn't something he was confident on. He had something like a 5% pickup rate for the M4A4 previously, so clearly he's worked on that and he's bringing a new aspect to the team, which, I mean, evidently is working incredibly well for Nip.
Oh, absolutely. He wasn't really called upon. He actually was their bottom fragger. I say that he still was on 14 and 9 and had around 60 ADR. Of course, he was mainly on the B side, though, on the CT. And when you're on the B side and you're not seeing as much action and it's kind of a complete shutdown from Twist and just pretty much having full map control from the CT's perspective, your B-side player is often going to be the one that struggles when it comes to stats. So I'm not even going to look into that. He wasn't even required, to be honest. And when he was still landing shots. I mean, the terrifying thing here for Cloud9 and other teams that may actually run into Nip on this form is everyone pulled their weight. There wasn't a weak link. There wasn't one player that you'd point out to and say, okay, if you can catch him, maybe there's some weaknesses here that you can really exploit. It seemed like everyone was chipping in.
Yeah, everybody was hitting their shots and everybody was finding their frags. And I think even more importantly than that, Nork wasn't their top player. He rated a 1.46 against Avengers Vitality first map. If he shows up again in map 2, what are Cloud9 going to do? They've gone 16-2 down when Nork isn't required. When he is, what happens then?
That is the terrifying prospect. The thing is, though, we do have Vertigo coming up next, which is an entirely different ball game. Some AWPers struggle on this map, never mind 2 AWPs. It's a very strange, up-in-your-face, aggressive map. We were discussing this. You said it's predictable in the sense it's unpredictable. You never really know what to expect with Vertigo, and I think when it comes to AWPing, I'm going to be very curious to see if Nork picks one up, and if he does, what kind of positions he plays with them.
Yeah, I know for a fact that they've spoken about sometimes they're using Nork as a primary AWPer now, so potentially that's where the difference is made, right? You take Nork as your aggressive AWPer and then Twist falls back onto the rifle, but it will be intriguing to see what they look to do because a double AWPing team is not going to have a great time on Vertigo. It only comes out occasionally. We saw Liquid bring it out against VP and it did work for a time, but then you just get overwhelmed because there's no real option on Vertigo for CTs to take map control away besides an early A ramp take. And when you can't take map back, a double AWP setup becomes very, very ineffective because on retakes, you're just in a lot of trouble straight up.
Absolutely. We actually saw this happen a couple of times in Overpass. It was being a little bit of a nuisance when the teams had the double AWPs. I believe, though, we're going to cut back to a short commercial break. Do correct me if I'm wrong here. I didn't quite hear that correctly. Oh, we're actually going to be jumping into game shortly, so my bad. So we can actually start to build up about Vertigo now. I was going to say that we probably shouldn't spill all the beans before we actually get into the pre-game, but that's what's going to happen now. So Vertigo itself, this is a map that a lot of people have their, let's say, issues with. Some people don't want it to be in the active pool. I think that would probably be an understatement. Where do you fall down with Vertigo? Are you one of the Vertigo fans?
Not at this level. It's a great addition at the casual level. It's something completely different, completely new, and it drags in a whole new breed of players who just want that up-close and personal fighting, right? I don't want to have to worry about my smokes, my tactics. I just want to shoot people in the face. Fine, that's great at a casual level. At this level, it just turns into a bit of a mess, and you end up with the A-site take where a wall of smokes blocks out the entire CT side, and then you go back around and there's CT's ninja diffusing. That's really the only way you get back into that A-site on a retake is one player ninja diffuses and however many remaining CTs just look to hold it down. So I'm not a fan, but Cloud9 are going to be starting on the CT side of things and looking to open their account somewhat stronger than they managed on Overpass. A fast play in towards mid, shut down immediately as Floppy finally hits a nice little shot to take out Rez.
OC could be called upon. Insta-goosed round the corner, dropped to just 8 HP, but they're going to have to try and run with his player advantage. Have they been able to mentally reset after demolition of Overpass? Twist up close with Plopsky. Floppy, very low HP, is about to be flanked. It's a question of who is going to get the last bullet in, and he's actually staying alive far longer than I was anticipating. 2-on-2 now falls into a 2-on-1 as Twist goes on a warpath on a rampage, leaving MOTM with all the chips on the table. 1-on-1 post plant.
Nork got to try and hit the early headshot. He retreats into the back right-hand corner of the bomb site, but MOTM has got him absolutely locked now. That bomb starts to tick down. Diffuse kit recovered as well, so every opportunity for MOTM to take this, trying to get closer to Nork, who actually just manages to bail out. MOTM spotting him on the cross, and whoever hits the first headshot wins it. MOTM with a quick flick and finishes the job. Cloud9, they get themselves a second pistol round and only their third round of this best of 3 so far, so don't go getting too excited yet, but at least they're starting on the right foot.
At least it's something for Cloud9 to get hype about, you know, because there haven't been too many things, as you said. Now, this is the kind of map where T-side AWPing, definitely not as prevalent. Typically, when teams hold fire after a bomb plant, it's because they're prioritizing the AWP, and NIP have no interest in that. 2 SGs, AK-47. Again, we fall into that very murky waters of CS currently. A lot of people have an issue with this, where you can just, it's second round, if you get a bomb plant, well, you got some rifles, you've actually got a really solid prospect ahead of you.
The Krieg meta really making life difficult for the CT side, and Nip looking to rub it in with 2 Kriegs, 1 AK-47 picked up by Nork, and those couple of Deagles can still be lethal in the hands of Plopsky and Twist respectively. Not much map control taken initially by Nip, happy just to sit back on the angles. However, they'll know that they're bleeding this utility out from the CT side. They'll know the buy isn't as effective as those Kriegs at range, so just going to be looking to take advantage of whatever fights they can manage.
Hoping that Cloud9 overstay their welcome. Currently 3 players over on A. That grenade nearly landing on the head of Nork, but Floppy is waiting in the wings. He can hear footsteps. This is vital information. There's 2 of them there. The NP9 mowing down 3 players, and MOTM will do the rest. The bomb's been dropped, and so will Plopsky. 2-0 start for Cloud9. Much better.
Much, much better, and the individual plays starting to show up. The aim looking a lot better as well across the board on the CT side, so glimmers of hope starting to shine through the clouds. And Nip, they will go down onto the half buy. They'll grab themselves a couple of Deagles. The P250 will come out for Plopsky, but again, at this point, I mean, if they can get that Krieg away from MOTM, that would be fantastic, but it's all about how much damage you can get, and can the ninjas in pajamas manage to sneak their way to a bomb plant?
It's pretty much going to be the icing on the cake if Nip can take a player down with it, all the better for it. But Sonic is going to deny that alongside Floppy. Such is the nightmare of Vertigo. So much aggression from Cloud9. It is one of those maps that affords you to be aggressive on the CT side. You don't feel like you have your back against the wall all the time. So Floppy taking the initiative with the expendable weapons, stacking up a whole bunch of cash, but Lekro and Twist gonna make this sting a little bit. 2 kills back, both are tagged down, neither of them able to retrieve either of the fallen guns. And to be honest, considering their SMGs, maybe just better to hold on to the Deagles for that one-tap potential.
Oh, that Crow so nearly finding the shot onto JT and really starting to ramp that pressure up, but as his teammate's taken down, he's left alone in towards mid, knows he's being flanked, and he's just trying to get as much done as he can. Can't quite connect with a headshot. MOTM to clean things up, and at the very least, Cloud9 only losing the SMGs. 2 MP9s down as Nip go for the buy, and this will be their first full buy as AKs and Kriegs come out across the board.
But Cloud9 have already weathered the early storm of a couple of SGs and an AK. Now they have that many more to contend with and a healthy dosage of grenades behind it. Let's see how Nip opt for this. They know that Cloud9 have shown that they have no problems getting aggressive and getting up close and personal, but now that it's going to be trading up for the assault rifles, do Cloud9 keep that pace? It doesn't seem like it so far. JT is taking that early encounter through ramp, but needs to be careful that the smoke doesn't get perforated alongside his head, so he will back away. Downside here though, Wolfie, is Cloud9 actually, with 1 minute and 30-ish to play with, don't have a huge amount of utility left.
They've used a lot on that early aggression, and they haven't posted anyone up for it either. Another smoke comes in a little bit less deep, and it's going to allow Twist to start to wander out. OC on the angle, but Twist still able to find the headshot to open things up. Flashbang completely blinds MOTM, so he will fall back through short. And that's the perfect start for the Ninjas. They've got the man advantage, and now it's just about what they choose to do with it. Slowly making their presence known up the scaffolding, Nip, and they've really got every option in the world to go for. Cloud9 incredibly limited in their utility. A pop flash to take a little bit of map control back towards the ramp, but Nip, they've still got a full execute in the bag in terms of nades here.
That they certainly do. They don't have enough of these Cloud9 players cold, though, to realistically go in, all guns blazing. They have to be more methodical. Now the grenades come in. Sonic's going to use that opportunity to strike, and JT alongside it, but Rez 2, exquisite entry frags, is going to get the Swedes and the player advantage. Bomb planted behind it. Cloud9 in trouble. They only have a Molotov to retake with.
JT and MOTM, I think, would be wise to save at this point. The Krieg, crucial for a CT side, and indeed, they're going to be bailing straight out of this situation. The lack of utility really coming back to bite them there. It felt like if they'd had slightly more opportunity to stall, that one really could have got away from the Ninjas, but instead, it will be their first round on the board on the T side of Vertigo. Couple of Kriegs and AKs saved on the T side of things doesn't hurt either, and they're going to try and take them away here through MOTM, just setting himself up on the angle for a peek up the stairs. Twist looks like he knows it's there as MOTM takes a couple of tags and just hightails it away. Knows, of course, that they'll need to keep those rifles up to keep that economy going on the CT side.
That is very much the case. With these two save guns, they can drop them across. They can even pick up an AWP if they so choose. It's going to be interesting to see if they do. MOTM decides to do just that. Let's see where he's going to be playing with it. How do NIP respond? Because Cloud9 now, hot off the back of that loss, they are going to be eyeing up an eco if they end up losing this convincingly, I should say. And NIP will be able to strike gold and potentially run away with this half as they did on Overpass.
Oh, MOTM taking the tags, and the Molotov will finish the job as well. Nip, that is the perfect pick to open things up. The AWP dropped towards short. OC thinking about the recovery, and he doesn't know, but Nip haven't been able to get aggressive and really cover that AWP yet, so it should be picked up at the very least for C9, but you honestly couldn't have thought of a worse situation for this round to begin with other than MOTM getting picked off through a smoke.
$4,750 plus all the grenades he just picked up evaporated in the blink of an eye, and it's not even in a position where they can feasibly go and pick it up. I'm not sure even if they'd want to, but JW, or JT, pardon me, with a JW-esque peak, I guess I could say. Beautiful one tap. Is going to try and hold the line. A very different Swedish player on a very different Swedish team, but the end result is the same. Grenade's going to be tossed over. OC now looking to try and get the flank into effect with his SG. This could be the key to success. If he can get around, if he can wrap into the backside of the terrorists, it could be golden, but instead he gets traded out 1-for-1.
And Twist becomes crucial here, already aggressive onto the bomb site. If he finds a pick, if he sees JT over the top of that smoke, this round is all but done. He's going to wait a little while longer. Now JT starting to spam through, gives his position away, but the bomb's gone down in the meanwhile. 3-on-3 retake. Cloud9 with no smokes to get into this bomb site as Nork even manages to nab the AWP of MOTM. And C9, there's a decision to be made here. Sonic thinking about the flank, and they will try and get in here, but with no utility at all. Nork gets a freebie. The spray down from Plopsky's good for the second. Floppy, at the very least, able to get one. Taps the bomb to bait the peak, but it's not going to work. Ninjas in Pajamas will have their second, and Cloud9 will be looking down the barrel of an eco, as you said.
I'm a bit surprised in that incursion at the end there, Wolfie, that they still decided to go for the defuse. They went for that retake. They had no grenades, as you highlighted. They had M4s, that's all well and good, but you're retaking a very difficult area of the map on A, with the verticality of the ramp and the side room also out there. If Cloud9 save, they have a chance to actually bounce back in this round. So I'm a little bit surprised, but I guess it shows their confidence hasn't been hit, at least from that first map. They still believe in themselves to win against the odds.
I mean, that's a positive you could take from it, I suppose. I just look at it as...
I'm really trying.
I literally would just see that as they've thrown 3 rifles away. Like, this buy could have been so much more effective if they'd just gone, okay, we've got no smokes. There's no way we're getting into that A-bomb site. Save 3. Give us something to work with coming into this one. Instead, they've got one P250 as Nork starts to make his way up the scaffolding. Does have to be careful of being overwhelmed here, but he'll get the first and the second, and now the push is just being dismantled. Sonic gets 1 frag for his name onto Rez, but that's all she wrote, and Nip get through it relatively cleanly. Cloud9, they will have the bye coming into this one, and perhaps an opportunity to reinstate themselves on map 2.
You'd certainly hope for it. So from the neutrals' perspective, one of the issues they've had, though, consistently, we've been mentioning this, is their lack of grenades when it comes to those crunch time moments, when it comes to the retake. So I'd like them to see that as an issue and to manage their economy, manage their nades usage a little bit better, because it feels like they just toss out all these incendiaries and smokes right off the back with no plan as to how they're going to get round into the latter stages if NIP survive the initial encounters, which they're going to do again here. Rez and Nork both doubling in for frags, and Cloud9 on the back foot again.
Plopsky might take the risk through the smoke, and he will do, giving Sonic a lifeline for Cloud9 here, 3-on-3. But look at this positioning from Twist and the CT side. They're still rotating back around. MOTM looking completely the wrong way is going to give up a free A bomb site. Fast flank is here for Sonic, but Lekro has read it well. He sets himself up to try and cover the angles as Nork and Co make their way onto the A bomb site. And again, they've just got the read. OC, oh, Sonic gets his head ripped off. And JT, nothing more he can do. Twist finishes the job. Nip, they have the lead for the first time, and you do wonder if it's a lead they're ever going to give up again.
I think if we didn't witness overpass in that performance, we'd probably say yes.
Yeah.
But that's definitely still in the back of our minds, and I've got to hope that Cloud9, their players are experienced enough, they're professional enough to be able to just dust that off into the back of their minds and say, that's a different lifetime ago, it's all in the past, we've got to focus on the present, the here and the now. So I'm still going to stay positive and optimistic that Cloud9 can, but yeah, things are starting to get a little bit scary. They're going to be raining down men onto the head of Lekro, able to actually take an SG out of that encounter, which is certainly a decent weapon to take out. Rez did just spot the gun being tossed across, but needs to make sure he doesn't get baited out into the open and lose his life. That'll be 2 weapons instead, but OC overstays his welcome, and he has been put down with authority, and it's more of the same for Nip.
JT manages to recover himself the Krieg, and with 3 low HP players, there's potential for damage to be done here. The bomb very slowly making its way around on the back of Twist, but that Molotov buys even more time, and it really does feel like a question of which Nip player is going to finish the job. Plopsky the first on the Jennies. Twist looks to get the bomb down behind first generators. JT at least able to get one more onto Plopsky as Twist retreats with the AWP, and he will finish the job. So only one more player lost for the Ninjas, and they're really starting to build up their bank again on the T side. As Cloud9, they will have the buy, but it's going to cost them near enough everything.
And most certainly will, and they've gone for a double AWP. Very interesting. I feel as if Nip have been doing a pretty solid job of getting smokes into position and pushing behind them. So I'm a bit concerned for Cloud9 that they're about to just get massively countered by this. But we'll have to wait and see what kind of opportunities they look for with the AWP if they go more aggressively. JT gonna trade out with Nork at the very least, but Plopsky jumping from middle. You can see that JT was stuck out in no man's land, and he gets eliminated by Plopsky. That's instantly drawing out the rotation from Floppy, and these 2 AWPs have not been able to get static, they've not been able to get into position and play to that turret kind of mentality. Nip are doing such a good job of maneuvering Cloud9 into these exposed weak positions.
Pulling the strings like a puppet master, they really are, and it's going to be on to MOTM to have a huge hold here on the AWP, completely alone towards the A-bomb site, although the rotations will start to come through. Floppy will start to make himself known and actually leave that B-bomb site completely empty. The Ninjas going to be wandering into a relatively occupied site, but with the dump of utility, they will be completely locking everybody out. MOTM can't hit the shot through the smoke. And again, Cloud9 very limited in their utility for this retake. They've got 1 smoke and 1 HE as the molly goes out, and that's not even going to stop Rez planting. So every advantage the way of the Ninjas, and at least Plopsky taken down in the early engagement.
This could bait Cloud9 into a false sense of security, though. This could dangle the carrot in front of their eyes and force them into a retake and to lose everything. Especially now that MOTM's AWP has been spotted by Lekro. This should be the red light shone in the face of Cloud9. The alarm bell should be ringing. They should be getting the hell out of here. But Lekro is going to stop it from being possible. Peeking from MOTM, but he's missed his shot. That could be it. He's going to get encircled by Swedes, but still does connect on Lekro. But it's a worthwhile trade for Nip. Both AWPs have been taken off the table, and we saw the moment there. 2 smokes at the back of the site, completely locks down MOTM. His AWP was useless.
And that's the problem with investing into a double AWP setup on a map like Vertigo. 2 smokes is all it takes, $600, and you've ruined a nearly $5,000 investment in a gun alone. And Cloud9, they'll start to try and use their timeouts to try and find a way to stop the Ninjas before it's just too little too late. They are 6-3 down. They will be going for the half buy into this one. A few pistols to pick up at the very least, but Nip are in such a good position. Rez, $8,000, $12,000 on Twist. I hadn't even seen that. Nork on 6. It feels like Nip are just building into the same position we saw on Overpass.
It's hard not to feel deja vu right now, honestly. I mean, Cloud9 did come out the gates a lot stronger. already have more rounds than they did the entirety of Overpass. Quite depressing. But it's 3-0 to 3-6. That's the way this is ebbed and flowed, and now Nip are in cruise control. They've picked up the AWP for Twist. They're going to see if they can use it against the CTs now, who are looking to go a little bit more aggressively, but it's down to pistols. And NIP, after that timeout, must realize this is a distinct possibility. So set up for those anti-ecos, something that Threat brought into this a long time ago, different roster, and Twist with a hell of a shot into JT. It's gone from bad to worse.
That's the kind of opening you want your AWPer to be getting as well. OC hoping perhaps for a timing, and will be able to get res on the 5-7. Nork looking to apply the pressure, will find the refrag, and teammates there to bail him out. Again, Cloud9 getting the damage. Necro down to 4 HP, but the two remaining pistols are all the way over towards this B bomb site, and Nip are setting up for the A execute. They've got a lurk in place as well, and it just looks like the setup is a little bit too good. Plopsky is here to cut this one out. He does look like he might get caught on a timing, though. He's clearing all the wrong angles at all the right times, and Floppy will finally wander into his crosshairs, taken out, leaving just Sonic, and even with Lecro brought down to 4 HP, there's surely no way he can get back into this.
Best case is to maybe take some players with him to try and at least keep the economy honest of NIP, but that's not going to be happening. Plopsky is up to the task. He reads the situation. I mean, if we look at the previous results as well, to be fair to both teams, yes, they've had a bit of an awkward, rough period, but we are coming off the back of not a huge amount of CS being played. Previous losses, Vitality beat Nip, and Astralis beat Cloud9. You can't really argue with those results.
Yeah.
But if we go off this performance and this basis, it looks like Nip are in a different league to Cloud9. I mean, consistently through this best of 3, they have been so superior.
And Cloud9 again go for the double AWP setup. They look like they just, that's their idea, is to bring out 2 AWPs. And the problem with it is that utility. It's just all too easy to lock them out. Floppy with an aggressive play in towards mid, as this time it's OC who picks up the second AWP, looking to perhaps mix things up on the CT side, mix up the angles for the AWP, and maybe catch somebody off guard for the Ninjas. And indeed, Floppy will find the early opening, immediately traded though by Lecro, and OC goes up on the boost, catches the timing to take him out. So finally, Cloud9 have themselves a man advantage.
Got to run with it though. They've got to convert this. They can't afford to sit back and allow NIP to recover and to put them down. They at least have utility to use though. Minute left. Timing could be so detrimental for Cloud9. NIP moving together as a united force up the ramp. They're going to be greeted there by MOTM and JT. The AWP for OC still over on middle. Here's a fast rotation though, of course, and Vertigo only takes a matter of seconds to get from one side of the map to the other. And now the mollies, the smoke, starting to connect on to the key positions. 39 seconds left. They're still not pulling the trigger just yet in the aggression, but it's going to be coming soon. There is a gap in the smoke though for JT to exploit, and if they don't check this, it's going to be a massacre. But he goes down without much of a fight, and MOTM has whiffed his opportunity. He now has to just duck and wait for the rest of his team to get there. The bomb's being planted, and Pomsky is just destroying everybody. NIP in a round they had no right to win. Come out ahead and don't lose a single player in that 3v4.
Plopsky goes absolutely huge on the Krieg spray down, and when you're in a position that Cloud9 find themselves in, when you have an advantage, you absolutely have to take it, and you have to imagine this timeout is called because somebody has got to be tilted. They've just lost a 5-on-3 retake onto the A bomb site and an opportunity to finally get around on the board after a few rounds at the start, but that's all it's been.
I mean, this has to be a detox pause. Let's just all calm down. Let's take a few deep breaths, because MOTM had a chance. They also had OC, who started the round off so well with the AWP, who had an opportunity onto Plopsky. But again, we said this a lot on Overpass, and it's how it felt. It's just a case that NIP, in these duels, in these aim duels, are hitting almost every single shot. And there's going to be days where that happens. There's going to be days where you can't really do anything. You're not feeling your A game, the opposition is, and it just seems like NIP, they're all clicking when it counts.
Everybody's showing up as the bottom line, isn't it? And Cloud9 again find themselves on the pistols, on the half buy. Deagles for 4, a P250 for MOTM, so he can pick up a little bit of utility and perhaps find something for his team. Aggressive stacks into mid and B for the CT side, but will it be enough? MOTM very isolated towards A, as OC does catch the timing on the initial peak. Can't quite punish Lecro, however. And the rest of the team are making their way up. They are getting all the information in the world from this, from Letcro. Boosted over the top, MOTM might at least be able to get one frag in this round, but as the bomb makes its way around, slowly but surely towards this A-bomb site, the Ninjas, they will work it out. They'll work out that this A-bomb site is completely free, and Cloud9 will go into damage limitation mode.
It's not that they have that many other options, unfortunately. They're going to be sat around middle and B and hoping for the best with this gamble stack. They have some Kevlar that they can save. If they can try and get a straggler on NIP charging down with their buffed economy, maybe they can take one of these SGs into the next round. But I think, honestly, from NIP's perspective, you're looking at a 9-3 lead. You know that the economy...
For the Ninjas in Pajamas, so why not? Just sit back, keep all 5 rifles up, keep your economy building nicely. They've basically secured their buys all the way until the end of the first half at this point, and then they get fed a few more kills just to boost the economy further.
Yeah, I think Cloud9 are in sort of desperation mode now. They've been cornered. Their elimination from the tournament is very much a real possibility now. It's staring them down the barrel of a gun wielded by 5 informed Swedes. And 9-3 is the scoreline. Cloud9 at least have a bye. But again, Wolfie, as you said before, Cloud9's rounds all came at the start of this map. It's 9 in a row now to NIP.
And that's the problem. NIP are just going from strength to strength. They're so confident. MOTM's going to take a couple of the late ticks of the molly as JT tries to get aggressive, but Nork there with the punishment. Cloud9, they're trying to mix it up, and you can respect them for that. They're trying something a little different. A pop flash from his own teammate blinds MOTM on his first opportunity for a kill in so long, though. Trading tags, Nork and OC. But again, the Ninjas, they have that early advantage. They have the man up, make it 2 as Twist finds OC, and it just feels like NIP are a class above at the moment. Letcro swings into short and wins an Angel. Finally, something goes the way of Cloud9 in the form of Floppy getting a frag, but he's going to be tagged up trying to rotate away. Rez will find him through the smoke. And Sonic, the remnants of what Cloud9 were coming into this round.
Has to traipse over the corpses of his fallen comrades and try and save this M4. That is as depressing a picture as you could paint, really, for Cloud9, and that's how this best of 3 has gone. They've picked up a measly 5 rounds, and we're heading towards the finish line for NIP already, and we're not even in their second half yet.
It's rough to watch, isn't it? They were a roster that everybody had so much hype for, so much belief, and I think this is a very cruel, although perhaps needed, reality check for the Cloud9 boys to come into a tournament and go, okay, we're not at this level yet. We need to go and work and sit away from the game and really improve ourselves, because sometimes the strategies have looked fine for C9. It's just been the aim. The pure aim of NIP has been a class above C9, and when that happens, you're not going to start winning games. You're not going to win if you can't win the Angel.
I mean, I think it would be safe to say, especially, I mean, Vertigo lends itself to this mentality, but we haven't seen a tactical masterclass in this best of 3. You know, Overpass, NIP had some great calls, some great mid-round decisions, but we didn't see anything that was really awe-inspiring. But when it came to those Angels, you say, the Swedes, just unbelievable. Maybe time for that Swedish resurrection. We've got Fnatic doing pretty big things right now in that area of the world. Maybe NIP have got a few things to say about that. It's been a while since we've been able to really lend on them or lean on them for some big performances. But again, for Cloud9, I'm not going to necessarily push that sort of self-destruct button yet. I think, again, you play Vitality in the very first game of the tournament. They're a team that has... sorry, Astralis, pardon me. It's even worse than Vitality if you're a Cloud9 fan. They play against Astralis. You know, you get kind of battered from Astralis. There's some moments that you know, maybe brilliance from Cloud9. This game is disappointing, there's no doubt about that, but it's not quite over just yet. Maybe they can still steady the ship and turn it back on course. I'd love to see that happen. Still all 5 players alive, just under a minute to play with.
There's chances. There's an opportunity here, NIP, with nothing to really work off of yet, and MOTM going to get aggressive on this right-hand side. This is a really awkward angle for T-sided players to clear, and you can see Twist aware of it with the AWP, but still able to hit the first shot, and Rez is there to back him up when he finally does miss. NIP just playing so well as a team, a 5-on-3, 30 seconds left on the clock, so perhaps an opportunity for the denial from C9, but the utility is just going to absolutely flush them out. Sonic on the M4 can get nowhere near the bomb site. The boost up will give him him one frag, and Nip looking a little bit confused as Letgro finally takes him out. And Floppy and JT, what can you do at this point?
Pray to Gaben, I guess. Try and bend bullets around corners. But JT's had his head smashed open by Nork, and now Floppy going to be looking to hide in position and maybe try and retrieve a gun. That is the best case scenario. NIP will be 11 rounds on the bounce. Their hot streak continues, and Letgro is going to finalize this half in a pretty depressing manner for Cloud9. They have one more crack at it though, and they're going to have some weapons to bolster up the buy.
Small consolations for C9. They will be able to have one last crack at the whip, and an 11-4 half, honestly, would be somewhat flattering for them, given how the performance has gone so far, but perhaps an opportunity at redemption here. Full buy, of course, available for the Swedes, and no AWP picked up, going for 5 Kriegs instead, so perhaps a change of pace as Nork is going to take an aggressive push, only to be forced back by the Molotov, and now the C9 aggression trying to come in. JT finding some damage through the smoke, but Nork with his second and a quick headshot. OC at least able to bring one back, but Nip, they're trying to up the pace as Rez takes him down, and oh my goodness, Floppy and Sonic, they're rotating into a bomb site that is absolutely overwhelmed by Nip.
I can respect the idea. You want to go out swinging on your terms, go out on your shield, as it were, but NIP are taking no prisoners. They are just eradicating Cloud9, pulverizing them into this second half. All that remains is Floppy in a 14 HP to his name. NIP will find him sooner rather than later. I'm not even sure what his play is here. Is he trying to pad the stats? He's got no Kevlar, no real hope of defusing the bomb. Just enjoying every second they have left in the Katowice tournament, because it doesn't look like it's going to be too much longer. Here's another headshot forthcoming, but NIP will be leading going through to the second half. 12-3. Cloud9 are 4 rounds away from elimination at Katowice. We'll have to wait and see if they can pull back the miracle comeback after this very short break.
Hi. Hello. I'm Dave. You might know me as Lil Dicky, but there's a lot more to me. Don't you want to know who I am? Not really. Do you want to meet the guy behind the guy? Do you want to know what the industry is like? I got a strange life. Yes, I know that I'm a rapper at the end of the day, but I think it's time you knew me by my government name. Hi, I'm Dave. I'm Lil Dicky. Hi, I'm Dave. Who's Dave? Hi, I'm Dave. Please watch. Please. I'm Lil Dicky. No, shut up. I am Dave.
Free.
Free.
That's right. TurboTax Free is free. Free.
This sport is a real thing.
What is all of this?
We're being hunted. They're not human beings.
Everybody get down! Jesus!
This country belongs to us.
I'm in.
In.
What is happening? It hasn't even started yet. What's the plan?
You better start running.
Hurry up.
You're not getting away with this.
Rated R.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. Your Praying for fortune to come. You're hearing the sound of the drum.
Continue to impress on their choice now of Vertigo. It's slightly better standing for Cloud9, but it's still a 12-3 deficit, and NIP are so very close. They're close enough to touch the finish line of this game and eliminate Cloud9. There is one hope, one dream, one lifeline left, Wolfie, and it's this pistol. They lose this pistol, and I fear it may all be done.
It has to go well. There's no two ways about it anymore. JT picks up a full bank of utility, and there's no more places to hide for C9. There's nothing more that they can fall back on. This has to work, and they have to start showing up in the server now. It looks like they want to go for a fast play in towards the B and mid area of the map, respectively. And again, Nip with such a nice read. They've got 3 players in towards this B bomb site already, and Plopsky going to bail out as the pressure starts to come in and try and take the early engagement. Fast play from Floppy. He will find the opening pick, and it's 3 quick frags for Cloud9. That is much more like it, as Rez and Nork left wondering where all their teammates have gone, and a 5-on-2 retake of the B bomb site to contend with.
I'm happy to see it as well. I want to see Cloud9 put up something they can be inspired and be proud of. But it's Rez that's going to start to open things back up again. Nork's also chipped in with a frag, but there's Sonic with 2. There we go, Cloud9. You have grabbed on with both arms onto the lifeline. Now just make sure you don't make the same mistake you did in the first half and lose the second round. It's so vitally important they do not slip.
There's no more room. They have to keep a firm grasp on that belief that they can keep going. At the very least, it's Nip on the CT side, so their false buy into round number 2 is going to be nowhere near as spectacular as Cloud9's 3 rifles, a Galil and a MAC-10 over on the T side of things. There's just 4 Deagles and a CZ remain for the Ninjas to try and stop the push. MOTM taking slow control of the A ramp, and again, C9, it's understandable here, playing slowly, giving some respect to these pistols and just waiting out any early aggression from the CT side.
Playing it well so far. Again, though, when it's come to the aim duels, NIP have been lights out. And when you have Deagles, especially in the hands of the likes of Lekro and Rez, who are 2 of the best Deagle players on the planet, it does make me a little bit scared for Cloud9, especially as they only have 1 smoke left. So you have to assume one of these angles where NIP are currently residing is going to be left open and is going to be prime real estate for those 1 Deags to take shape. Now, the thing is that Cloud9 haven't fully committed the bomb just yet. They can still wrap around. They can still decide to go to the other side of the map, but they're going to bite down on this. There's only 1 flash and smoke to go. Wolfie, I'm scared for them.
I am too. Don't worry about it. OC takes the early tag down to 51, and at least they've managed to dodge the crosshairs so far, instead opting to go up towards short. Lekro hoping for a timing through the smoke, but he's not quite going to connect as the bomb looks to go down, and Cloud9, they're holding on to that lifeline for the time being, not wandering into those stray Deagles of the Ninjas in Pajamas, who are just completely locked out by the utility. And with one hell of a decision to make, they've got 1 smoke, a couple of HEs and a flashbang to try and make this retake a reality. Where do they look to go? All of the nades head towards short, but Sonic will still find a frag onto Rez through the wood, and as the CTs try and get into this retake, it's becoming a little bit of a slaughter.
Yeah, they were hoping to just flood back on the site, but honestly, it was more like a trickle. And Cloud9 didn't really have an issue with it. That smoke was perfectly placed, and they also had, I think it was Sonic on the ramp, spraying up through the right-hand side of the smoke, not allowing NIP to line up any of those wall bangs or shooting through the smoke themselves. So they did a really good job of actually making the most with very little in the end, Cloud9. I was worried for them, but they passed it with flying colors.
And that's the first of a great many tests that will come the way of C9. Nip saving, of course, 3-4 pistols, so they've got some kind of firepower coming into this round, but Cloud9 should be able to get through this one as well at the very least, and they'll just be looking to farm some cash, I'm sure. JT on that MAC-10 is going to be the first into whichever engagement they choose, and for Cloud9, they need to keep these rifles up, right? They need to keep that T-sided economy constantly building, constantly keep that pressure applied to Nip, because as soon as you let off, this game is done. Twist taken out by Floppy in the initial engagement, and Cloud9, for the first time in a while, find themselves with a man advantage.
Happy enough, though, to just dip out of this round. Just hold on. They've got such a vast buffer of rounds. They don't need to force into anything here. JT, though, doing a solid job of just locking it down with the MAC-10, making sure that they navigate their way to the 6th round as smoothly and without incident. And that's pretty much the occurrence here. But with NiP pulling off on the buy, they're now going to have a rock-solid purchase. And they do go for the double AWP. This is something that we discussed before. We were interested to see if it would come to fruition, Wolfie, and we've had our answer.
Double AWP picked up, Nork picking up secondary duties as Twist gets one on his own hands. And for Cloud9, surely just a matter of getting this wall of smokes lined up. We've seen how much you can lock out the A bomb site with just a few smokes. And it is going to be Nork with the AWP looking to perhaps aggress on the early peak, and he is going to find the first frag, taking out MOTM, who had no idea Nork could be there so quickly. It's allowed Letcro as well to get set up in towards the sandbags, blinded by his own teammate. He does just about spot Sonic at the spray down, good for 2 more. This is the NiP we have seen throughout this best-of-3 series, as Floppy and JT, the 2 players who headed towards mid to try and give that attack a second prong, will try instead to prod something out of this round. JT getting aggressive, but Nork on the angle. It looks like it's another round for NiP.
And Sonic got clobbered by a Molotov as well on his way up to ramp. I think he burnt down to around 25 HP and then finished off by Lecro. Now, one thing I was going to highlight at the start of the round is that NiP didn't actually have a single defuse kit coming into this. They decided to go for firepower and nades over instead, and maybe that's one of the reasons they did take the aggressive peaks there, Wolfie, because they knew they couldn't play into the hands of the later round. They would have to go in for blood to start things off, and they're feeling so confident, why the hell not? You can see the outcome. It's not just a round looking like it's going to go to NiP. It could be a clean sweep. They could lose no players, which is going to bolster their money so much more. Floppy's going to try and stop that from being the case. You can see that Plopsky was up on the off angle, skewing with the headshot angle, but it's going to be Twist that does at least come to the aid of Plopsky and avenge him. Cloud9 onto the back foot again.
3 more rounds required for the Ninjas in Pajamas to avoid elimination in their first lower bracket game. And Cloud9, they won't go quietly into the night. They will have a full buy. 5 Kriegs picked up by the T side to perhaps try and counter some of that aggression we saw from Nork in the early engagement towards A. But can they find anything? It's going to need some quick shots from Cloud9 to stop it, as Twist is going to allow Plopsky to go for an early peek down towards B. OC is going to get the better of Nork, however, through the smoke. And Cloud9 with something to believe in.
Got to push behind this, though, and Rez could be reaping the rewards if they do push into this smoke. Twist in the meanwhile elsewhere on the map does chip in with an AWP frag, and the lineup's there for Rez. He sprays them down, but Sonic stands tall for the avenging kill. And it's 2 back-to-back, so 2v2 retake on the cards. Unless they can deny the bomb from going down, it still hasn't quite got across to the site. Now it will be in the hands of OC.
Plopsky and Twist to try and make this retake happen. They have a little bit of utility. There's a smoke and a couple of flashbangs available as OC retreats through short back towards the scaffolding. Decisions to be made here for the Ninjas. Pop flash over the top as Plopsky gets the information. They do have a defuse kit in his hands. The smoke, interestingly, not going towards the bomb, but instead trying to bait the peek out. OC finds it, and Sonic will grab the second. Cloud9 not done with this game just yet. They find their 7th, and it's going to put Ninjas in an awkward position. NiP immediately buy an AWP on Twist, so they are going to go for the force buy. Plopsky having to drop down onto the MP9, and Letcro with just a deagle.
Huge round from the South African there. 2 massive kills on ramp, and then coming out when it was needed in the 2v2 to finish things off. NIP, as you say, do dip in very quickly. Didn't take too much time to make their decision. We'll have to wait and see if that proves to be a costly mistake, because if they do lose this round, Cloud9 are actually on the fast track to get themselves back into this map. NIP in a fulcrum point round. A lot rests on this.
There's an opportunity, a belief, a chance, whatever you like to call it, as Plopsky goes back and just plays it passively. You can understand that from the Ninjas. They will understand, of course, that this round is the swing, and this is the one where they could really just allow Cloud9 back into the game, and it really does feel like it's NiP's game to lose at this point. 13-7 up, sitting back on the bomb sites and waiting for the aggression. It's going to be Twist on the early peak. Does he spot out OC? He doesn't. The support is there, though, so he will get away with his life. OC takes down Rez as a consequence, and perhaps Letcro can pick himself up that creep. Perhaps he can give himself some firepower to work with, as Cloud9, they are all on this A ramp.
Yeah, this is where Cloud9 had troubles with in the past, though, that they would decide to go for a site and they just follow through. They would be ride or die mentality. They wouldn't have a cancel. They wouldn't have a pull back and realize, okay, maybe we're walking into a trap here. So it's great to see that now they are wrapping back around over onto the B side. They are trying to play some mind games with NIP. This is much better from C9. They need to make sure they don't stall too long, though, to allow that re-rotation to come into effect. Plopsky now hearing grenades, dropping onto A, is going to go back across here with the MP9. He is the last line of defense, the last beacon of hope. He needs to stay alive, though, to allow the rest of his team to pivot off him, and that's exactly what's happening now with Nork. But him and Plopsky both tagged down significantly. So is MOTM and OC, though. It's a 3v2, but the HP actually slightly in favor of Cloud9. Not massively so. They are in good positions, though. A trifecta has been established, but it's been completely removed. It's going to be a vanishing of Cloud9. Now JT gets back on and flicks across to the head of Plopsky. The fact that he was able to trade for that second kill and flick up to the headshot up on the jump is very impressive.
4 kills for JT in the round, and he has single-handedly kept Cloud9 in this. Everything else fell apart, but JT got 2 kills on the A bomb site and then flanked all the way round for 2 more as the site looked to be lost. And Cloud9, they're not done with this game yet. The Ninjas will go down onto the half by once more, picking themselves up some Deagles, a CZ onto Plopsky, and they're slowly being reeled in by the American roster. They're slowly starting to think that perhaps we will need a third map to separate these two teams, although don't write off the Swedes on the Deagles. Plopsky with the CZ will find an opening pick. Twist with just a USPS, still able to find a dig, which Lecro will capitalize on. Finally, the rifles start to do some work, but it's still a 3-on-2. And Nork, Rez, and Plopsky still have these upgraded pistols to work with.
Oh no, Cloud9, not like this. Not in a round where Kevlar is even absent. It's just pistols. How is this coming into play? How is this potentially happening? JT is going to get a bit more sanity back on the server with his SG, but it's still way too close for comfort. Now with that bomb plant, it certainly shifts things heavily in Cloud9's favor. They only have the one flashbang to play with, though, and that's just been tossed to the back of the site. In the meanwhile, Plopsky is going to be moving back with that AK-47. They just want to hold on to the firepower of the AK over the M4, of course, gives you that one-tap potential. So at least they are getting something out of this. But Cloud9, I mean, that has to be a case of, you know, everyone just kind of takes a moment to themselves, collects themselves. If they lost that round, that could have been it.
That could have been the end. And Nip, I think they'll be happy with how that one's gone as well. They found 3 frags. They put a lot of economic pressure onto Cloud9 coming into the next round, and they've grabbed a Krieg and an AK-47, right? You couldn't ask for a better scenario. Given how rough the buy was coming into it, this is perfect, and they're going to have the opportunity to shut it down now. They've got a full buy coming into the next, and because they took those 3 rifles away, the economy is really going to be slim for Cloud9 if this round goes wrong.
But they have clawed their way back in here, Cloud9. You've got to give them respect. 12-3 after getting battered in the first map. Everybody was fearing the worst. I certainly was. I didn't see this resurgence as even a possibility, but yet here we are in a position where NIP going to be forced to sweat it out a little bit more. Nork and Twist again with the AWPs. Going to be locking into position. Lecro nade down. Similar position where he got 2 man spray down earlier and started to snowball this out of control. And Cloud9 managed to hold on for dear life.
Going to start to put that pressure back towards the B bomb site as well, which is relatively unoccupied. Plopsky on the Krieg can't quite find the initial headshot onto Sonic, and that's going to put him in an awkward situation. The Molotov forcing him out, and there's no rotation yet from Nip. All 5 players from Cloud9 looking to commit to this B bomb site. Full utility being dropped. How much can Plopsky get done here? Finally, Twist is in, but the flashbangs are so good. They haven't cleared Plopsky yet. What are they doing, Cloud9? Floppy finds one more. The trade's frantic, but it's starting to favor the Ninjas. 3-on-3. Twist still alive. Plopsky just goes straight through. Rez finds the headshot, and 3-on-2 now. JT has to find this shot, manages to do so, but the trade is immediate. MOTM by the second Jennies in the 1-on-1, takes the Molotov, but Nork will finish the job. Nip will not go down another round. 14-9, and the economy is really going to start to struggle for Cloud9.
That is one of the reasons why Vertigo is such a confusing but can be such a great map to catch. It was so chaotic, so crazy and frantic in amongst that ruckus. But as you say, NIP have the calm head of Nork on those shoulders to carry them across another round. 21-10 with 89 ADR. He wasn't as much of an impact on overpass, wasn't required, but he stepped up tall when it really counts.
This is what we said at the end of map 1. What do Cloud9 do when Nork shows up? And he is showing up in a huge way here. Cloud9, of course, will have to try and buy to prevent map and indeed series point going the way of NIP. 3 rifles, a MAC-10 and a CZ for a fast play. Sonic taking some early map control. Rez thinking about the peak, but will just bail out as MOTM joins the South African in support. And Cloud9 at least have got some early map control to play with.
It's a very good point. They do also have MOTM, Floppy elsewhere on the map to just make sure that rotations aren't coming in, allows them more opportunities as well if they so choose to pull the plug and back away. But it looks like they are locked in for this for the long haul. They don't have a great buy. They don't have too many options in terms of utility. 2 smokes, a Molotov, and a flashbang is all they possess. Lekro waiting with the grenade, does nothing at all. So a bit of a stalemate, but of course that time is going to start to become an issue, a factor in the back of Cloud9's mind, and it could force them into engaging now.
They're going to go for the push. MOTM able to take out Lekro, and Nork not spotting anything out over the top of the smoke, even going to take a dink down to 26 HP. This is good for Cloud9. They've got the bomb site. Rez through the smoke, able to find JT, and that might spur them into the retake here. Economy not great for either side, and it really feels like this could be the swing. 4 players for the CT side queuing up for this retake. Sonic on the bomb site to try and hold. AK-47 in hand as the push starts to come through, and Sonic will find the first. Pop flash is good, but he's still alive. Finally taken out by Rez as Twist gets another 3-on-2. Twist looks to stick the bomb. He's sticking the defuse. The spray doesn't connect, and Nip will have 15. Another ninja defuse to undo Cloud9.
Oh dear. The same man. Another defusal under the noses of Cloud9. You could see they were trying desperately to spray through the smoke to stop it. Oh, the courage, though, to hold on to that bomb plant. Not too shabby at all, but 6 elimination points now for Cloud9. It's why they're going for the tactical timeout. You're going to have to throw whatever ace they have up their sleeve needs to come out right now. Has to be planted firmly on the table. They did get a bomb plant, so they've got a couple of options economically speaking. But it's do or die time.
This is it. This round could be their last round of Katowice. Everything is on the line now. They will scrape together the buy. JT on the deagle. I don't think there's a gun on the ground for him, so that will be all he has. OC with the AWP, no utility at all. Floppy, absolutely zero as he picks up the Krieg, and Nip. They've got near enough everything. Nork dropping down onto the M4, cannot afford the AWP on this occasion, but gets plenty of utility as a consequence.
That's a very good point to highlight. I think utility right now, the way that Cloud9 have been playing, is actually more important than having the AWP. They've liked to go for these encounters up ramp and try and take control. So those extra smokes, extra flashbangs gives them chances, and Sonic decides to push through the smoke, and he is punished in the worst way possible. He may be forced on the sideline for the rest of Cloud9's life at Katowice. Floppy, MOTM, and OC to try and somehow salvage this situation.
4-on-3 as Plopsky sets himself up on a very unusual angle, playing taunting with the edge of the map, but he's able to stay here, and he's just waiting for this push to come in. It's going to be all on the timing. Plopsky can make the call. He takes out the first. He takes out the second. OC all alone for Cloud9. The AWPer in a 1 versus 3. Takes out the first man as Nork, perhaps too keen to go over the boost. OC will stick the bomb, and Rez thought about it, but will just bail out. 1v2 for the Cloud9 AWPer as he absolutely eats the nade between the generators. 50 HP to work with, and Nip, they will look to group through Twist and Rez. They will look to make this push a reality. OC with so many angles to cover on that AWP. All Nip need to do is trade, and the day is done, but the bomb is ticking down all the while. Twist with the headshot, and the ninjas in pajamas will have their victory. Cloud9 are going home, and they finally finished the job that they came here to do.
They tried to remedy the situation. They tried to come back. They valiantly fought until the end, but ultimately they just weren't good enough to deal with Nib. Nib were on a different level, man. There were definitely shaky moments in their Vertigo, though. I think a lot of teams watching that Vertigo aren't going to be too scared to play against them going on to that in the future. It is a map that, let's be honest, gets banned a lot anyway, so I can't see it really being a factor for NIP, but I'm impressed, man, I've got to say.
You can't argue with it, can you?
It for this best of 3. Cloud9 sent packing, and the NIP will continue. We're going to cut to a break, and rejoin us will be for our 3rd match and our final match of the day.
Thing I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of
And with the little guns, it's a big round!
On Intel Extreme Master Certified PCs, you'll find a gold badge. It means you'll find brilliance inside, that you'll get high-grade components like Intel Core i7 and i9 processors that'll deliver the uncompromised performance you need to game like a pro. Not to mention, every purchase supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
I know that your grandma was killed. I also know you went looking for the person who killed your grandma. And I think you didn't do it alone. There is a right way.
How to not to get into the States.
I'm gonna find out. And a wrong way.
We get back to work.
To get justice. You can still choose to do the right thing.
There's an epidemic spreading. Scientists say it can change your brain. It can release dangerous chemicals like formaldehyde into your bloodstream. It can expose your lungs to acrolein, which can cause irreversible damage. It's not a parasite, not a virus, not an infection. It's vaping.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Can you? I go. Yeah. He beat me. I'm nervous. Keep going. Go back.
Yep.
I'm right. Back belt.
Taking up backwards. Yep.
Okay, I'll go.
Nip.
Yeah.
Oh, what a pass. Okay.
Let's go.
One more.
Well played, guys. Well played.
Every win, every loss, every close call, every outlet, it drives me to become better. Every time.
If you ride, you get it.
Done yet?
Yeah, sorry.
Geico Motorcycle.
By Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
Welcome back. It was a bit of a bloodbath. Cloud9, they didn't really fare too well on the first map. They did at least have moments in the second. But overall, I think it's fair to say that you're pretty disappointed with what you saw today from Cloud9.
Yeah, it felt like they never really showed up, if we're being honest. They've had 2 0-2s, and it just, nothing clicked for them. None of the shots were being landed. There wasn't any real semblance of a strategy coming out on overpass. It was just, well, we've been picked at A, we'll go B. Nip read that. Every time they get a pick, they rotate 4 players to B. And then on Vertigo, which is Vertigo, so it got a little bit chaotic in places, but Nip just had more firepower and everybody stood up on the Swedish side of things.
Yeah, I think it's also a case that it seemed to me that Nip always seemed in the heads of Cloud9. Every time they went for some kind of rotation, every time they went for a play, they were just in their minds. It's like Lekro, the likes of Lekro were making these really good reads halfway through rounds, stacking on the right side. Overpass in particular, the amount of times that Nip stacked 4 players on B as Cloud9 pushed in was actually kind of insane.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that was a tilting factor, but at the same time, Cloud9 were telegraphing these plays, man. Like, I don't think we saw many fakes. I don't think we saw many fake executes. Any of these things in that best of 3. Now, sure, on Vertigo it's harder to do, because the rotations are so rapid through middle, especially if you don't have middle control. But on Overpass, not to see any of those fakes was actually kind of disappointing for me, because that's the exact same issue they had against Renegades at Leipzig.
Yeah, and it felt like with 4 timeouts taken as well, somebody should have gone, they are always stacking where we're going. Yeah. Just call a fake, throw some utility over, just even to bait Nip into 1-man rotating would have been better than the circumstance they found themselves in. And having said all of that, Nip were incredible. Their 2 AWPers shone through. I mean, Nork and Twist both had really solid series. Nork especially on Vertigo. And I think they can take a lot of confidence from that, because there were these sort of outstanding concerns about, okay, they've got 2 AWPers now. How do they play around that? And Nork has shown he can pick up a rifle, and Twist has shown he can do the same. So I think Nip, they've really just put a show reel out there on this one.
Yeah, they feel like a very versatile team, a very versatile unit, to be honest. And even on Vertigo, a map that you wouldn't necessarily think of as a double AWPing paradise. You know, it's not a Dust 2, it's not a Train. I know you were expecting to maybe even see a Train played in this best of 3. Inferno would have been our 3rd map, but definitely didn't require it at the end of the day. But the fact that those 2 can use double AWPs on Vertigo and make it work is actually very impressive to me, as this map is still finding its way. It's still in its infancy stage, I would say, especially on the competitive sort of pro scene level. But you think Dust 2 comes around the corner, Train comes around the corner, we may actually see a different side to Nip that we haven't yet. And that's kind of a scary prospect.
Yeah, it feels like they've put a marker down, doesn't it? They've gone, we can play double AWPs on a map where double AWPs shouldn't work. So when you take us to a D2 or a Train, our double AWPs are going to be even better than what we saw today, which is a terrifying prospect for any team who's going to have to face them, especially on train, which is something I was expecting we were going to see. There's just so many long-range angles that if you've got a top-tier, top 2 AWPers, then you are just going to decimate anybody.
Oh, absolutely the case. Now, speaking of decimation and NIP's future, we do actually have the brackets as well. We can have a quick look over to see all of the movers, the shakers, and potentially who NIP's could be playing next. Obviously, what we do know is that Cloud9 are a goner. They have been eliminated. They are our first team that has been eliminated from the tournament, so that's obviously a bit of a sad state of affairs if you're a Cloud9 fan. NIP obviously now moves to the next stage, and with Katowice being this stacked, it's pretty scary to think that they're going to be facing off against one of what could be 5 or 6 ridiculous teams. You can see down there, it's to be decided depending on how the other games go. Vitality actually taking a map off Astralis is quite the surprise, I will say. That's on the A stream right now, if memory serves me correctly. So if you're interested, definitely hop across there. It's going to be a banger of a game.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be facing one of Astralis, Vitality, Na'Vi, or Fnatic. So they're going to be facing a top 5 team in the world, and that is a terrifying prospect. But I will say that I think a veto that goes the way of NIP could give them a real opportunity to turn up and show that maybe they are the team to be reckoned with in this tournament. We've said it before, someone's got to step up to the plate, because it feels at the moment like everybody can beat everybody.
It certainly does. Also, a bit of a correction. I'm not sure if that graphic was a bit incorrect, but it's actually Astralis won them up against Vitality. So Astralis won the first map, so apologies for that. 16-9, that was on Overpass. So we were a bit confused. We were like, hold on, what? Vitality won? I mean, Vitality are a very good team, don't get us wrong here. But we were a bit surprised to see that at first. So yeah, there's just so many teams, man. Katowice is so stacked this year.
It's actually insane, and it feels like no bracket has a place to hide, right? There's no room for like a lower bracket slip through, because all the good teams are in the upper, and then you manage to get a couple of relatively easy games to get yourselves into things. Every game is tough, and we saw that with Cloud9, right? We thought this game was going to be close. NIP up to their game, Cloud9 didn't match it, and that was just the end of that.
It's a good point. I thought this would be the closest game on paper today, and it ended up being the biggest blowout pretty much. Yeah. But we do have one more game coming up after this.
He's a systems quarterback.
Where's the truck?
What? Parked it right there.
What did I tell you, boys? Tonight we eat like kings. You're a genius, Gordon. Brake? Hit the brake.
Which one's the brake?
Stop! 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 What's happening? What? There's a half a cheesesteak back there.
With Geico, the savings keep on going. Just like this sequel. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
I got the cheesesteak!
There's no justice in this world. I am justice.
Free the 3! Free the 3! Free the 3! Free the 3!
Where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning. Shadows, I've come to make a name, ready for battle, 'cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you a mistake. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger, so meet the monster.
still be on my feet, forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legend's spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment. Where you see me coming, better run for cover. Cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster, I came to conquer. When you see me coming, better run for cover.
Welcome back to the B Stream live coverage here of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020, and I'm joined by the beautiful Tom Biz.
We've
How's it
teamed
going?
up the bold partners
Exactly.
for this one, you know. It kind of had to be done eventually. Obviously, people on the stream wanted some eye candy, so that's why we're here. We've got rid of Jason, the 7-foot-tall giant. We got rid of Wolfie, the new man on the block, and it's just the Bald brothers who are going to be sticking it out for, well, however long this match lasts, which I'm hoping will be at least a decent matchup, but I am a little bit worried for Renegades.
Yeah, we've had some clobbers so far, so it'd be good to get a close one here. But on paper, I fear the worst for Renegades, I've got to be honest. I'm not sure where you come down on this, but I think FaZe, yeah, they've been hit or miss, but you go back to the Blast, for example, looked in pretty damn good form. Yeah. Renegades, they have the likes of Dexter, who can just go mammoth, really, really impressive player.
Fan.
I'm a big fan of his. He's such a nice guy as well, so it's hard not to be a fan of his. But I think if you put it on paper here, FaZe are the clear favorites to win this game.
Well, I think the scariest thing as well, at least in my eyes, is the fact that there's like a big crossover of their map pool. Like, I think that's always been one of the weaknesses of FaZe. It's like there's a few maps where you go, Mirage, they're pretty damn good. You got Dust 2, even Nuke has started to come in. But then there's a few other maps where you go, are they that good at Overpass? They don't really like train that much either. They don't want to play Vertigo. So then for other teams where they go, you can ban one, that's great for them. And you saw it, I think it was yesterday versus Na'Vi. Overpass was at the end, and they didn't really look like they performed that well, even lost on Dust 2. But in this series, you got the same. Like, Renegades don't really like train. They don't play Vertigo. And then you go, okay, so what is remaining? Maybe you can take it to like an Inferno, where they're pretty good. They should have beat Fnatic yesterday. But you sort of then go, okay, now where are we homing down to? FaZe will definitely get one of the maps they want. They'll probably get two. Can you beat them on two of their good maps? No.
It's always the terrifying prospect when you're the underdog and you share map pools.
Exactly.
You know that you have to play the favorites. You have to play, on paper, statistically, the better players where they're comfortable. And that is always terrifying. There is no gimmicking here. There is no cheesing here.
Sure.
Unless Renegades have got something up their sleeve, and now would be the time to bust out when elimination is beckoning. But speaking of the maps, we do have the veto ready to crack through. We're going to have to see if there are any banana peels here. Vertigo ban first. I mean,
no surprise.
No surprise at all. What
I think basically whoever vetoed first was going to ban it. Maybe FaZe would have left it in as like a cheeky little risk, but if you're the favorite in a match, you don't really take any risks. They've even gone for Overpass when they said they don't really play train, but they're so confident that Renegades aren't going to pick it, so they've just gone, well, you're not very good at train, so we don't want to play Overpass, so we'll just leave train in. And when it comes down to pick, I think it has to be Inferno. After yesterday, they got bodied on Dust 2 from Fnatic, and it's the best map of FaZe. So you've basically got to go, that's a bad idea. And then after that, that's where FaZe have open pick. They could pick their best map, which is Dust 2. Mirage is one that I think they're more likely to win because Renegades aren't particularly good at it, and it's one of their favorites, even if it has been a little bit dicey recently. I think they've 4 for 4 in their record, so they've got that in there as well. And then it ends on either Nuke, which they both like, or again, Dust 2, which they both like. So I think FaZe are going to be very happy. I think Inferno's the real opening for Renegades, if they're going to have a chance, but I just don't see them winning either of the last couple of maps, and it's going to be Dust 2. So they've got Mirage, one of their favorite maps, and then they've got Dust 2, one of their favorite maps. So how do FaZe lose this?
It does seem like it is FaZe's match to lose at this point. Renegades kicking off on Inferno. Yeah, they got a chance. There's no doubting that there's a chance.
I think they could win that. It just depends how FaZe come into it.
Absolutely, and that's the issue with FaZe. You know, this is a roster. We're being honest, not even a roster, just an org. It's had different iterations of rosters. They've had star players. They've had a who's who list at certain points of previous best players in the world. Never quite clicked. Brokey comes in. He's starting to turn a few heads here, especially at the Blast event that was just a matter of weeks ago in London, where people were like, okay, I'm getting on board with this FaZe team now. This team could actually start to do some real damage. It's important, though, that they keep the momentum. If you have a good showing in Blast, come here to Katowice, you get banged out in pretty much second last position, well, joint last position, but it's second. Just after Cloud9 just got eliminated, well, the momentum has instantly been halted and things aren't looking quite as promising as they once were. So I think they've got a point to prove here.
Yeah, for sure. The other worrying thing, especially going into this matchup, not so much for FaZe, is that although like you go back to last year and you look at FaZe and Inferno, you go, okay, it's a bit dicey. They smashed their opposition of Liquid on it at Blast, and just look what they're doing here. Pushing Banana, already looking to push down mid. Look how far it's already gone down. Luckily, coldzera is going to get shut out, and Rain just peeking again and again and again. They're trying to get in the faces of this opponent straight away. The flashbang is perfect as well, and already, well, it hasn't worked, but you can see they're not really showing much respect to Renegades.
Yeah, it's a declaration. It's like, we are going to stand and we are going to trade shots with you. We're not going to completely go into our shell. We know that we're very impressive players. We know that we have that skill to enforce our will on you, but now the utility starts to come in where FaZe are limping back onto the site and has been smoked off in the perspective of Olofmeister on the backside of the garden, and meanwhile Brokey is starting to make a move through on CT.
This is a very tough position for them to get back into. They do have a kit available. I think that's only really one of the saving graces, but they've got no utility to clear out any of these remaining players. Of course, in later rounds, we'll see Molotovs thrown in and potential utility to at least get them back, but they find 2 kills within a matter of seconds. It's going to be left all onto Dexter. The time ticking against him. He dinks up Olof, but Brokey hits the kill straight away, and I don't know how they got away with that. That should have been a T-side round.
That is absolutely ridiculous. I'm somewhat speechless because it's 2v3, you're smoked out of position, everything is looking like it's just completely snowballed out of control, and then out of nowhere, seemingly, 2 kills come in, and now it's open. And Dexter, this is where the Glock really is terrifying at times when you're on the T side. He actually lands the insta-tap onto the head of Olof, who's defusing, but it just gooshes him. If he has the USB, it actually kills him there.
Yeah, that's always one of those ones where you sit at the end of the round and you go, really? Like, really? Come on, man. Like, I did everything right. It wasn't necessarily wrong. I like the nade stack as well, but that's slightly better. Brokey just going to dunk too. Of course, the nades were basically just to try and steal a weapon away. It wasn't really a thought process of winning the round. Like maybe if there were a couple of people there, you get a couple of kills, you get a bomb plant. Fantastic for Renegades. This round is a no-show, though. They've saved every single penny just to make sure that they can get a buy into the next. So it's all about damage.
It's exactly the state of play. If they can somehow rummage together a plant, even by the skin of their teeth, it would give them something else to play with in the next round, or bolster up a few more grenades, maybe an AWP even in play for Sicko. You know, he's a very solid AWP. Obviously on the T side, you always run into a few blockades here and there. FaZe actually only have 2 of their 5-man unit over on B, so they are actually going to be outnumbered in terms of manpower, but it's the weapons that are going to prevail with the spray down from Nico. Plenty of money in the bank with the MP9.
Yeah, that's basically as good as it gets for FaZe. Winning around it was looking dicey, and then you've got this one where it's as simplistic as it gets. They clean things up. They had a majority of rifles as well, which basically means you don't want to be losing any players. You want to keep every single one alive. You don't have too many SMGs, so if one player dies, you're kind of going, okay, we've just lost, what, a heavy investment rather than a save. And now they can just buy back up the utility, and this is looking like a much better buy than you'd normally see going into round number 3 for the CT side. And already, they're taking massive gambles. 4 players on this B side ready and waiting for FaZe Clan. They've left Rain all on his lonesome. There's a hell of a lot of utility being thrown down Banana. Unfortunately for them, the play hasn't really worked. There's nobody there. I like the attempt, but the T's are just going to be patiently waiting, and probably a good decision from the Renegades considering they don't have that much utility themselves going into their first buy.
Because they've been so conservative with it, they still have enough to execute on either side, including a Molotov. 4 smokes, flashes, and some HEs for good measure. You can see 2 of them, though, from FaZe, going to be tossed in, up and over, trying to catch Renegades if they were just stalling at the top of Banana. Not really going to impact too much onto Inns, who's down to 76, and the return nade obliterates Nico down to 5 HP.
Yeah, it's some little pieces being thrown in there by Renegades. Just dunking the nades over the top leaves him so desperately low. The issue is they don't have that much presence on the other side of the map, but it seems like the CT side are slightly unaware. The rotation of Olov begins, and the late smoke is going to hold the T side there just that little bit longer. They still have smokes available to get this execution going, but all the Molotovs are gone. So any corner plays, either sneaky plays, are going to be tough to break down, and Olov's already going to start it off in a good Molotov to slow them further.
Yeah, they heard the tag of the Molotov. That's an early warning system, and it just sprays up through the smoke. Second kill comes in. They still haven't dealt with the boost from Nico either, and he patiently waits and anticipates the push, and he's going to get rewarded, as will FaZe. 10 seconds left. Hats, at least the smoke is cleared to maybe try and take some damage down, trades weapons, and Nico is there with a deagle. FaZe Clan off to a fantastic 3-0 start.
Yeah, that was perfect with the way they used their utility at the end as well. And again, whenever a team has that many grenades left going into the last 30 seconds, that's when you know they're confident. Like most of the time, you'll see them thrown down Banana or just used maybe at like 40, 45, maybe even 50 seconds because you're going, I don't want them anywhere near me. FaZe are going, we got 2 people here. Let's just throw it down right at the end. Let's put a panic on the Renegades. And because of that, sure, they managed to get a little bit further into the site than you might have expected, but that wasn't even hard for FaZe to win that initial round.
Once the early damage was inflicted to Nico, you feared the worst, but they had a perfectly timed rotation. As you say, holding onto those nades made it that much more difficult to execute with, and our Renegades onto a deco. Not something we see too often. It's full Desert Eagles with a Kevlar behind Dexter, no grenades purchased. So all about those one taps, if they can land them.
Yeah, they've definitely been a team who can, especially on a map like Dust 2, where there's a few more open avenues. That's where you are going to see the Renegades able to make these buys work. So it's definitely not for FaZe Clan to sleep on this side. However, a nice little crossfire. Olov clearly feeling confident with his aggressive peak so far, and this is just a battle for who can get the most kills here. Peaks out from both players, just cleaning things up. 4 in the end for the Swede, and well, to be honest, you can almost see like Nico going, no, this is a race. Like, I've got to get there first. I want these eco frags. 4-0. Completely clean again, so that means that their money is completely booming at this point. But we're finally going to see a better purchase from Renegades. They've got the AWP, they've got decent utility, even the Kriegs are going to start sneaking in, and this is where we hope to see them start to challenge FaZe.
Yeah, just a lowly 4 kills in 4 rounds is going to hurt from Renegades' perspective, as FaZe are starting to look pretty healthy in terms of funds. Nico, 8,000, Olaf, over 7,500. Going to be in an island between 2 Molotovs on Banana, but pretty much undeterred. Inns only takes 19 damage for his trouble. It's a triple stack in apps, though. This is spicy from FaZe.
This is those sort of plays that I don't know if they do this against other teams. Like, it's really risky, but it's cool at the same time because they have this crossfire off of each other. The chances are that the first contact comes in from Rain, but they don't expect Cold to be there. It's just how long they hold this. And it's probably after Hat spots it out that, yeah, now they're just going to fall back. And that's perfect. They find the opening kill. They're not going to take too many risks with sticking around and basically waiting. The only issue is that they have left Brocky completely solo on the other side of the map. But with the couple of openers they've had, the Incendiary going down to slow down the T's push, there should be support there by the time the push actually comes in.
Brocky is just limiting a few more avenues with a bit of utility placed down, and actually denies the bomb from being planted as well. And Nico comes in with one of his own. It's all slipping away. And to make matters worse, we said leading into the climax of this round, Renegades have 4 kills in 4 rounds. They didn't get a single one in round 5. FaZe's economy is already in such good shape, and we're just starting the map off.
They didn't even come close. Like, that round was so clean. Like, the initial setup, wonderful. Then you have the peek in as well. I think Brocky, for someone so young, to be able to just basically go, I don't need to be the man just getting all of the kills. I'm going to wait for the retake. That was the plan. The plan was a retake. They go 5v3, easy, and then they kill 2 players through smoke, and that's just going to be the nail in the heart of any Renegades fans where it goes, they couldn't have even done much there. Like, passing a smoke to just get the bomb down, and you're screwed already with 1 player surviving. So, yeah, it's been dominant so far, and it doesn't look like it's stopping. We can see FaZe getting more and more confident by a moment that passes, peeks into the apartments, already getting initial kills, nade damage coming in as well. The Deagles haven't even been able to really spot anyone out just yet, and they're already at such a deficit. And coldzera just playing this bait angle, he's just waiting. The timing's perfect. Nice shot from Hats, though. That's a quick trade to make at least, but they're still in such a detrimental position already into this round.
Yeah, just the Deagles to play with and a HE on top of it. FaZe eyeing up a 6-0 lead, but they can't get complacent. They can't give any opportunities away. The Deagle can be so very dangerous. Olofmeister continues to pad his stats. He's now up to a very healthy 10 frags to his name. And In's rummaging round middle. Going to see if maybe he can put that laser precision to effect. Nope is the answer. And 6-0. This is already looking pretty troublesome for Renegades.
Pause, please. Take a pause. Take a moment. Don't just keep this bombardment going. They've now had a couple of buy rounds as well, so it's not even like you go, oh, they're just winning the follow-up rounds. They're just like, these are dominant buy rounds as well, even with that 3rd round purchase where FaZe still had an SMG in the mix. Like, you haven't even come close to winning a round. I think there needs to be a break for Renegades to just go, okay, things are going wrong. We need to talk about this. We need to see how we're going to switch things up. And for now, they're just going to continue. And it just is getting ridiculous. This is another push down mid. Olov is already all the way down. He's still yet to die, which you never know. That may be the caster curse coming in. But the flashbang is perfect from Nico. Not something I thought I'd be saying too much in my casting career, that Nico's going to be setting up teammates to get frags. But hey, it's working. And Olov is still at the bottom of mid.
I can see you actually getting triggered at this, Tom. About to burst the blood vessel. Hopefully, I'm hoping for your health that Renegades do call timeout next, because if not, I do fear the worst for you, Tom.
He's just walked up banana. Like, how many players can you say push mid and then just go, right, and now I'm going to wander up banana? Like, just a casual stroll in the park. He's literally done around the world. Unless he'd gone to T-spawn, that would be the only way he could have gone a bit further. He's now back on Arch. Like, it genuinely feels like Olov has just decided to explore the map for a little bit in this round, and that is a worry for Renegades, more than a worry. I think anybody can see that by now, and there were issues yesterday with their T side. Like, they had a really good CT side. In fact, they were 14-6 up and then didn't win a round from then on versus the CT side of Fnatic. Brokey's still in a deep position. Didn't really feel the need to fall back. He is the only defender at the moment for B, but of course, in the meantime, the Swedes already rotated back around. Sicko doesn't stand a chance.
He doesn't. He also, in the back of his mind, knows that time is running scarce and wants to die before the end of the round. With max round loss bonus, it does afford them another buy. FaZe 7-0. I jumped the gun a little bit with Olofmeister hitting 10, but he did in that last round. Still yet to die, by the way. Now I've said that, he's going to get 1 deek straight away. But there you go, Tom. You can rest easy. They called a timeout.
The thing is, you're thinking about the jinx, right?
Yeah.
I said that when he ran down mid, and he still didn't die. So you kind of wonder what he has to do. Like, maybe he will just go and hang out in T-spawn and just ring the bell for a little bit and see if anybody from Renegades comes. But this is, like, for anybody thinking this might be in jest or bad taste, like talking about how FaZe are playing, after yesterday, I was so excited to see Renegades actually play this match, because against Fnatic, their CT side was great. Like, we saw Sicko getting aggressive with the AWP. Dexter was able to get up to his old tricks, like hiding in the corner around the side of Arch and doing it 3 or 4 rounds and still catching players out. Their T side was lackluster, but I was going, okay, they'll have the time to work on it. They'll come into tomorrow and it will be better. But for now, it's more of the same. It's multi-frags coming in for FaZe. They're able to do basically whatever they want. Like, I can't think of a position that FaZe have pushed where I go, oh, that's actually a bad idea. Maybe in the pistol round where they got caught. Other than that, it's been as clean as you like and easy as you like.
And even then in the pistol, when they made a bit of a questionable decision, they still could rest off their ridiculous individual skill to dig them out of that ditch they'd put themselves in. The worrying thing for me here for Renegades, though, is that Dexter's had a very slow start, and I feel like he is such an integral part of this team. You mentioned on the CT side, he kind of reminds me of Art from Furia when he was landing everything, but just more controlled, a little bit more cerebral in that respect. I think he's such a solid player, but he's yet to get a single kill on the board. And FaZe trying to thwart this Deagle buy once again. It's had no success to date.
Yeah, I compared him yesterday to the way JW used to play Inferno, where he could be anywhere.
That's a good point, yeah.
And it's hard to play against, but that's more the CT side. The T side, he is going to be like grinding out a lot of these rounds for his team. This time they've actually managed to get into the B side, which is something we haven't seen just yet, but there's still Nico standing, but they get one kill. It's up to Brocky now.
It's a really rough position for him, though, because he's got so many players coming to his left-hand side, but the youngster is at least going to make it sting on the approach. Even though it's the closest that Renegades have feasibly been since the pistol, this is where the superior firepower should come into effect. 23 seconds, bomb still yet to be planted. They're trying to waste some valuable time, see if FaZe preemptively push in. Be careful what you wish for, because Olof is on a tear, and he is immortal at this point, still not dying, and FaZe still taking rounds. 8-0 start. It does not get any better than this.
No, and like we don't see these sort of matches from Olov as often anymore. Like that was something that you go back a few years, he's the best player in the world and he's doing this every game. He could run out with a Tech 9 and still kill 4 people. But it's been more, okay, at least even recently, it's been the Nico show. It's been Coldzera stepping up. Like he has taken more of a back seat. In this round, he's almost like the prime stake. He's just like running down mid, he does whatever he wants and it's working. In the retakes, he's been phenomenal from the pistol round to where we are now. And I have to say, I feel bad for Renegades because if Olov's on, if Nico's on, if Brocky's on, okay, do I just stop saying names now? If everybody's on, there's nothing you can do when it's FaZe. That's the issue. If all of their players show up, I don't think it matters who it is, you're dead.
I can't really add much to that, Tom. You've hit the nail on the head multiple times there. It kind of reminds me, because we're both FIFA players, right? Reluctantly, we both hate our lives for it. But, you know, we play FIFA. It's like those icon cards. You have the prime, you have the middle, you have the baby. I think Olof's been playing in that sort of middle area for a while. We're starting to see glimpses of that prime Olof Meister with all those beautiful, juicy stats. They got to check the angle this time. Rain flashed, and Olof goes down. He bleeds like every other mortal it would seem, and that is going to give Renegades a little bit of inspiration, but they still need to get across the finish line. Coldzera, that's a shot he should be landing, and he gets punished. Come on, Renegades, you've got to get this round now.
We've finally seen a weakness. Maybe this will be something that, almost like the blood in the water, the Sharks might finally wake up. It's left all onto Nico. Now, they do have a ridiculous amount of cash. And I'm not saying this just because I'm a commentator and I'd like to see him go for this, although that might be the idea in my mind at the moment. But I want to see Nico try. Like, what have you got to lose at this point? You're 8 rounds to the good. You can cause some damage nonetheless. In's just going to be round the corner. And it does look like Nico's going for exits here, which I'm a bit disappointed, I won't lie. And he's going to get shot in the face for it. In's 4K. That came out of absolutely nowhere. But that might be something that finally sparks up Renegades. And I hope it does.
And it was off the back of a couple of whiffs. We've got to be honest here as well. I mean, FaZe have been looking rock solid, but Coldzera missed a couple of sitters there on Graveyard. You really expect him to land. There was a bit of an awkward position where Rain got flashed in the alcove and Olaf was a little bit slow to counteract, so it was almost 2 separate 1v1s. Those aren't necessarily plays for Renegades, the point I'm getting to, that you can rely on round in, round out to get you back in the game. It's not as if they tactically just completely outplayed FaZe there.
No, it was just basically a quick arch play, but if that works, that's something they're going to continue by the looks of it. Quick banana control, which they've been bombarded by nades quite often here, and FaZe aren't just going to let them have it for free. There's more incendiaries pushing out. Nice flashbang coming in from Nico. A good start to the round to basically just give them another frag. And the T's, once again, are just going to be left with control, but a man down.
Brocky getting the assist with the flashbang. And now perched up on the close boxes. 12 kills to his name. Nico, 10. Everyone bathing in ADR on the FaZe clan side of things, as you'd expect with a scoreline like this. Not going to be sending over any premature rotations either. FaZe are happy enough to have full confidence and support in their 2 B players to hold the line. And now there's going to be some nades being tossed in towards the top, and it's going to be a trade. Going in favor of Renegades, though. Although it is still a 3-on-3, and Sicko so fortunate to scamper across with his life. One bullet through the smoke and he would have been dead. Are FaZe able to pull off another retake?
They're actually going to flash cold in. I think just a bit of a surprise for the T side that somebody was there so soon. So already they're going to get themselves that man advantage. Cold not quite able to take on the second. And it is now going to be left all onto Rain as the trades come in for the Renegades. He's in with a chance here. You know the Aussies need this slightly more than he does. Rain sneaking his way through. He has the chance for a 1v1, but Hats takes his head clean off. Renegades, they double up with 2 in a row, and they're back at least on the board.
Getting a bit of consistency, but FaZe's economy still in very good shape. There's going to be no freebies for the time being, and even the next round, judging by only Brocky down to below $1,000, they're going to be good to go. The Renegades really have their work cut out for them. Not out of the forest just yet. But there's definitely some inspiring moments that we've seen, Tom, where they're not completely out of this either.
Well, I think a lot of the time just breaking the mold is important. Like, if things are going so badly wrong and you just can't feel like there's a way out, that's where things start to change. But here we go, Hats, he's definitely gained some confidence. He gets that opening pick on Nico, maybe gets a little bit overzealous with his push into the site, but to be honest, I'd rather see that than what we've seen over the previous rounds. Like, go for it. Try and make some of these plays happen. Show the individual brilliance that we know is there from the Renegades. I don't think they're going to expect 2 people within this site still, though. At least not where they are, just sitting back in the corners, almost like the gremlins on the site, just hiding, waiting for the T's to come. But for now, we're seeing probing on the other side of the map. Malta looking to see if there's anybody over on short. Not finding anything as of yet, and because of that, the bomb's actually starting to rotate in his direction.
Could be a free frag for Rain, though, if Malta continues to push out, but he's using that hay bale as cover, as sanctuary. 50 seconds to go. FaZe throwing in the Molotov. It's going to stall a little bit of time, but not anywhere near enough to justify staying with one player over on this site, which is why Olof is now starting to move back into position. Grenade goes down, and Dexter takes off the head of Rain. Olof can't do a great deal from this position, especially as a Molotov's there to greet him. Tosses in the nade, negligible damage, and I think FaZe may be tapping out for the first time.
Yeah, they are starting to show vulnerabilities when it comes to their finances. Of course, the issue is always going to be that because they had such a big bank, when they finally lose a few rounds, then the loss bonus comes up. So the chances are Renegades are not going to get like an easy free round, maybe in this whole half, just by the way the finances are going to go. But we are starting to see what we almost expected from Renegades. They have these strong individual players. Dexter, that was the most impactful frag in the round. They really gambled on FaZe's side that Rain was going to be able to hold things from there. He was looking in, peeking out, and that instant headshot that just net them the kill, gave them the site. That's round over. So good call in the rotation in the end. I think it was important as well that I think it was Hats who was just having a peek, or no, maybe it wasn't. Somebody was peeking over on that A site to basically give them the information that, okay, they don't actually know how far forward we are. We've managed to gain all of this ground without any info, which, think about back to the first like 6 or 7 rounds, that wasn't even a possibility. There was somebody peeking every single angle from FaZe. So maybe the confidence started to slip back a little bit, and now we're starting to get the Aussies actually having some, well, basically some plays in this match.
Yeah, I mean, it was Malta was the player that pushed on the hay bales, and he was kind of the first point of contact, the scout, as it were. So, well done. Also, not overextending, because had he have pushed and got picked from pit, everything could have fell in a very different way for Renegades. But Sicko, aggression, some nade damage inflicted, and it's going to be Inns that actually burns Brocky alive, and Dexter through the smoke, perforating Nico. Exquisite start for Renegades, just what they're hoping for, and this could be a 4th round in a row.
Yeah, that was actually quite surprising from FaZe as well. Normally when you see those sort of pushes, you do have a 3rd or a 4th player there to like really go through together, but they tried it as a duo, and hey, the manpower alone, but there's Rain to step up with 2 back of his own. The T's now going to be a little bit more hesitant as what direction to go in. Olov just lurking above, not the prime position for an AWP, but he's going to hit the shot anyway. Leaves Dexter into this 1 versus 2, and he may not know that there's a man sneaking around the corner and the smoke about to fade.
Both players respecting that as being a possibility. So Dexter is allowed safe passage across to the site. FaZe will have no issues with him getting this plant, and oh, he's trying to play the 4D chess, he's trying to rotate all the way around the backside. The timing could be so brutal for either of these two players. coldzera thought about the peak, decided against it, and now Dexter is just walking through onto the arches. If he continues this way, he may actually get across the B side. Now coldzera's realized, but the flick into the head, and he must realize Olof, last seen in the apps, is still going to be nowhere near close enough to fend off this plant. That being said though, Olof very quick up banana. The Molotov thrown in just to stall him, allows Dexter to move in, but he's came off the bomb. He's decided against going for the full plant. That's going to take him even more time now to put this down and leave him vulnerable. Olof not going to push him behind this, assuming it could be another fake. He still has a HE to his name. Dexter completely barren, completely empty on the nade front, but the bullets are more than good enough to dispatch Olof Meister. Drills into the forehead, and Renegades with 4 rounds on the bounce.
So if you ever want to ask me the reason of why I am a fan of Dexter, watch this round back. Because everything he did in this round was perfect. Like, he's so good at his positioning, able to sneak around the back, the kill onto Cold. It was like he had a sixth sense that there was a man just waiting there for him. And he basically set himself up into a position where he gets that 1v1, which seemed very unlikely by the way the round actually started off. And then he's just got the headshots to back it up. So, sick play from Dexter. He gives them a 4th round, which, in all honesty, after like Rain's double and the pickup from Olaf was looking very, very unlikely. And now, Renegades, they're back in this match.
They are very much in this one again. That being said, though, even though the momentum has certainly shifted in Renegade's favor, FaZe Clan will be like, look, yeah, it's been a bit disappointing. We're still 8-4 in the lead. Yeah. If we can step things back up and get an 11-4 half, that is a sick half of CS on Inferno CT side. So we are in a very interesting, balanced position, I would say. Momentum versus just the raw stats. But can Renegades build upon this? Again, it's a sick individual play from Dexter that gets them across the finish line.
Yeah, and I think that's just going to get the blood pumping. That's something we've pretty much known from Australia in general, that passion for Counter-Strike's always going to be there, and I'm enjoying seeing them fight back in this match. Of course, they had to deal with the opposite in yesterday, so to be able to be the ones almost starting to grind is definitely good to see. They're starting to be given a lot more control as well. Like before, there had been many battles for Banana, now for free. So maybe the CT side starting to make decisions that it's not really worth this fight. They got wrecked on it in the last round. The issue with that, though, is the only information you now really get on Banana is based off footsteps, which, although you can sort of gauge how many players are there, if Renegades are smart with it, they could hit these 2 players without them really knowing too much about how this is going to go. And more importantly, look at where the A-site defense is. That rotation is not coming anytime soon.
Absolutely. As it stands, it seems like it's more of a gamble stack on the A side, being more static in a defense. Plus, FaZe haven't really shown that they're happy to play 3 players on B early on. This is something a lot of teams will do, and it's just gone pretty pear-shaped for Nico. Out in the open court, and it's that man again, Dexter, who was on 007 at one point, has really turned his fortunes around. Brocky, this is such a rough position to be in. He's just trying to stall to allow the rotation to come through on the CT side. Rain is moving in with Olof Meister. coldzera just making sure it's not a fake, and it isn't, but he's gone down, Rain. Brocky, though, in the meanwhile, is still alive on the new boxes. He's a pivot point they can play off. He's done such a good job to even get 2 kills from that position. It may still be untenable for FaZe to win this round from this point, but he's given them a real opportunity to strike now. coldzera's AWP surely is the piece of the puzzle that could fall into place for FaZe if they're going to clutch this, but he's actually just playing in ruins, watching the backside. There's still time to play with, but they're going to have to get a move on if they're going to clutch this.
I'm more worried for them being able to escape now because the smoke's actually beginning to fade. I think it'll be completely gone by the time they actually look to exit out of the site, and this will finally be that damage done onto their money. Sure, they have the maximum loss bonus, but on the CT side, with no extra cash, it's not enough to get a buy. So this is more about escaping. Luckily, they had a smoke of their own, and obviously the T's themselves, their cash is good, but they weren't really willing to take too much of a risk here. So they're going to get to escape. They'll keep their guns, but hey, that was another great round. And pretty much they broke down a strategy that was, I would guess, a little bit unlucky for FaZe. They took a risk. It didn't pay off. Brocky did an amazing job of staying alive. I think he was alive in that site for 25 to 30 seconds and still managed to get 2 kills. But the rest of the team on Renegades managed to find those openers, and that's what they were missing. There was none of that in the early rounds. They were getting pushed down mid, they were getting peaked from every angle and losing every duel. Now Dexter, I think Inz as well, has started to step up to the plate, and that's been the difference maker.
And their better side is to come as well. So they're giving themselves a real foundation to play off once they do go through onto the CT side of things. coldzera, similar position to where Nico got picked off in the round prior, has been tagged down to 53. And considering he is the lone defender on B, the B Warden, maybe momentarily unlocked from Renegades if they decide to push behind this, but they're actually going to be congregating through middle. Now, this is where things get a little bit sketchy. Tom, FaZe are stacking 4 players here, albeit not on full weaponry, but pistols at this range. These crossfires can be so deadly.
Yeah, especially with the ability to just a shot or two, maybe from different players, can actually be enough to just end a kill with the Deeg, even if it's to the leg. It can be ridiculous with that gun. Unfortunately, it seems that every time the FaZe take a risk, Renegades go, you know, the B site's feeling pretty good right now. Let's just go in. coldzera is going to be sat at the back. We've seen crazier things from this man. You've definitely seen crazier things from this man. Can he do it again?
Well, he's dropped the bomb with the first bullet, and he's going back in for seconds. He does leg Malta, but it's not enough to outright frag him. And that could be the round falling with him. As you say, coldzera capable of so much, but also being in that shadow area at the back doesn't really allow him much more than a one-and-done situation. Rain, though, with the deagle, gonna chip in twice, and now Inns and Dexter, out of nowhere, have got to turn around and somehow fend off this onslaught. Dexter's doing a beautiful job, though, with his SG, trying to spray down for the third. They do have a kit in the hands of Olofmeister. There's more than enough time to play with. Inns is gonna be called upon once again. Needs to flick across to Olofmeister, who's been a bit quiet recently, but there is the spray with the SG from Inns. And they can breathe a sigh of relief. That was far too close.
Rain? Where did that come from? Like, legitimately, but he got 3 kills. One of them was, okay, a decent pot flash, but one deeged while a guy was running in the other direction. He gets 2 more getting back into the site. FaZe are getting these rounds very, very close, but Renegades are showing their own clutch nature to hold on. Again, Dexter, he has stepped up massively. 007 to 9 to 12. He's turned this around, and more importantly, okay, sure, they're not fragging out of their minds. You look at the statistics, and FaZe look like they're winning this game by miles. But these last few rounds, they've been hella clutch.
100%. I mean, even if FaZe go in at halftime feeling a bit hard done by after being 8-0 in the lead, they can look back at a few rounds and think, this could have been so much more one-sided in our favor if Renegades didn't just pull off these miracle plays. Like that Dexter play in particular, you know, really springs to mind. It's been a very entertaining half of CS. We were fearing the worst, Tom, at one point, thinking, oh, God, it's going to be a stomp. Nah, this is as close as it gets, really, and FaZe still have a job to do. Not going aggressive now. You'll notice, as you highlighted, a lot of those flashy, aggressive, confident plays have dried up, and it's back to default CS.
Oh, Rain, able to do a lot of damage over the last round. He now has his rifle back in hands. We've seen some doubles out from him so far. But there's going to be plenty of players pushing their way through the apps. He's left blind and hits the headshots, but I don't think they expect Cold to be here as well. Finally, this setup on short does some damage, but Olof goes down without a single kill. He needed something there, especially taking such a risky push into the site alone. Now the remainder of Nico and Brocky going for this retake on A. I don't think I've actually said that throughout this game so far. The bomb has not gotten down on A much at all. Can they finally show us an A retake?
Likely not. Dexter is going to thin the herd as Brocky feels the pain. And now Nico will be flashing over on short, trying to draw up that player from the alcove side. He's now shown his hand, but a lot of damage inflicted back to Nico. It's not a clear-cut frag. Molotov into pit. Inns is burning alive and actually sacrifices himself to secure the kill. So he's done his job, and FaZe will lead 8-7. I cannot believe it's that close, though, Tom.
No, unbelievable. A complete turnaround, 8 rounds in a row, 7 rounds back. We'll see who's going to continue the trend coming up after a short break.
I know that your grandma was killed. I also know you went looking for the person who killed your grandma. And I think you didn't do it alone. There is a right way.
How to not to get into the States.
I'm gonna find out. And a wrong way.
We get back to work.
To get justice. You can still choose to do the right thing.
What did we decide on the flyers again?
15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
I think we're going to swap over to over 75 years of savings and service.
What, we're just going to swap over?
Yep. Pump the brakes on this, swap it over to that.
Pump the brakes and swap over?
That's right.
What, instead of all this I've already...
Yeah.
What are we going to do with these?
Keep it in your desk, save it for next time.
Geico, over 75 years of savings and service.
The Aussies fought back until the bitter end of the first half. At one point, it was 8-0, but Renegades went on a tear of 7 rounds in a row, and now they move across their CT side. I know, Tom, you have been looking forward to see what they have in store here.
Yeah, I think they have a good CT side. I think that Sicko is going to start to show what he actually has. He's a fairly passive AWPer, in all honesty, with how he plays this map. It's more just almost like MSL in a sense. It was like, make sure you hit the shot, then move back. Then make sure you hit the shot and then move back. And I want to say that he has a slightly better ability at the same time. So I'm looking forward to seeing him on this map. I think you'll see him on the A site the majority of the time. Also, we've said him a million times, but Dexter. He's going to get in the faces of FaZe. We saw it a bit yesterday versus Fnatic, but he was a little bit more reserved. He wasn't pushing down mid quite as much, but he's that rotating player, and it's going to be important that he basically plays as well as he just did towards the end of the last half.
See that, speaking of Sicko, he's currently actually rotating towards the CT side. He's playing more of that anchor role. He can quickly rotate to either side depending on what the call ends up being. Still 2 smokes possessed by FaZe with a Molotov and a flash. They've given nothing away thus far, but also the position through CT there is used because they don't have any presence over on long. So he's playing this very deep, almost A defense, which is strange to say considering that Sicko is in CT spawn, but that's the nature of what they're going for here, is to be fluid and adapt to what FaZe do.
Yeah, they've got a decent amount of utility as well, so maybe attempting to deny any sort of B push if it comes in. We can see that the apartments is where this battle is going to occur. Smoke falls out just to allow them to jump out of the apartments without the CT side being able to see too much. Dexter lurking in the graveyard is going to be tough to clear, and Hats on the site. He spotted one, but he's a little bit too slow to actually look for that kill. Another one comes in for Nico and Rain, and this round again, like the last pistol, looks done. However, I don't really see this one going back.
No, I definitely don't see this happening, especially when they have a HE flash and a smoke. There's a reason to actually save here for Renegades. And, well, it's... The A site 2E5 retake's got to be up there as one of the hardest sites to retake in the entirety of Counter-Strike. Like, this is absolutely brutal to try and go in for, no matter how good of a pistol player you are. The downside for Renegades, though, is, you know, have been building up their CT side. They're going to be a bit stalled before they can really get into the meat of it now, with FaZe Clan taking the pistol. This affords them to get SMGs, they could maybe even get some SGs if they feel up to it, and start to romp towards that 16-round mark. So the pressure is back on Renegades. Yes, you had a phenomenal comeback in the first half, but can you keep it going? Are they going to be able to actually save this utility? Yes, just about. Inns holds on to the HE, the flash, and the smoke.
Yeah, something additional to play with at least. I guess if they do force into this one, we could see that utilized to slow any pushes towards the B site. I'd be a bit surprised if they don't, because they are very reliant on the AWP coming in for Sicko, so you can see they will invest a smoke on every single player as well, which is basically what you want to see when it comes to Inferno. It doesn't matter so much about getting an SMG or maybe even a rifle dropped over. That's not really going to work on the CT side. You want to basically force FaZe into where you are.
It's a good way of looking at it. Plus, right though, it's going to be Malta that's making a move with his two.
Yeah, he needs this. I guess the SG gives you that little bit more, and he goes down because of it. And the second that happened, you could see they were slowly isolated out. Great resurgence from FaZe, because that was a round that easily could have swung out of control. They actually, I think they lost, what, one rifle in the end? They lose 2 SMGs, of course, but that's not the end of the world. And considering like that was a 5v3 and they were almost confined to the pit, that was dangerous. But look at this from Renegades, straight down mid.
It's a full eco, yeah. The other sad news is it's going to be a complete cleanup from Colterra. Gets 3, then smacked down by Malta. Is that, yeah, made to sweat a little bit, FaZe, but keep in mind that Renegades did force buy in that round. So, I mean, that's not really a successful round overall, even if they do lose a rifle. This is what it's all been building towards, though, Tom. 11-7, Renegades, with an AWP in the hands of Sicko. There's going to be a lack of names, but everybody else is looking healthy.
Yeah, I'm more worried about Brocky. So he's got a Mac 10. I wonder if FaZe are about to throw in a fast play just to try and throw off the balance of Renegades. They managed to do things like this in the last half where they started. That's when things were going really well. They just basically ran down Renegades and didn't allow them anything. And that's exactly what Brocky's going for. But Malta, he's not going to allow for it. 2 kills straight off the bat. Okay, Nico gets a trade in the meantime, but they haven't just been able to run over Renegades. And that's so important in what is the first buy round on their CT half.
Yeah, I really like the call-out from FaZe. It doesn't end up working, but I love the idea, the intent there. The reputation of Inferno preceded this buy, because as you highlighted before, utility is king on this map. So that means they must realize at least a couple players would be skimping on head armor. That's where the Mac 10 shines. In actual fact, all 5 players did not purchase head armor. So on another day, if Brocky gets through onto the site, he's having a field day. So I really like the idea, it just doesn't quite work out.
Even still, though, at the moment, there's only a solo player in the form of Malta. Utility, he has none. Hats and Dexter, and the man's holding it. And the rotation's actually coming in from Sicko, so they're still going to have no utility to hold off this site. And on the other side, there's still enough utility to go for almost a full-on execute. They can have the double smokes. Molotovs can be thrown into the corners to try and clear out Malta, who's already tagged. And basically, this is going to come down to Sicko hitting a few shots with the AWP, but it's whether or not they can force him out. He's completely blind. He's just going to have to leave Malta to die. And that already gives this site over to FaZe Clan. In a round where already things were looking a bit dicey, they're now in not too bad a spot.
That's the reason you don't typically play that off angle, because you are very susceptible to being flashed. He was fully flashed and couldn't help his teammate out. Olof now watching the back, anticipating the flank. Dexter is waiting for his 2 teammates to start to move in. He's heard the footsteps and he is going to pounce. And that's going to open up an extra avenue of re-ingression from Renegades. This puts Coldzera in a really rough position, especially considering a 16 HP. But he's going to spin around on a penny and just instantly drop Dexter. It's a one-on-one, and Coldzera again comes out clutch. FaZe Clan are able to put up that 12th round. And Coldzera, what an utter beast of a player he is.
I just imagine Cold goes on Twitter before the match and goes, "Oh, Vince is casting me again." Okay, time to make some plays. That was ridiculous. That was, again, a round where it went back and forward all the way through, but Renegades looked good in the retake. They get the timing from Dexter to get the kill. I think it was onto Olof, who'd just been manning the behind, and then out of nowhere, Coldzera 4K cleans things up. The big clutch plays that you can expect from a man who was formerly the best player in the world. And now we see Renegades falling back to the pistols. They've done some decent initial damage onto the Swede at least. And they've gone for the same short stack that we saw previously, but after not being pushed initially, they start to make that rotation.
HE's in. Renegades, it's going to be a bitter pill to swallow from their perspective, not just in the moment of the clutch, but also the aftermath sees them on pistols in an awkward position. It is an embarrassment of riches. Dexter's actually going to go around the back of them. I was beginning to believe in Dexter, but he's been found and dealt with by Brocky. Embarrassment of riches, how many ex-best players in the world or in the conversation they actually have. Hats in the meanwhile, though, with the Deagle, he's being swarmed by FaZe Clan. All he can do is hope for the best. Was that a jumping AK shot? Please tell me it wasn't. That is filthy. It's going to be a bomb plant to follow, and as anticipated, likely a 13-7.
Yeah, again, this just comes down to damage and stealing a weapon away. The T's already have a decent bank behind them. Ince has been able to pick off one, but Cold in his element at the moment. 17 kills to his name, and I think he's not the only one as well. Nico at 18. I'm pretty sure Olaf might be on 17 as well. Like, as said, it's really difficult to play against FaZe when their stars do perform, and they're only 3 rounds away from taking their opposition's map pick. And I think the scariest prospect here is an 8-0 start, a 5-0 start. It's just taking too long for Renegades to get into the rhythm of things, and there's been a few big plays either side that have managed to pull things back for either team. But at the moment, Renegades are going, okay, the first few rounds, those are a gimme, and that can't happen. You need to be doing more at the beginning.
Such a streaky game indeed. 8 rounds to FaZe, then 7 to Renegades, then 5 back to FaZe again. A yo-yo of Counter-Strike. Olofmeister tagged down to 53. Are making moves into apps. Banana control has been established by Renegades. Whether they want to hold on to that or not is an entirely different matter. And to be fair to Renegades, this has been a clinical showing with grenades. They've done so much damage. Is that a P90?
I feel sick.
Rain.
He's going to be just running out. I'm glad he got headshotted. That's what you deserve for buying that gun. But Cold Zero, he does trade one back. Sicko only manages one on the site, but he may have done his job. Hats, the new man in the team. He sat in pit. Clearly knows he's there, but does he know this man lurking around the edge of the smoke? He's managed to avoid Dexter, but not for long. And all the CT side are now here. Now, FaZe don't have to push back into this site anymore. They're watching for the flank, hoping that maybe they can get a free kill from behind. But for now, just playing it patient, hoping they can maybe force a rotation or two, make Renegades second guess themselves. And to be fair, they have. One of the players has already gone, and you can see Malta with questions in his mind of whether or not this is still going to be a push towards A, but right at the last second they get deep within the site and things are about to get that a little bit more difficult for FaZe.
They do make the read, though, to go across to the B side. It's going to have to be quick. That may actually limit their options. They may have to hit A after all, but Renegades are making moves towards middle. This puts Dexter alone. He has to outright frag at least one of these oncoming players, and there we go. The bomb goes down. Call comes through, flicking to the head of Brocky. Dexter, I do love watching this guy play. I really do.
Yeah, I might need some new trousers afterwards, but other than that, the guy is playing out of his mind. And the thing is as well, the stars are aligned for FaZe there. They basically wrapped around at the perfect time. It was like basically just a hidden game of them managing to avoid everything the Renegades were looking for. And Dexter's like, do you know what, guys? I'm going to wait a little bit because I have a feeling maybe something has happened that we haven't seen. And he just kills everyone. I don't know how he manages it. Still, Sicko this time, he's going to go for an early B play. Something we haven't seen from them so far. It gets the early pick onto Olive, who's been challenging Banana pretty much every single round. So I think it was a safe bet for Renegades. They knew that somebody was going to be there. They left it a bit more open. The T's have gained control for now, but I think the Aussies are going to be fairly happy with their man advantage.
Well, if the pattern is to continue, we're expecting Renegades now to go on a bit of a hot streak of their own. We'll have to wait and see if that does come to fruition. It's looking good, though. A bit of chip damage to Nico. We'll say, though, FaZe, even when they do lose players early on, they do such a good job of holding on to grenades and making sure that Renegades have to work for each inch of the map. Nothing is given away for free for Renegades. Even if they do take banana control, there's a couple of flashbangs there. FaZe regain what was once theirs. Renegades playing more passively. I assume this is Malta that's been boosted up. Indeed, he has. So they're playing this double contact over on the CT side. Now, Inz is going to move on site itself. 40 seconds to play with, Tom, and it seems like we're about to have a hit.
Yeah, with the smoke still there, but beginning to fade. There's no more utility available for the Renegades. Spray through is going to meet absolutely nobody, so the site almost has to be given up. Interestingly, there hasn't been a rotation just yet from 2 of the players. I think they're going to wait for that bomb to actually be planted, but that's the information necessary. Inz finally does manage to connect a couple of shots, but This is going to be a retake involving all 9 players. Only all of the initial frag not going to be here. And the time has already ticked quite far. Renegades, they really need to get a move on.
They do, and to make things a little bit more sketchy, they don't have a huge amount of utility to play with either, but Nico's missed his chance. He is domed through the wall, courtesy of Sicko. Flashes are on point, as is the aim. Rain now trying to hold off against everybody on Renegades, and he can only body bag ins before he inevitably falls himself. 13-9, Renegades not done just yet.
I really like that from Renegades. It takes a huge amount of confidence to basically let the bomb go to about half of its timer, wait for everybody to be there, wait for the right utility to be thrown, and then make your play. You see so many teams just like, oh, we're running out of time, I've got to make a play, I've got to be the hero. There was no one there on Renegades who wasn't basically reading from the same script. They knew exactly what they needed to do, they knew exactly what they needed to peak. They lose 1 player when there was still 4 remaining from FaZe. That is a perfect retake.
And a perfect start to the subsequent round, 23. It's going to see FaZe on a half buy or low investment with Deagles. And Sicko this time, peaking middle. Last round was through Banana. He's keeping his positions very much up in the air. FaZe can't make any reads based off that. And I think it also just goes to show the kind of leader that Dexter is, the kind of personality he is. That grenade, though, it's a nuke landing in middle. But when you have Dexter as the leader, you know nothing's really going to be that chaotic and frantic. He's such a calm, collected, chill guy. His calls likely will follow that suit. Obviously, we're just talking over this round a little bit as FaZe, barring a miracle play, have no real inroad back into this round, or should have no right to do so. Speaking of which, Ranger's crowd walks out and smashes ins. That's the thing that just happened.
That's got to be one of those, like, why always me positions. Like, you're just like, he walks, what? Why? Why have you done that? And Nico, he's got a deagle of his own. I'm hoping, for Malta's sake, that he's not going to meet the same fate of his teammate. But even still, they've only lost 1 player, and that's the real benefit for Renegades at this stage, is they are starting to build up a real bank. That's exactly what you want to see on this CT side. It's not really a map where you can get away with losing a grenade or 2, or even having a kit missing can be difficult because of how tough some of the retakes can be. So they're in a very good spot. Of course, now we see FaZe buy up, but even still there's a limitation or 2. Like, okay, they don't have the Kriegs, which FaZe were against for a while, but they've definitely come around. And they even have a Galil, which, well, nobody wants a Galil.
Even with the changes, even when it became a little bit more viable, everyone still typically shuns it.
Yeah.
Take the Mac 10 over the Galil. We'll have to see if Brocky can put it to devastatingly strong effect. I mean, all these players were just swimming in frags early on. Now it's definitely dried up. Dexter being tagged up through the smoke, but does a lot of damage. Back onto Rain, trying to survive, but he's been dropped by Rain, who goes aggressive in the smoke. Hat's now waiting for the opportune moment, nearly whiffs it. He doesn't actually take any damage, but I did worry for him. Maybe that's where the Galil does come back to haunt Brocky somewhat. But FaZe Clan have control over the A side. They don't have control over Pit, however. Rain realizes this as a potential banana peel, as a potential hurdle they have to deal with. And because there's so much time left on the clock, they don't need to force a plant down just yet. They can wait a little bit longer, allow coldzera to get close enough and see if they can pick off Pit, which is exactly what Nico goes for. Pulverizing it, raising the site to the ground. Speaking of which, Rain burns to a crisp on the site itself, bounced off the wall from Library. And we'll see Malta take the kill. And look at the bomb drop. This is absolutely brutal now for FaZe Clan. They went from being in control to having very little hopes. Olofto is going to catch Hat completely unaware on apps. And now at this point, Renegades know for certainty that it is going to be the A hit fully. There's no flanks coming from the B side. They can both fully support and try and push one another into the site as smokes and molotovs are being exchanged. Good utility usage again from FaZe. They still have a HE that they can bounce off the wall and do some significant damage on the approach, but Nico perched up on the boxes is going to be able to pluck off Malta, and the rest falls into place. It was a strange encounter in the end, but FaZe rose to the top.
That seemed like the weirdest battle for information I think I've ever seen. Like, it's very unlikely that you have a T side with the site that at one point there was a moment where they had the site, they didn't have Pit, Graveyard, Apps, or Arch. That is unheard of. Like, I don't even know how that managed to happen. And they won the round because Olof managed to then go back around. It seemed like an almost like, okay, I know this, but he doesn't know that, who doesn't know this, who doesn't know that. And then it just came down to going, but Olaf seems to somehow know everything. Because the player in apartments, I don't think made a footstep, made a sound, did anything, and Olaf was like, I'm just going to check this out, even though it's been about 30 seconds of no one peeking. I'll just go and have a look anyway. That won them the round, because that opened up everything. Sicko went down just before that, and FaZe, in a position which looked really tough, actually made it look relatively easy just by being calm in those situations.
Yeah, when that bomb dropped out in the open, I thought they'd lost the round right there, because it was in such a rough position. They'd already wasted, I don't know, actually wasting is the wrong word. They'd used the time to allow Olaf to get round the back, to allow the, I think it was maybe even Cold Zero was moving through the short side on quad. So I feared the worst, but again, that individual ability, and the thing with Olaf is, even when he's had rough times, even when he's had events where he hasn't really shown what he's capable of, individual skill-wise, one thing that never will fade is in-game IQ. But speaking of the man, there is the curse. It came about 24 rounds late, but Olaf has been put down, and it's Sicko again who breaks the deadlock for Renegades.
Yeah, he's been good at finding the openers with the AWP, but it looks like FaZe are not afraid to try and pressure him now, just pushing all the way around. Dexter comes under fire, but he burns. Both players from FaZe Alive takes the AK as his winnings. Cold does manage to eventually put him down, but it might be too little too late. Still 4 players stand for Renegades. Cold is left low. Nico with a nice shot. He needs to try and find the second as well, and if he does, this could be an opening. Malta just trying to switch away, and it seems like the majority of Renegades players are fleeing, but not Malta after the nade. He'll hit the headshot, leave Cold alone, low, and with 3 left.
As soon as he heard that nade bank off the wall, he knew he had to go in. That was when Nico was vulnerable. And that was Cold's error. You highlighted him as getting a pick earlier, but he was tagged down to 19 in the process. There's a player below him, and a snake in the grass, and Hats will let his presence be known. FaZe 14-11, still leading, but their economy in rough shape. Renegades have a chance to get themselves close to equality here.
Yeah, this is still definitely doable. And again, considering 8 rounds in a row and 5 rounds in a row at times for FaZe, to still be in the match shows how resilient they've been at winning a lot of their rounds. Their economy itself is not in the best state, so they want to try and keep this one nice and clean. They're up against some Deagles, which we've already witnessed have been difficult to deal with. In fact, not necessarily the play always highlight, especially when you've got Nico and Cold on the team. It's been Rain, who's just been really annoying with the Deagles. Like 3K in one round, Kill just walking out of smoke in another. So they do have to be careful here, and you can kind of see that in the way that they're playing. Sure, they're battling for Banana, but the players around the A site are more than reserved, all the way back, making sure that FaZe have to go peeking into the angles. And of course, that is where the Deagle is weaker. You want to be holding, you want to be waiting for the peek. Instead, the T's aren't going to give, or CTs aren't going to give them anything.
It's one of those reasons why I think Rain is just such a phenomenal player. He's one of those guys that often will fly under the radar, and for a long time in FaZe was overshadowed by some of the bigger personalities. But if you give Rain a job, he'll do it. If you need him to entry, he'll do it, no problems. Actually, coming up next is Mirage, and a position that he has been so prolific in for such a long time is playing up on the ramp side and pushing smokes from CT side all the time. You never know what to expect with him. Speaking of that, Cold Zero, he's got a Deagle, and Sicko's just been out-peaked by the Deagle with an AWP, so he's feeling a bit sick to his stomach. The good news, though, for him is that Cold Zero has at least been punished by overextending on the quad side without the rest of his teammates backing him up. 2-on-4 falls into position. They do have the bomb. If they can deal with Dexter, they still have to handle Hats, who is just behind him in the pit side, and Brocky now finds himself in a 1-on-4. Scratch that. It is 14-12, so Renegades move 1 step closer.
I feel like Dexter's the teammate you want.
Oh,
he plays very aggressive. He gets in the faces of his opposition, normally gets you openers. He can win rounds with what is an SMG. We saw that a couple of rounds ago. His utility usage is fantastic. We just saw him get a flash assist to help out the man in pit, and he's calling. If he can pick up an AWP, then he's basically got the roundhouse, and we can just get a few of him playing at the same time. If anybody got a cloning machine, we could, well, we could create one of the most disgusting teams probably in existence.
5 Dexters. I'm on board for that. Definitely on board for that. I think FaZe would be happy to keep things as they are right now, although they are coming under fire quite literally in the form of Nico, but Malta wasn't anticipating the double smoke peak, caught with a Molotov in his hands. It will be an even trade. That is going to hurt Renegades. It forces over an early rotation in the form of Dexter, who's made a move through CT. So not the ideal start for Renegades, although it was looking like it when Malta spammed Nico up on Banana.
We're See that same nade attempted from Renegades, the dunk over the top. Of course, there is a skybox you can hit that basically just gives you a free drop onto the heads of anybody around the car. And now, though, again, FaZe just slowing things down, being patient. They have the advantage here, even if the manpower is the same on either side. They can gather up to either site, and they may be about to even try and bait out a few players here. They have some smokes to throw over to the library side to block off some positions. You can see some counter utility being expended by Renegades, and no rotation is going to be coming in for a long time. So it is going to come down to the 2 players on the site. The only worry for me from FaZe is Ins in that backline with an SG. We've spoken about this gun many times. It is filth.
It certainly is, especially in positions like this where it can play almost like a turret. Just stay in position, tap, 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 tap. Even as Molotovs and flashes, you know that if you've got that right headshot angle, but that flashbang completely neutralizing. I think what caught him off is that Rain actually went aggressive just before the flash properly detonated. Up close is Dexter, but he's gone down. They know Ins is lurking in the shadows. He's been dealt with. The bomb planted with 5 seconds to go. Renegade so close to denying this purely off the basis of time, but now it is going to be ticking against them as they try and retake. Sicko and Hats already expended their 1 bit of utility in the form of a Molotov. Olofmeister tagged down to 6, but he's able to stay in position on second oranges, allowing the rest of his teammates to just try and get into position and just watch these angles. They have garden covered. They have a more defensive position in the form of Shadow, and because so much time has elapsed, they have to back out. They have to give this one up. The chase is over, and FaZe Clan will take a 15th. Sicko, though, will not take the AWP out of the round.
Oh, Olof does go down, though. So they did make things costly, but I don't think it was worth it. They've lost the AWP. The money for them is not in the best situation. Sure, Hats can drop one over. Maybe Dexter will take a hit, which is something he seems to do quite regularly for the team. But it leaves them now map point up against them, so you can kind of understand why they wanted to try and fight that. And more importantly, the buy, it's not going to be awful, but it's not going to be great.
They're into a bit of a sketchy position of trying to hold on their choice of map, remember. Mirage is up next. That's going to be FaZe's home ground. Malta, Molotov in, smokes, flashes, segregating the 2 teams from one another. A hefty chunk of damage inflicted. He sees the shadow of Rain that betrays him. And it's a 1-for-1, but meanwhile, Sicko pushing down middle for the first time. FaZe did this, but Renegades finally pulling out this play when everything is on the line. Lots of damage still inflicted to FaZe. In terms of HP, Renegades do lead, but it's a 3-on-3.
Yeah, and they're fairly low on utility as well. They've got a couple of HEs, which that's not going to be massive in terms of stopping power. A singular smoke onto Hats, who, if I'm honest, on the wrong side of the map, you want that for B. It's the better place to try and slow FaZe down. In the meantime, there's still a Molotov and a smoke available for the T side to get things working. And I think Hats, he's just going to keep this aggressive position just because they need the information. They need to know if somebody's coming. It's more going to come down to timing, though. You can see him switching between the 2 different angles. If Cold peeks this, he could be in real trouble. Luckily, there is some support coming in the form of Dexter, but they're still very hesitant as to where this is going to be going. In this long-range battle with an MP9, you'd bet on the AK all day.
Yeah, but if Dexter sees them, that's where Hats can peek out from Boiler. Now they've missed that avenue. They've missed that opportunity. Hats needs to make a move around. Dexter still unsure as to which way to go, and Hats has been plucked out. Now the MP9's in a real rough position, but that's the bomb that's gone down. Coldzera makes sure that Dexter can't double up, and Inns is a mile away from the action. He's not going to be able to deny the bomb plant. A hefty chunk of that timer is going to dwindle away as well, and he has no grenades to get back on. There is a HE just below him they can pick up for himself now. Maybe that ordnance can work, but Coldzera on quad, having a solid performance, ending it on 26 kills. He's going to get FaZe across the finish line. You've got to give props to Renegades after going down 8-0. We feared the worst, but they made a real go of this game.
Yeah, they definitely made things interesting, and it seems like there's a fair amount to talk about. But of course, we're going to be having ourselves a short break, and we'll be back to break it down after that.
between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top
This is your chance to rise, a chance to prove yourself to the world. Because when passion leads the dream, this is not just a game anymore. This is the ESL One Rio Major Championship.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
For them, to simply exist is not enough. They must strive for more. They risk everything to build a legacy, just to have it torn down. Many have tried to reach the unobtainable, but only a few achieve greatness. They have many names. We call them stars. Euronic, a human touch in a digital world.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Baby, leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down and laughter, baby. Trying to figure out where we're at.
Hi. Hello. I'm Dave. You might know me as Lil Dicky, but there's a lot more to me. Don't you want to know who I am? Not really. Do you want to meet the guy behind the guy? Do you want to know what the industry is like? I got a strange life. Yes, I know that I'm a rapper at the end of the day, but I think it's time you knew me by my government name. Hi, I'm Dave. I'm Lil Dicky. Hi, I'm Dave. Who's Dave? Hi, I'm Dave. Please watch. Please. I'm Lil Dicky. No, shut up. I am Dave.
We both know there are Nazis here in America.
We would bring God's justice to them.
How did Nazis get into the States?
They were brought here.
This is the greatest mass conspiracy in our nation's history.
This is bigger than anyone realizes.
Hey there, I'm Lonnie from Lonnie's Lumber. If you need lumber wood, Lonnie's is better than good. We got oak, cherry, walnut, and more. And we also have the best selection of plywood in the state. Hey! Dang, woodchucks, stop chucking that wood!
With Geico, the savings keep on going. Just like this sequel. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in the stretch for
slow down. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. On the beach, yellow skies, we keep.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
Ended up actually being a pretty competitive map there between FaZe and Renegades. It wasn't looking like it at the start, but the Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice is starting to warm up nicely. Next up, it is Mirage, but let's just go over the finer details of Inferno there, Tom, because I think both of us were almost wincing in anticipation that it could be an absolute blowout, like 16-0, 16-1, something like that. And then Renegades, it's an 8-7 half, anybody's match. Then they go back in again, FaZe, into second gear, go on a massive streak again. Then Renegades make it really close at the end. It was kind of an interesting map to watch.
Yeah, but it was a bit weird in a sense of if a team wins both pistols, we normally kind of go, especially if it's FaZe in this scenario, you go, right, done.
Yeah.
That's it, over. But it wasn't. Like, both times they grinded it back. And obviously, you got to give props to Renegades for that, but you also have to go, if you started this just that little bit earlier, like even if it had been a 5-0 start on the other side, you win the first half. Like, obviously, it's very easy to say in the grand scale of things, like, if you'd got more rounds, you'd get more rounds.
Yeah.
But, like, obviously, but at the same time, you look at the actual way that the match went and you go, where were you for that first 8 rounds? Because it wasn't even like, oh, they were close, they were grinding out, it was 1v1s. It was embarrassing. Like, I don't think they're going to watch that back and learn much at all, other than, yeah, we should probably watch in case Olofmeister runs down middle. Like, that's a good idea, which... That's not a strategy. That shouldn't be anything you need to even cover. Just, we need to make sure that they can't get away with murder. The thing that was actually interesting was everything that was working for FaZe in those early CT rounds, they actually stopped doing. It was like they go, oh, that stopped working. Let's play really passive now and be like right in the B site and let them execute onto us. And I almost wonder if FaZe had actually gone back to being a little bit more aggressive. Maybe they could have got more on the CT side, and this wouldn't have been as close as it was.
No, that's very true. I mean, FaZe definitely dropped the ball in some aspects, but I think on the other side, you got to say that Renegades woke up. They had a horrific start, as you said. It felt like FaZe were just so confident, just dripping with confidence, that they went for these audacious plays down middle. They were pushing Banana. They were even going in apps. You saw that awesome triple stack in
that was
Crossfire
cool.
in apps, which was nice to see. Not something that you can do more than once, really, because it's going to get called upon. It does leave you vulnerable elsewhere, like on the B side, but... Then things started to slow down. Once the confidence started to subside, once Renegades woke up, you did see that FaZe, they were vulnerable. There were definitely vulnerabilities on that. And I think for teams watching that, they're going to be like, okay, right, they're not completely immortal on this map. There are definitely things that we can pick up on. Olof, for example, started 10-0. I think at the end of the first half, he ended on like 12 or 13 kills. So he had very little impact towards the end. Then we saw players like Dexter, 007 at one stage with Malta, being one of the leading killers on the entire server with insane clutches, insane plays. And I think that really is why Renegades, for me personally, are one of my favorite teams to watch right now. They're such an entertaining team. You never quite know what to expect from them.
Yeah, I think that it's firstly the resilience. Like, I don't think there's many teams out there who would go 8-0 down to FaZe and then win 7 rounds. Like, that's nuts. Like, just to even have the sheer mental fortitude to go, okay, and now we win. Like, or the whole, like, everybody goes, yeah, we just took it 1 round at a time. No one does that. That's a lie. There's no way that you are, if you are that mentally strong to basically go, we're 8-0 down, but don't worry, this is its own round. Now it's 0-0, and we're 1-0 up. Like, no one does that. It's just that somebody comes up, somebody steps up, and I think it was Inns who actually had a 4K going into the first round that they managed to win. So it took something to bring them back. But they do have the players that can do that. The Dexter 1v2, which was really impressive, not only for the fact that he had his individual skill to like hit the headshots that he did, but he mind game Cold Zero, which that as its own sentence is insane. He then I think it was Rekdolov as well, which you then go, you've just killed 2 of the previous best players in the world in a 1 versus 2, and you looked like the better player in both of those scenarios. That's impressive, and that's why I think this guy's one of the most exciting guys to watch. It's just a worry now that, okay, you did so well, you still lost. Now you're going on to Mirage. I don't know if they're going to be able to do much here.
And that really is a storyline for me. Like, you had a courageous comeback. I do worry for Renegades, to be completely blunt about this, though. I mean, we're sounding like the #1 Dexter fan club in the world. I think we probably would be a member of that club, to be honest. I certainly would. But if Dexter isn't having a great game, if he's not performing well, I do often struggle to see where Renegades are going to get that firepower from. So I think this just puts so much pressure on him now going across to Mirage, a map where FaZe are incredibly comfortable, incredibly confident, hot off the back of a 1-0. And the other aspect we haven't mentioned yet, in our post-game breakdown, is this is an elimination match.
Yep.
Renegades now have no more lifelines. This is it.
Yeah, I think the thing that worries me the most is normally I don't just go, okay, this is the Dexter show. You expect Inns, who I think actually played quite well. I don't think he had a bad performance. Hats from Pit was a little bit underwhelming for me on the CT side, but the most underwhelming player was Sicko, because I expect him to be not a one-and-done player, which you can get with the AWP. I think his entry fragging, the peaks he was able to get in mid were great, but we didn't see like any moments where he was on the A site and he was like holding down the whole site on his own. And that happened quite a bit. Even in the game versus Fnatic yesterday, he was able to basically go, this is my site. And he did it fantastically. He was good at maneuvering, but each time, FaZe had his number. They would walk into the site, he would get 1 kill, he's dead. Or we remember I think it was Olaf peeking him with a deagle, just peeked in, headshot him. And I think there were a few moments where I go, okay, that could have gone wrong, or that did go wrong. And if he played that little bit better, or if he hit the level I know he can, they could have won that game. And then that's the issue with this. They did very well. If you look at this scoreline, you look who they're against, you go, that is a good game for Renegades. They've done quite well. They almost beat FaZe. If you actually watch the match and how it played out, they could have either been absolutely bodied, or the way that they played towards the end, they could have won.
It seemed like that Coldzera clutch, something we discussed off air, was maybe the determining factor, like the determining moment in that game. It felt like that was when the chips started to fall into position. My issue as well, going along with what you were saying with Sicko, is T-side of Inferno is always going to be a difficult ask for an AWPer. FaZe did a really good job of shutting him down, keeping the economy bad as well with consistent wins. My concern here is Mirage. On CT side with Mirage, if you're a mid-window sort of player with the AWP, it's very easy to get smoked off. There's smokes from T-spawn, for God's sake, that you can instantly get into window. You can smoke off connector, smoke off short. FaZe are a team that are very, very good when it comes to their utility in middle, and so I do worry for Sicko having any impact on Mirage.
Well, I think the other issue as well is you even just look at the members of this side. It's always something we do with FaZe, which is a bit of a broken record. But Nico, if I was going to have anybody in my like all-star Mirage team, is probably right up the top. Him and that on Cash as well. Obviously, it's not in the pool, and Dust too. The AIM star maps. He is one of the best individual skill players in the world. Coldzera, well, there's one moment, well, 2. I'll give you your moment, but there's 2 moments that I remember from Coldzera most of all. What map are they on? Both on Mirage. Yep. Then you even look at Rain. We spoke about him earlier. Fantastic role player, but even as a star performer, he has his best maps on Mirage. Like, sure, maybe you go, Olaf, okay, I would remember him on Inferno personally, but at the same time, there's no one on this side that I look at and go, oh yeah, they're not that great at this map. And then you even have Brocky, who can just pick up an AWP sometimes and do a phenomenal job on this map. This is the map that basically made FaZe for years. Like, even with all the different rosters they've had, Renegades, they did very well on their map. If they manage to win this, they're going to blow me away.
That's perfectly painted. So you're saying it's a chance then for Renegades? After all that, I was just sat there like, yeah, you're painting a pretty bleak picture here. I've got to try and balance this out somehow. There's a chance, maybe. There's probably not, but, you know, whatever.
I want them to.
Of course,
I want them to. Like, I like this team a lot, if I haven't said it enough already, but it's one of those issues where you go, I would like to believe. Again, you look at FaZe as like the big bad villain in this scenario. They've picked off all the stars. They've used their money to bring this team together. They're like that corporation in any video game where you're like, I've got to take them down. And Renegades are the ones to do it. They're like the David versus Goliath sort of thing on this map. The issue is, a lot of the time, in real life, the bad guys win.
Yeah, do you know what remind me of? The Man City of CS.
Yeah, that's true. I like some of the Man City players, but I don't necessarily like Man City. Although, they do have nice clothes. That's more aimed at FaZe than Man City.
And they have some nice aim as well, Tom, because they've got the first 2 kills in this round. Ins, Hats, and Dexter. All that remains of Renegades. Still, plenty of potential to maybe swing this back around, and there's the man in question. Dexter through middle, gets the kill on underpass, now going to go face off against Olofmeister at the top of middle. And I like that he's going for this play. When your player's behind in this kind of a scenario, you have to roll the dice. You have to try and take the fight to FaZe. Get some early information for the rest of your team. But he's been found. He's been tagged up. Still retaining his life and keeping close on middle. This is wasting a lot of time for FaZe, but neither of the Renegades remainers are actually moving. They're actually staying in position. So it feels like Dexter's life was basically forfeit, and there's not really any reward for it either.
Yeah, he's the lone wolf. He can now be the overwatching game leader, just watching what they're doing and maybe try to direct a little bit. But I feel like in pistol rounds, there's very little you can do as a tactician when you're in a 2 versus 4. Even in this scenario, I would quite like to see the remaining CTs gather up, play this together, at least give yourselves a chance of backing the right site. Instead, they're still split. Ins has finally found out that piece of information they desire. That's a nice shot. At least drops cold 0. They're going to get the bomb down in default, which is definitely not the best plant position in the world. It means the player on ramp is actually fairly null and void, and Nico's now gone down to a nade. They've turned this into a position that's possible from one which I never believed.
Potentially from zeros to heroes, Renegades. They are going to have Olof coming through on the Palace side because Brocky is effectively stuck on the side. Are they expecting a double stack? They know that one of these players was planting on default. I don't think they realize there were 2 players here. Now they're going to find out as Brocky just spins across for the second headshot, tagging up Ins and softening from Olofmeister to finish. And FaZe Clan going to get another pistol round going their way.
Yeah, they're 3 for 3. It's been something that they've pretty much mastered in this series so far, and even some of the positions that we've seen them in, they've won a 2v3, I think it was, in the first pistol. They've now won themselves what was a 4v2 after it got a little bit dicey. They didn't let it get out of control. The rotation from Olof again, like, it's something you mentioned as maybe the aim's not always there for him. His decision-making is nigh on perfect. I said it at the time, that ramp spot is kind of pointless, so he wraps around into Palace. Yep. Perfect position, and there wasn't much that remaining Renegades could do. They have invested, of course. Sicko going to be saving some extra cash for the AWP, and interestingly, Malta has saved some money as well, whether that's for a secondary AWP, which is very viable on this map, or if he's just going to be keeping that extra utility. I don't personally mind either. But we'll see how much damage they can do in this round. They've gone for actually a double stack in towards the ladder room, which is definitely an interesting play for the pistol round, but it might be a little bit of a surprise for FaZe if they do opt to go towards short.
Exactly, it's almost the perfect counter for a wraparound onto B, so they may be anticipating this and trying to read what could be coming up. So far, not going to be the case. Grenade damage in. I thought it actually would hit Nico a little bit more than that. Looked like it landed underneath his feet. But it's Sicko that's going to come out second best in that encounter. This does allow FaZe now to just go fully out onto A. Last player alive is going to be Ins, who's been spotted, last seen heading into Palace. And Hats rummaging through the window. So in terms of this round, it's looking pretty much over, pretty much done, especially as Hats has met his demise to the hands of Rocky. Ins with a pretty solid shot onto Olof. Going to be able to take a gun, but it's only the Mac 10, so it's not really worthwhile, especially as the rounds progress. So FaZe with a 2-0, and it looks like business as usual here, Tom.
Yeah, there's a possibility that maybe Ins can get this kill onto Brocky. He does have a Galil. It's not the ideal weapon of choice. I'd put it like, when people have kids, you obviously love your kids. But then they grow up to like Fortnite and you're like, oh, it's like, I love you, but at the same time, if I had a choice, maybe there'd be someone else.
Is that your feeling like a little?
Yes.
It's pretty accurate, actually.
Pretty accurate, and it also how I feel about Fortnite as well. If anybody would like to hire me for Fortnite gigs and they have a hell of a lot of money, you know, I am fickle.
It was at that moment Tom knew he was never going to work Fortnite. And he was okay with that.
Yeah, no, I am okay with that. As long as I get more Counter-Strike gigs.
And everyone's dead.
Oh, dear Lord. Well, I like the idea. Renegade's going for something a little bit different. There's no harm in that. We sort of laugh at how easy that was for FaZe to clean things up, but in all honesty, when you have nothing, you might as well go for something a little bit ludicrous. It's like that pyramid stack that people do on Train. Like, occasionally it works out for you, but most of the time it ends like that.
Or the Astrala stack on Inferno in the pool side. Yeah, I like that. I'd prefer to see something wacky like that backfires than play default with USPs. Like, please. What are you going to do with USPs in the default?
Oh, this is the buy we were looking at. Mentioned the potential of a double orb setup straight in, and Mortar's going to be buying one up. I'm sort of surprised at how quick Sicko was to actually tag down Nico. So a good start to the round, but no kills met. And they're doing the same again. They've got this Mac 10. It's going to be a little bit sneaky coming up from Rain. Looking to try and get in the face of Sicko, which he could easily be overwhelmed by the Mac 10, especially considering that he doesn't have any head armor. But at the same time, for now, the T's are just slowly taking map control. They've gained the ladder room. They've also gained the connector. Even still holding on to some of the upper apps positions, which are being fought for. And now leaving Sicko completely blind. They're even going to take the edge of jungle.
It's like we were saying in the pre-game discussion about Sicko's AWP impact. He's been smoked, Molotov, flashed out of position. He can't really do anything for the time being. And now it just falls down to FaZe. Now, they do have that early warning system perched in the apps, which is going to be Hats. But meanwhile, Sicko has been dealt with. Hat's going to be pushing through the smoke itself, though. He's just on the periphery. They can't see each other, but that smoke is going to fade eventually. And there's a Molotov tossed in. Hats with one, looking to try and spray down and gets two. That is a huge amount of damage that's been inflicted. It's still going to favor FaZe, but they're not sure as to whether there's a second player on B.
Finally going to kill off Rain. He had a Deagle and a Mac 10, and he's cleared out 3 players from this A site. Mortar, he's got no real choice but to at least try and save. Like, they've got the B site so much under their control, and he has an AWP, so I don't think there's much of a chance of him going for this, even though, looking from our perspective, he does have an opportunity.
Again, depends on the priorities. You want to save the AWP, or does he get given the go-ahead? Does he get unleashed by Dexter? And because he's taken this amount of time, it's going to be the save, more than likely. Does have a kit and a flash, but that AWP could be so important. My concern, though, to go back to the point that we were half raising there, is Sicko got mollied out, smoked out in jungle, and then just fragged by, I think it was Rain. He had 0 impact in that round. I don't think he's got a single kill. I actually think his ADR must be incredibly low, like sub 10.
He legged Nico in this round, so that might put it up at least a little bit. Like, he did quick flick into mid, but a little bit unfortunate not to get the kill. I'm more impressed with how much Rain was managed to do with so little. Like, his deke has been on point. It's something we've mentioned so far. Like, he domed Dexter on the site, and I think near the end of the round, he did the same to someone who was trying to rotate. He also one-tapped with a Mac 10 onto Sicko. So we mentioned the head armor. He got owned. And that was what we were talking about in the previous map that we watched, where we were talking about Brocky. Like, okay, it's a good investment just because he's up against people without head armor. This time it pays off, and Rain is already looking on point in a map where we basically said they have so many stars.
I feel like Rain normally shines on the CT side of Rod, even the T side, so there's a lot of things that are starting to become a bit of an issue. Speaking of the man, sprays up through the smoke, finds Dexter, not able to spin around, and maybe Rain was thinking twice about opening up as his teammate was blocking the shots, which was Nico. He's the only casualty thus far. In's not for the first time perched in Palace, but it's Malta with the saved AWP that is doing work. Not a kill onto Brocky, but tags him down, blows his elbow clean off, down to 23, but now it's Malta that is alive in a 1 versus 3, and he may think about just pulling the plug. Maybe see if he can get a kill on the cross. They do have max round loss bonus around the corner, so they'll be able to afford regardless of what happens here, but it's such a larger amount of invested cash that he doesn't want to burn. They're doing well to save this, and he is going to peace out of there. But I'm getting, again, senses of deja vu, Tom. This is almost identical to how Inferno started.
Yeah, and more worryingly, it's different players stepping up again for FaZe. Nice flick from Malta. Definitely got the talent, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like he's been in the right position for the majority of these rounds. Eventually, he is going to get taken down. Worth it, of course, for FaZe. They have a massive bank at this stage of the game, 5 rounds in, and the majority of players able to buy for a minimum of a couple of rounds. You look at the other side, the finances are there once again, straight in with the double AWP setup. Of course, the big worry is, as you said, how well Rain again is playing. That's another 3K back-to-back, so he's up to double digits already. 2 kills per round, which can't really ask for much more. I think you're a bit greedy if you do. Let's see now if Renegades can finally step up to the plate. They're going to get aggressive in towards the ramp. Cold is waiting. Inz is gone. He almost escapes. But Dexter will get the trade, at least something for the CT side. But considering they don't really have any weaknesses in this round in terms of their purchase, that wasn't quite enough. Luckily, Malta's still going strong with that AWP, and he's almost led a distraction, if anybody was to go to that B site, by hitting the shot with the orb, because now there's going to be a player lurking just behind the wall. The T's, however, they're static. They've gained some decent map control. They're going to wait to see if the CT side will peek into their crosshair.
It is looking like the best chance that Renegades have had to open up their account on Mirage so far. Player advantage, but also the positions. Dexter has a lot of intel being in T-spawn. He knows the wraparound is not possible. And with them having control over apps and B, and a Molotov down on short, it stands to reason this is going to be an A hit. So they are moving Malta, that third player who was occupying B, over slowly onto the CT boxes. There's some good grenades being tossed in. Nico's going to lead the charge. He's been tagged, but still Frank Sicko through the boxes. And suddenly the advantage goes in favor of FaZe, only for a couple of moments. Malta's going to put it back to equality once more. The bomb is being planted in amongst the rockets. Flick down from Brocky. And now it's that lone man remaining. Malta tagged up to 46. They know exactly where he is. And now that allows Brocky to relocate his position. Is he actually going to flank all the way around back towards T-Sport? He decides against it, but he's not required anyway. As Rain continues to apply the pressure, and it's too much for Renegades. They crumble once again.
Yeah, again, we talk about these clutch round situations and how good FaZe have been, even though there's been a couple that went the other way in the last map. They've had so many players stepping up when needed, and again, I can't talk about the same man for 3 rounds in a row. I'm sorry, Vince, but it's the Rain show. You know, he's got 200 ADR.
I mean, the thing is, that it does seem repetitive, but it's also just fact.
Yeah.
The guy is having a stormer of a game, and you can't get around that. Whichever way you look at it, he's averaging 2 kills per round, over 200 ADR, as you said. He is just playing ridiculous. I believe we've had a bit of a technical issue as we have 2 Dexters now. We spoke about the cloning program. It seems like it's come into effect, so that's good to see. Renegades could do with 3 more of him if possible. And Inz has decided to betray his fellow countrymen, and he's hopped across to FaZe.
I'll be honest, don't blame him at this point. Like, it is unfortunate. Like, the way that things have gone so far in both maps have been that FaZe just get off to a flying start. They've been great in their pistol rounds, be it from the get-go or be it whether it comes down to a clutch. They've been great at finding opening picks, which that's basically what Mirage is. On Inferno, it's a lot tougher normally. You rely heavily on utility to force players out, or maybe aggressive plays from the CT side to net you a couple of early kills. In this scenario, it is coming down to just some of these raw battles, and as mentioned earlier, you've got all the players that you want stepping up. You've had Nico performing, you've had Cold performing. At the moment, they're the quiet ones. Olaf's come out and basically just said, you know what, this is my match today. I'm having a good day, I'm going to perform. The worry with FaZe was always that, okay, if their stars don't show, or if you have too many players and you only get one of them, if you've had all 5, even if it is like in streaks, like even if you look towards the end of that one, like Brocky, he's now 6-1. Like, he's the young and up and comer. He's not meant to be necessarily the one leading the way, but he's up there too. And there's not much in terms of, okay, strategical bases that you can really fault Renegades for. They got aggressive, they found that opening pick, they did well to trade, then the AWP finds another kill for them. They have a man advantage, and then just snap your fingers, it all falls apart, and you're in an afterplant situation with Malta in a 1v2. Maybe there's some things they could have done differently, but I don't inherently look at the rounds and go, no, that was a bad play, that was wrong. I look at it and go, how have FaZe done that? Like, how have they just ruined them this badly? And that's the unfortunate process. Like, say they go out of this in a stomp. They've had a couple of good maps on Inferno. The 2 teams they've lost to, Fnatic and FaZe. FaZe, a team rising back up the ranks, and Fnatic, a team who's been good for a while. Like, they've always been, especially in Katowice. Like, if I could pick any place I wouldn't want to face Fnatic, it is in Poland and Katowice, because it just seems to be a great place for them. Even when everything was going wrong, they still had last time with the roster with Golden, they won it out of nowhere. So I feel a bit bad for them, but that's the way these events go. You don't get easy games unless you are the best teams in the world, and even those easy games are not necessarily easy.
No, it's something Wolfie and I were discussing before in the previous best of 3. This event is so stacked. I mean, there's no hiding. You don't get any freebies. Like, obviously, Ty.
Enrolando, tem que colocar alguma coisa ali pra...
Vai demorar lá? Você colocou? Você só ligou?
Vai juntar aí.
Esse aqui?
Tá não?
Tá.